at the end there was...
I mean, it's crazy
phenomenal.
too, because like this Undying, like he has this refresher, and what you have to keep in mind with this refresher is he can refresh his Cecil Sturge in 8. So he has more buybacks, essentially, than you have, double the amount, and I think that really played a big key role in this game. It was just this Undying. You kill him once, he comes back. He comes back again. You kill him, he buys back. He refreshes the Cecil Sturge. He's back again. He just cannot stay dead.
Yeah, that feels like it's an impossible uphill battle. Tidebound, though, did an amazing job, Fly. It felt like they had a much cleaner earlier game for them. It didn't feel like it was just all in XG's control. Extreme Gaming really bringing it back when it came to Roche fights, a lot of objective taking. But yeah, towards this end, I don't even know how to begin to describe it.
Yeah, I think Tidebound did a great job. They held their tower bot lane forever. They were able to get a pretty good lead. They had some clutch fights. I think they had a couple of slip-ups which mattered. I think giving away Tormentor, especially the first one, I think that was a big slip-up because you want to keep building that advantage you have. But overall, great game from them. I think Zombie just beats Horseman seems to be the conclusion of this. Like, yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to the offlaners there, it feels like there's no question around how much both of them were doing for their teams. But of course, XSS now being our standout player for this game, Rhea.
Yeah, he was just, I mean, he was so good all game long. And also, I think it's, to keep talking about this offline comparison as well. In the drafting stage, I was thinking, well, it's fine because then Centaur can just ult to disengage from Tombstone. But actually, really, when you're playing Undying, and especially if you have like rotting mids, you just have to pop ult. And the slow that you're dealing with each click forces them to have to use ult anyway. And then we saw a fight top lane where this happened. Undying pops ult, walks at enemy, they're forced to Centaur ult out. Then the fight continues because they're able to have more catch with, like, let's say Puck, and then they just re-engage again, and then, oh, whoops, we still have Tombstone, and it's just like this hero just keeps giving and giving and giving and giving.
Yeah, I know that we have a lot to say about this, right? We have a lot of words, but for Extreme Gaming, getting this 2-0, they're now 4-0 when it comes to series, and that means they are our very first team to qualify to the road to the international playoffs. It's a massive one, and with that, we get our first ever winners interview. So we're heading on down to Nomad and Ame.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yeah, so Ame, I mean, really exciting second game. Did you expect to win that through the whole thing?
刚刚第二场非常精彩，你觉得就有预计到刚刚那把会赢吗？
有预计到吧，就打到后面我们就有 Park 这种英雄，其实打对面是挺好用的。
I did expect that. We have Puck, and in the late game, it's really good against our opponents.
Absolutely. A lot of people have said that you're the MVP of the tournament so far. Do you agree with that?
很多人都把你评为这次比赛的 MVP， 你认同吗？
大多数局是吧？就可能刚才第二把我感觉发挥不是很好。有一波可以使用那个中立道具我忘记用了，然后死问可能选的也不是很好吧。
So for most games, yes, but for that game 2 just now, I think I could have played a little better. I forgot to use my neutral items, and the 7th pick was a bit maybe questionable.
All right, well, then who would be your MVP of this game then, Ame?
就刚刚第二把，那你觉得你心目中的 MVP 是谁？
打到中后期的话，其实 Park 的表现非常给力，肯定是 Park 吧。
So when it got to mid and late game, Puck's performance was great, so it has to be Puck.
Absolutely excellent, putting in a shift. Well, now you are the first team qualified for the main stage of the international. What does that mean to you and your team?
你们现在队伍 Extreme Gaming 作为本次 TI 首支进入正赛的队伍，对你或者对我来说有什么意义？
意义就是第一支进了，就保持发挥吧，我感觉。
So to be the first team advancing, we'll keep our performance up.
All right, good to hear it. Ame, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at the main event.
谢谢，并且祝你好运。
谢谢。
Thank you.
And of course, we have to say thank you as well to Helen being the amazing translator there. So we get to hear and understand exactly that everything Ame is telling us. And for him, he's like, yeah, look, it's Undying. Nope, Puck. Puck MVP is what he said his team is saying. That's who deserves the true MVP here.
He did nearly double the damage of the Sven in that game. and the way that he scaled was just like so superior, I think.
I mean, it's a typical carry player mindset. You don't respect the support roles, right?
Okay.
No, they're just useless.
Yeah,
That's
the
like
one who did the
point.
damage, right?
I mean, I
the
would
one he
flip a table
respects.
if I were XXS. I watched this.
You'd be like, that's it, guys. I'm out of here.
I'm done.
No, look, it is true. Those numbers. What else are you going to say, Rhea?
Oh, I was just gonna say, well, I mean, you know, you can save players, but if they can't deal damage, then you're not gonna win the fight. Am I right?
What's the point of saving them?
Exactly. No,
No.
the puck was really crucial, especially like the buybacks in the fights really mattered for being able to clean up the rest of Taiban's heroes. I think like you can compare, right, where the itemization of puck versus Pango, where Pango is having to just go like refreshers and Yules and stuff just to try and stun as much as possible, and like running into this Sven shot issue where everyone has so much armor, you're just not really doing as much anymore. Instead, you're just doing utility of like Nullifier. Meanwhile, Puck is just scaling like more and more and more and more, doing more damage over time. Especially when he gets his like level 25, he's got Parasma, Mjolnir, and then is just dealing all this damage. At the end of the day, you're being like buffed by your Elder Titan as well. It's just way too much damage. BKBs are getting lower. No one can deal with you anymore, and you're getting grab allied.
And you're also going to grab. You got to sprinkle that one in there a little bit as well. Let's actually go ahead and have a look at some plays, though, whether it's from the side of Extreme Gaming or some fantastic moments from Tidebound. There was that second Roche. I think that one, you know, maybe people have forgotten it with how chaotic the ending of the game was, but it was really important for Tidebound. It was a great play for them, Fia.
Yeah, this game could have been really, really bad much sooner if it wasn't for this play by Bach. It's just like an individual highlight of just a beast play. And I think any team who is going to go ahead and go against Tidebound in the future, these plays kind of like make you a little bit scared to go against them because they're not afraid to make the big plays when necessary. And that's what Bach did. He just made a great individual play here that set them up for potentially winning this game. But unfortunately, Mr. Undying was just too strong and wouldn't stay dead.
Or Mr. Puck was too strong.
All of them.
The combination of them all there. It was a big one, wasn't it, Fly?
Yeah, I mean, just in general, I think the performance from the offlaners again is what we're highlighting here, right?
Yeah.
Like they both had an incredible game, just zombie.
The
mode.
zombie. And it's not over but Tidebound, right? By no means at all. They obviously still have many more chances for themselves to qualify. This fight was another one that I think is noteworthy.
Yeah, I think this fight is sort of when we started seeing the grab ally really come in clutch. You can see XXS continuously saving teammates, dropping the tombstone, and the fight continues down here. And the crazy thing is, I think when the Undying, he pops the refresher here, I think there's going to be another tombstone save here, which is absolutely crazy. And then I think he's going to start using it himself just to kind of play in and out of the fight. And you can see him, he's like going to clutch up here, he's going to go in, go out, waiting that 3-second time and going back in. It's just after this fight, I was like, wow, this Undying is really playing out of his mind.
I didn't even notice it, I will say, when we saw this the first time round, to just know your timings that well, to still be living on what feels like a sliver of HP, kind of baiting the enemy to stick around. You might get to kill me.
Yeah, I really don't think they had any good heroes at all for killing Tombstone. It's like a lot of these games we've been seeing people drafting like Snapfire responses to get to deal with it. But yeah, in a game like this, no one can really kill it. So you do just get to use it for the maximum potential every 3 seconds.
Yeah. I also want to go back to what I was saying with Tidebound. Whilst they didn't qualify in this best of 3 series, there still are at least 2 more chances for themselves. They're going to get another one coming up because the series that were happening over on our other streams, the B, C, and D, respectively, the teams that won over there, bit of a spoiler, I'm going to give it to you. We had Falcons take a 2-0 of Liquid. We had Team Spirit unfortunately lose to P-Vision. That was also another 2-0 over there on that B stream. It's going to continue with Wildcard and Boom, which is an elimination series. Yeah, so this is what I was saying. Falcons 2-0 Liquid. And then on our final stream, we had BB Team taking a 2-0 from Aurora. So all those teams that won that series, they now sit in the same pool as Tidebound. And we're going to be figuring out just how they're going to be going against each other, try and make those matchups. And the winners from there will be going on to qualify. So that's what I mean. Tidebound still well and truly within the realms of qualifying. However, the series that we are now looking at covering here on the A stream is Nigma Galaxy up against Narvik. And this one, not as pleasant. It's the opposite. One of these teams will will be eliminated. The other one of them lying there, hoping to keep their dreams alive, hoping to make it to that 6th round of the Swiss bracket and going into the eliminations. Yeah, it feels like their backs are against the wall no matter what. And for you guys, when you look at it on paper, do you think it favors one way towards Na'Vi or Enigma Galaxy compared to the other?
Impossible to say. Both these teams are so inconsistent. There's a reason why they're at right now. So I don't know who's going to win this one, but it's going to be very messy, probably very sloppy, and very exciting.
I think they're good descriptions to you, Fly.
I think that's fair, considering the performances we've seen. These teams definitely had some highlights. I think especially NGX. I think they were able to put up a good fight against some of the better teams, I would say. So I'm kind of looking at them as maybe a slight favorite.
Yeah.
Like they might just throw the game. We don't know, right? That's been their MO, unfortunately. I will say, though, these are two fan favorites, and this is going to be a hell of an exciting match.
Yeah, I think looking also at the previous series here in the Road to the International is the fact of how many have gone to 3 games, the fact that their last played series both went to 3 games, and you're talking about it, yeah, NGX has had a couple of those games where they're, let's say, like 20k ahead, and it does result in a loss, but it feels like for Na'Vi, what happens is so consistently, Raya, they're just keeping it dead even. These games at any point could swing either way, and then just one misstep and it's over. That was what their game 2 felt like in their previous series.
Yeah, Na'Vi, what I watched of them leading into the tournament, they do have players, like, especially their carry is extremely stable in the sense of like his hero pool is normal and the way that he plays is very standard of what you expect. I think some of their hero picks can be absolutely throwy, but at the end of the day, I think they are just like the inexperienced team. I know it's kind of like an overdone way of describing these people, but like they're young. A lot of them just it's just first TI. I don't expect massive things from them, which means that every win they have taken and every like way that every game where they've kept it even is like, I would say, a massive win for them.
Yeah, I mean, 4 out of 5 of these players, this is their TI, their Road to TI debut. It's the very first time. And only a couple of months ago did the organization change this roster from Na'Vi Junior to Na'Vi. And there are also 3 out of 5 of our youngest players attending this event. So there's a lot of stats that, yeah, you can say it's a storyline. Maybe it's something to fall on as a crutch, but they are really young. They are really inexperienced. And that's hard to channel everything together for you.
Sometimes.
Only sometimes? You've played with youngins before?
Yeah,
in your
one of them was
prime?
on this team, and it was his first TI, and he won it. So that happens too.
Yo, one of them had a Dishonored tattoo on his hand.
Not to discredit everything you just said.
Yeah, you really kind of just did that, didn't you? Thanks, Theo.
I mean, the thing is, like, usually that combination, though, there's like 1, maybe 2 new players in it, right? But like when the whole squad is new, then you're all kind of like learning together, and that can take a bit longer. They only have Zayat, right? He's the only veteran here, so he has a lot of extra work, and that can be a little more difficult. And generally speaking, that sometimes you get in situations where I think both these teams are probably exactly where people expected them to be, but if they want to do well at this tournament, they're going to start having to overperform.
Yeah, I mean, especially in this one, we've already said it. This is an elimination series. One of these teams will be going home. The other one will have a very tough uphill battle for themselves in their road to the international playoffs. But yeah, NGX, now we get to talk about it. Massive fan favorite, Fly. I think everyone had a little bit higher expectations. Some of these games could have just gone the complete opposite way of the result we did see.
Yeah, I think coming in, I also rated them a bit higher, actually. I thought they would do a little bit better. And it did show in their games that they were able to play good Dota. So what I'm wondering is, how did they go back and talk about the games they've lost? Are they still keeping their mental in check that, hey, we could have won these games? Maybe we shouldn't overthink what we're doing, but we just need to perform a little bit better, make it a little cleaner in the late game, whatever calls or communication they're having there. They need to look at that, is what I would say if I were them. And obviously, looking at them on screen right now, they look to be in good spirits, which is what I want to see. You know, they're playing, they're laughing. This makes me feel more confident towards the performance they're going to have.
Yeah, it does. I didn't even really notice it, but it is refreshing to see that jovial spirit, even when you are facing a very difficult best of 3. I just don't really know what to expect when it comes to draft? What has given Enigma Galaxy Fear that foundation to have good games? Yes, struggling to close it out, but have those good games.
I've been seeing a lot of Coddle on GH.
Okay.
No one else is playing that hero. But other than that, like, as a whole, this team has always, since any Kuroki team really, have like a set of heroes like the IO and now the Coddle. They have a backbone in which they really like to draft around, and they'll usually live or die off of those heroes here. But yeah, you can see here, they're still trying to make the IO work. Played 4 games of Coddle already. Dazzle, a lot of healing coming out from GH. And I think that's just kind of like the structure in which NGX does want to play. They want to be able to like kind of run you over, play very quickly.
Okay. And then the same could be said for Na'Vi. Knowing how close some of their games are real, what do you think is that baseline for them?
I actually think they're exactly the same on the 5, where they want to get through the laning stage with mostly save supports. I think they were in the Europe West qualifiers, they were the only team to pick Warlock, and they picked it 5 times. But it does mean that they usually don't have good brawling supports, and it makes them kind of weak early game if the enemy does want to fight a lot and versus like mid game aggression. Zayas is like a really big stacker, so there is like, if you want to contest the triangle, that could really shut down Na'Vi as a team.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's what I'm looking at, what supports they're going to pick and what that enables for their cores in this game.
Mm. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Live and die by that Coddle. What exactly the spots are going to be coming out for Na'Vi. What we know is not going to be making its way into this draft, though, is Naga Siren, Shaker, Undying, Marcy, Nature's Prophet, and Beastmaster right now. Really not shaking it up too much there, Fly. It's very, very stock standard.
Yeah, I think most people, there's always going to be a combination of these heroes banned. And then we saw in the other games, sometimes they're going to let some of them through, like the Naga Siren, the Nature's Prophet. It really depends who you're playing and what your plan is. I think one hero we can note is that the Shadow Fiend is still in the pool. I'm not sure how these heroes have been rating them, to be honest. I don't specifically remember Na'Vi rating it that high. Same for NGX. So that's a hero I'm looking out for as one of the heroes that has been highly contested. And I'm sure Sumail can play a good one. But I think Na'Vi has done this before, where they just first pick a support. And we just saw it before as well. I'm not sure if there has to be something better to first pick whenever I see a support like this being picked. I always feel like there could be a better choice, but sure, we get a Pugna, and now an early pick Puck, which Puck is pretty okay against Pugna because you can jump the backline, you can disrupt with the silence. It's been looking like a solid hero. Puck scales really well into the game, and I think in an elimination game, having good scale is very good because it puts your mental in, like, you're a little more relaxed in a way because you know that if the game goes late, I don't have to stress too much.
Alrighty, well the Puck is the quote-unquote response that Fear, not necessarily a response to Pugna, but Enigma Galaxy is like, okay, we're second pick. This is something we want to pick up for ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, it is their response to Pugna. They think it's good. Whether that's true or not, we'll have to see. But it is a hero that has no stun, which is already great for Puck. But I think one thing when you look at these backline supports, like these Shadow Demon Pugnas that like to save, having a hero that can get back there and disrupt what they do is always nice to have. Mm-hmm. And I've seen this, multiple teams will have the same idea. Back when Shadow Demon was popular, I saw a lot of Puck first phases, and it seems like a lot of the Puck counters of old don't seem to really counter him in mid lane anymore since the curveball facet. He seems to get out of just about any lane.
Well, I will let you know, Puck is the most picked mid laner right now at the road to the international playoffs with 20 picks.
Win rate? Do we have
What's the win rate though?
Right there, 45%.
All right.
Not bad.
Did you expect better?
Win rate? I didn't expect anything.
Well, that's the issue for you. You got to start expecting things so you can be disappointed.
I had no expectations. But the thing is, like, when you're this early on in the tournament, like, win rates can be a little skewed just because some teams might pick good heroes, but they're not winning with them because they're not as good as the other team.
Yep.
So 45 seems about good for, seems pretty good for the most played mid lane hero.
Now, Hoodwink is how Enigma Galaxy are going to open up this phase for themselves.
I mean, I thought they might go for a Snapfire. I thought there could be a pretty good response to Pugna because you can kill the Netherward It combos really well with Puck, with the coil. But, I mean, Hoodwink's okay if there's a personal preference on the team. I think it fits a similar style role. And I think Navi now gets to respond to Puck with whatever Nico wants to play, which could be Void Spirit. I know he's also kind of a big Dragonite fan, which could work pretty well with Pugna, as in getting the early tier 1s. I would probably assume one of those heroes are going to be picked, and then a position 4 that can help deal with Puck. You always want something. Just a Hex, any sort of disable, so the Puck, if he slips up, he gets caught out and dies. You need that threat, especially when you pick Puck this early. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. And the other thing I want to note is that Navi has been banning out almost exclusively offlaners from Noob, so I don't really remember his entire hero pool, but I do remember him playing a lot of Lycan, a lot of Doom, so I'm wondering what he's left with here.
He's been playing Lycan, Doom, Mars, Marcy, Beastmaster, and Undying so far.
I can see an Undying come out. We just saw Undying
He's
have
banned.
a terrific
Unfortunately,
performance.
it's banned.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Every,
It's out.
I think every
And the
hero
Marcy
he's
was
played
banned
is
as well.
banned.
Yeah, I'm almost certain every hero that you listed.
Yeah, he's got to dig deeper.
No. It's a tough one because, you know, Noob did have that role change for himself, and so people were wondering when he came to that off lane just exactly how he was going to settle in, a little grace period. Now it's like, okay, he's got this hero pool, and Navi, like, maybe he's going to be that weak link, and that's what we can focus.
Right. I wouldn't be super unopposed to something like a Dawnbreaker, because right now you're playing with Puck and Hoodwink. They have really, like, Hoodwink is a nice support for helping set up kills. If they just have a way to, like, let all their heroes connect, I think it will be hard for Navi to deal with. I don't think, like, either of these supports really like being ran at so far.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. I think it combos well with Puck. There's not that many offlaners left. And you also don't have that much info to go on if you want to pick your offlaner here. Which I think they should from this position. I think it makes more sense as opposed to just picking your carry and letting him get countered, especially because the offlane pool is so small because everything's banned. I could see something like Dawn. Maybe there is something else we're missing, but I think that is a good call. And as well as whatever GH likes against Rasta. I think maybe I don't know, ET's in the pool, but I could see ET being a pretty good hero for GH. Combos really well with Puck.
Yeah, there's always more team fight. You want Magnus? Ooh.
Yeah, Fia loves Magnus, especially position 4 Magnus.
Yeah.
Big fan of Pos for Magnus. Oh, he's gonna bring out the IO again. This is like the only team that's gonna play IO this tournament. As we saw in the stat earlier, it hasn't won yet, so...
Yeah, that one game.
Winning, yeah, 0-1. That's all you need. We'll see what they pair it with. I think Io feels a little bit restrictive as a hero. As to, like, I'm already looking at this draft, and, like, I personally don't like having an Io when I'm playing carry. Because he just follows you around, and you're just kind of chilling and jungling, and he kind of wants you to play certain heroes like Gyrocopter or Morta, whatever it might be. And that's very restrictive, and I like it when my IO can just go to my mid laner and do stuff with him. But like IO Puck is not a combo. So I'm very curious on what their plan is going to be. I guess IO plus Primal is a combo.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Moral of the story here is that I feel like IO needs to play with someone other than the carry, because I think just sitting next to the carry is kind of like a playstyle that doesn't work very well and doesn't feel too good.
I can see a couple options here for Navi. I think they can pick a Templar for Got the Juice, which I think it's probably his best hero by far. They can also match up the Monkey versus Primal, which is a very free lane for you, and you can also chase him when he tries to cut your waves, and pick a new mid laner. I can see those kinds of routes they could go down. There's not that many offlaners, so maybe PMA has to play something right now, but I'm not really sure what that would be. Maybe something like Underlord. I think I've seen him play before, which is okay. But no, they go with the Templar. I think this makes sense. I think it is his best hero, so he's someone I would like to see play TA.
Yeah, it looks good for the most part. It could be a little scary because they are playing a lane, depending how they lane it, of course. But like, whenever I see Primal, if you have no way of like stunning him, and he can just fully trample on you, because like the Decrepify doesn't help at all, right? there is a world in which if you get a good bushwhack, you can break the refraction and you can die to this. So I'd say you have to definitely be a little careful in the laning stage, but if you can get out the side laning stage, it's like really, really strong. I do like this pick quite a lot here, and I'm very just curious on how they're gonna round this out, because a billion offlaners are banned, and you have this monkey mid, you have this TA, you kind of need this offlaner that kind of rounds out this whole lineup. Not sure what that's gonna be with the hero pool as it currently is.
I'm actually kind of hoping for mag for them now. Just to, like, not to talk about him too much, but
No, it's just funny.
whenever you play into IO lineups, the whole point of IO is he's always tethered to someone, so you can pretty much always find like at least a 2-man RP off the back of them. Also playing like skewer back into Shaman Hex is like a really easy way to quickly lock someone down.
They banned Centaur. That one's kind of interesting.
He has played Centaur.
It's just like a preference. Normally, like, when you have heroes like Puck, you're not super scared of heroes like Centaur. It's not like a unplayable matchup or anything, but yeah, I like the idea of these Magnus, maybe Tide Hunters. I don't know how good that hero is. So having big team fight abilities could be nice.
PMA is like incredibly versatile. Like if you look at the heroes played, this guy is just playing everything. He's playing Venge off lane, Pango off lane, Queen of Pain off lane, Primal off lane, Timber, Mag. I feel like for all the bans, like Noob feels worse than PMA does.
I can see a couple of things. I think I like Underlord the most. Perhaps with, I think Ursa's not banned, so with an Ursa ban, because I think Underlord is a decent answer to Gyrocopter already. And it will round up their lineup where you have a bit of extra disable for your other heroes. Plus you have some magic damage and you can buy Pipe, which is pretty good this game. So I would think about Underlord if I were him, and then kind of curious what NGX is going to end up pairing with this IO, because like Fear mentioned, it does limit your hero pool a little bit. So we'll see if they still go with the gyro, or if there's something else that could potentially pressure this Underlord.
It's mainly just ranged heroes at that point, right?
What about Razor? That's a combo.
It is. Yeah, I mean, that could work. Razor, I probably don't want Morta anymore.
What about the Razor? Makes you guys...
Just very strong in lane against the Underlord.
You can just chase him down. He's kind of a slow hero. They don't really have many disables for him. And in the game, I think it's a decent matchup against TA and Monkey if he ever gets on top of them. No, Morphling.
Morphling. So this one I've always been on the fence about. Like, in theory, Underlord is good versus Morph, but it goes both ways. The thing that Underlord doesn't do to Morph is he doesn't kill him. Like, percentage-based damage to Morph, he doesn't care. It's never going to take him off guard. He's very hard to kill in that regard. But at the same time, the Atrophy Aura is one of the better abilities to CS against the Morphling in the lane. So I don't think Morph really pressures Underlord either. So what I'm getting at essentially is that you take away a lot of damage from this Morphling, but on the flip side though, this Underlord can't really kill the Morphling either.
Okay, so quite a bit of a stalemate is what we're...
I like the Underlord personally versus the Morph. I think this last pick didn't really wow me at all on like what it can do, but these Morph players like Morph versus Underlord. That's all I know, and sometimes it works.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what if it falls into what you were saying, Flyer? It's like, you want a little bit of comfort, right? You could be eliminated out of this series. You do want comfort. This is something that he's very comfortable on.
I think so. My main issue is that they picked this IO, but I see like zero purpose for it. Of course, they understand the hero a lot better than I do, and GH does as well, but I'm not seeing it, so I think I like Navi's chances a little bit more. NGX kind of went for like, let's just scale, pick Morph, pick Puck, hope this goes late game and we win, which it's an okay idea, but I would still like to see more cohesiveness, so I'm going to go with Navi.
Okay. And yourself, Rhea, because we've heard from the other two quite a lot.
I'm kind of just hoping that they won't farm super hard on Puck. I mean, they will, but I hope they don't. I hope they've used those 4 heroes and kind of apply a lot of pressure. I think if you can use IO's like ability to like burst heal to out-survive whatever Navi has, I mean, I don't see how Navi easily starts a fight. Whereas I can see this Primal and this Hoodwink just running at everything.
Okay, so for you right now, the main issue for Na'Vi and why you're kind of siding with NGX is the team fight
I'm
initiation.
not siding with anyone. We're
No, you gotta.
completely neutral at all.
No, you gotta. No, you're not allowed to be neutral.
No.
I'm not gonna go into the game until you choose a side.
God, I love Na'Vi so much. Let's go.
That's it. That's the sort of hype I needed because right now these two teams, one of them potentially going home one of them will be going home at the end of this best of 3. But right now we're just starting it off nice and easy. A game number 1 with Synderen and Sunspan.
Thank you very much, Nat. That's right. We have Na'Vi versus NGX elimination series. I think in terms of our predictions, it was a close call between the two making it to the top 8. I think we both chose them as like 9th, 10th, something like that.
I think we both chose them as a dark horse as well.
But dark horse, of course. We have to hedge our bets. Very important to do when you're very bad at predictions, which we both are generally. Here we go into game number 1. And yeah, some interesting heroes. We get to see, all right, let's just talk quickly. Morphling picked, which we've seen a million versions of this in the past, but this tournament, not as much. But Underlord for the Na'Vi side.
Yeah.
Love this hero.
Yeah, Fly called it. He thought it was going to be a good pick with the Ursa ban, and he got exactly what he wanted. So, yeah, I think a lot of the things they were talking about has me slightly concerned for Enigma Galaxy as well. This Morphling versus Underlord matchup should be pretty good for Underlord in lane. You're going to buy Pipe against Puck and Hoodwink, which is going to significantly mitigate damage. And an X factor of Underlord, of course, when picked against Io is you can match relocate. So when he relocates, you can throw down a Fiend's Gate and actually bring sometimes comparable numbers, which is one of the big X factors that Io has as a hero is outnumbering situations, and Underlord being able to neutralize that. Just having the threat is actually powerful enough sometimes for Io not to be able to make the play, knowing that Underlord could come in, as Nico will take a little bit of harassment. He'll be okay.
Yeah, I actually want to talk about the IO a bit because there was some criticism from the panel, and I feel like this is potentially a strength or a major weakness for NGX in the fact that they're picking these heroes that maybe they don't necessarily make sense for the game, at least from our perspective, but they just like the heroes. Like we've seen Caudle being first pick, for example, even when it wasn't against the Marcy, which we thought initially that was the main reason for it. Now we're seeing the IO with, I mean, it's not like IO Morphling, we've seen it before, but in the grand scheme of things, do you think this is a powerful IO?
I think it's probably the best IO player in the world playing it.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's been, if nothing else for me, it's been cool in this tournament to see GH return to former, trademark heroes. He's played Caudle, he's played IO, and not only has he done it this tournament, like you said, nobody else is doing it. So they really believe in their individuals and their, specialties as players. I think that's cool to see, but, you want to see the results with it. I will put the asterisk on that, and I feel like GH's performances on Caudle, and we'll see about the IO here, has not been the reason they lost. Like, I don't think the Caudle picks were a problem. I think GH's itemization and overall play has been completely solid, and I think they've got what they wanted out of the heroes. It's more of a team cohesion and late-game decision-making thing that has cost Enigma Galaxy a lot of their games. So, with that said, if, like Fear was talking about, if you're trying to play this one for late with Morph and Puck, my biggest concern is I think Enigma Galaxy's worst phase is late game. So you really want to, if you can crack the code for Enigma Galaxy on how to stabilize and not throw away leads, this team is going top 8. I think it's the biggest Achilles heel is themselves. And maybe Io is that hero. Maybe Koro has been looking at it and thinking, all right, if we get this burst heal, if we get this mobility on the map, that is going to solve the problems that we have. I mean, we'll see if it's true or not, but it definitely is a bit of a curveball here.
Yep, only time will tell. And yeah, like we said, this is elimination series. Both teams 1 and 3, and we've cast a series for NGX, and it felt like they definitely had opportunities to win.
Yeah.
They were playing at a very high level. It's just kind of like the panel is echoing, just inconsistent.
Yep.
And you and I have yet to cast this Na'Vi squad. I haven't gotten to say got the juice a single time until this moment, so crowning achievement for me. He is playing the TA.
He was your most anticipated player to cast all year.
Yes, all
year.
year.
And for a lot of people, it's because, oh, wow, he's like ranked 2 on the leaderboard. He's super promising up-and-coming character. For you, he's got funny name.
Yes,
and
of course.
That is how people are different. There's levels to this stuff, and you like what you like, we like what we like.
You say we. Is this the AI?
Well, yes, the hive mind.
Okay.
As we say that, though, we were having a great time in the green room last night, yelling "Got the juice." So I think I was a part of that too. So I'm not innocent here either.
Okay, good. You're learning the memes.
A godly name, to be sure, and a name that I'm sure if he makes the main stage, the fans will love to cheer this juice, juice, juice. You know, it's got a good ring to it. Let's hope
got
he
some
makes
good
the main stage of
sponsorships
that.
potentially in the future as well for that, I suppose. But yeah, so far, in terms of the lineups, Noob, we've seen him play a lot of these tanky offlaners before. He's been kind of inconsistent as well. I feel like he might be the key to NGX. If he can get off to a decent start, feels like he has huge impact on the game.
I think that's a fair criticism, actually. He might be, if not the most, then at least one of the most polarizing players in this tournament. Not in terms of like attitude or, you know, experience from pubs or whatnot. It's just himself. Like, his performance in one game can be great, and then you just flip a switch for the next game and it just doesn't quite work out. I will say overall in terms of performance, I think Primal Beast is, in my opinion, one of his 3 best heroes, so that's a good start. You're definitely getting your players onto comfort. I think Primal Beast and Doom have been, yeah, if I had to pick 2, I would do those. The third one I'm less sure about, but as you can see here, the hero doesn't necessarily done all too well in the tournament in general. But he's off to a good start in lane. 18-6.
Yeah, well, the one game we
Solid.
cast was pretty rough against the Clockwork, so don't have to worry about that at the very least.
That's right. The distribution here, I wonder if he's been played almost exclusively mid, because I think Nigma Galaxy might be the only team to run Primal as an offlaner. It's obviously, it's hard to keep up. There's so many games. It's hard for us to keep track of everything, but you and I have only seen it as a mid, I believe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, see if that works out better for him. The role. I find when Primal is played as a mid, there's a lot of pressure on the hero to snowball the game. I think in the offlane, it's a little bit more forgiving.
Sumail in the mid lane, 17-3 in CS versus the 20-7 of Niku, so neither are even leading the charts for the game. It's been very hotly contested so far.
Maybe Sumail a little bit intimidated by the fact that Niku is the age that Sumail was when he peaked. At 16 years old here. It's funny to see this development. It's you feel like Sumail is old because he's been around for so long. He's like
still so young.
Well, he's like 26 now or something.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Just disgusting.
That's what happens when you win TI when you're... He was 16, right? He was 15 at DAC and 16 at TI, I think?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, when he got that first and only ages of his.
Well, Niku gets the Jingu stack. Doesn't have Boundless up, but we'll be able to heal up a decent amount on the creep wave now. As top lane, Noob with the onslaught and the trample, got the juice, goes down, and Irides looks like he'll be able to get out, but that's the big kill for the NGX side, not only for the hero, but also the fact that it is first blood.
There's something I know about juice boxes, Shannon, is if you stomp on them, they splat.
That's true. But usually they have some AoE effect damaging you.
Yeah.
Not the case this time.
I don't know what kind of juice you drink, but I don't really think that's the case for me.
Okay. It's just an American thing, I guess.
It's just so acidic that it starts burning your leg.
Yeah, we do like our chemicals, can we say.
Can't argue with that. All right, 10 seconds until the 6-minute rune. Very important rune this game. Sumail has empty bottle here. Niku, obviously playing as Monkey King, will not buy one. But you can tell that the supports are hovering. And unfortunately for Sumail, we'll lose that 50-50. The top rune was being covered by Omar, but will not be getting it.
Noob taking some nice neutral action into his exit, as Riddies can only look on.
I really like Riddy's camera shot here with that hoodie on. It's nice.
Oh,
It's got
yeah.
some,
Looks like a Sith Lord.
yeah, a little bit villain-like.
Should get that on...
Speaking of villain, this is the direct opposite of a villain. GH, of course.
He's an angel.
Probably could not play a villain if you told him to. That would be a good content piece, getting GH to be a dick. Actually be really good.
Little do we all know, he's a real pile. But
Happy to help Slacks. I'm
it doesn't
here all
help
day.
that the heroes he plays are also very... I mean, he played Caudle and Io, right? Very light.
Yeah, but the hero he got famous for and discovered for was actually Magnus. GH was a beast on mid. All right, Ghost getting some pressure into that Underlord, but yeah, PMA just doesn't really seem to care very much about Morphling's attacks in this lane. So they're both just farming, but as Fly was pointing out, this is a great lane for Underlord. He's going to be farming well, and currently top of the chart, sitting at 50 CS minute 7 is very unusual for an offlaner to have this much farm. It's just completely free. IO is never going to pressure you, and Morphling likewise. So curious to see how PMA is going to go about this. He'll go for the Soul Ring first, which is completely standard, but is it going to be that Pipe Rush? Are we considering an Atos here?
Nico, he's stunned up, gets the Boundless Strike off. Zayats is there to assist, gets the Hex. Looks like that's going to break things up, so NGX not able to find their prize. Going fishing was Sumail, but no fishies to be found. 8-minute power rune coming up. I think NGX are in pretty good position to pick this one up, though.
Yeah, this time they're covering it even harder. Oh, Zayats is kind of sticking around here, but yeah, you've got to concede both runes here. So this time Sumail will get one, and again he's on the wrong side. Yep. Very unfortunate, man. 25% chance of that.
Yeah. And it's an illusion rune, not the best, but he'll take what he can get at this point. So Morphlings these days, how fast do they want to fight on a typical day in Dota?
Generally, you kind of want to farm until your second item, right? Like you see Morphlings go Vlads into Manta, and then you're kind of interested in participating in the video game. He has queued up the Vlads. It does get a bit different with IO though, because you have this ability to show up for low commitment types of plays and then return to farming. So perhaps they're going to bring him into some coils. But yeah, it's largely contingent on what GH wants to do. Ghost definitely does not want to take the initiative.
Yeah, at this stage, it feels like Noob is not even laning anymore. He's second in net worth of the game. He's been in the jungle for the most part, but means a free game for the TA at the same point.
Yeah, playing the classic Axe style here with Primal Beast. You just cut between the towers, grab the wave, and bring it into neutral camps and farm both at the same time.
Reddy's has to self-decrepify. Want to go for a little cheeky Nether Blast on the tower. It looks like it's going to cost him his life, though, as Ghost should be able to bring him down. Like you said, Vlad's is next. Looks like they're finally going to try to do something against Noob. Gets off the onslaught, so he's going to miss a lot of the creeps now. Going to be denied, in fact.
It's going to cost them a mid-tower.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. Sumail level 7 now.
I actually think this is to be honest, to put it bluntly, I think it's unacceptable to lose this tower at 9:30 like this. I feel like Na'Vi cannot give IO this much space on the map.
How many neutrals has he killed this game?
It's just... They literally just took it with IO Puck sitting there hitting the tower, right? Like, I feel like this was maybe a moment that PMA should have just TP'd or gated mid and just stood there as a wall with Firestorm and held this tower. Like, if you think of how IO and Puck both, as a matter of fact, play the map, opening up early towers, in particular mid and of course the enemy safe lane tower, makes a massive difference for their ability to find plays. So for me, that's a little bit of a miss there for Na'Vi. Considering how well they're farming, they could have sacrificed a tiny bit to hold that on the Underlords. I have to question that. See who will pick up the slack here in mid now. Now it's also a little bit awkward, right? Now Zayats wants to sit there and get level 6, but he doesn't have the protection of the tower anymore for people to TP to, so he's very timid. And it's going to cost him.
Yep, Zayats picked off here. Sharpshooter coming for him, but the heal's coming at the same time. Zayats not going to stop that as well as Niku jumps in, trying to force the issue onto GH. Zayats does eventually drop the GH. Going to get rooted. Tether already applied to Sumail, and the coil is going to dissuade the rest.
自動打就得咗係咩撚嘢嗰啲
Sumail, so what started out as looking like an easy pickoff ends up being basically a full team fight.
And a good one at that for Enigma Galaxy. Morph not involved, just farming. So is TA, of course, but overall they do get the better numbers exchange. In the carry to carry matchup, TA will be ahead by a little bit more than a level on the Morph. It's pretty standard when you play Morph or any hero with IO, you are getting a bit more experience on that support. And of course, that comes to the expense of the core, but in addition to that, TA has also been alone for a while.
At the pit into the shackle, but the attribute shift was already activated. They're still doing a ton of damage through all of this as Ghost gets off the waveform, attempted TP, and he is fine. Oh my God. That was as close as it gets.
Yeah. Even if this does not lead to a kill, it is the right move for Na'Vi. This is going to open up bot tower. Whenever you're playing Pugna support, You want to get those tier 1s nice and early, leveraging the strength of Nether Blast. At this point in modern Dota, the best pushing support, because people don't really play Chen in the same fashion that they used to. Enchantress also doesn't really do it as much. And whenever we see Leshrac, well, they take the other facet. So, Pugna, the new king in town as far as that goes. And he has a fast, I say fast, it's a decently timed level 7 here for Riddies, so 4 points in the blast. And they're gonna go for a move, smoking up. Maybe trying to connect up top and try to find this Primal Beast once more.
That might be a gate play. They have the Dark Rift, of course, at the ready. As Noob taking decent amount of damage from Got the Juice at half HP. As the rest of Got the Juice's teammates are arriving, but unfortunately for them, it looks like he's scared off the Primal Beast.
They might just want to brute force top tier 1 and then take the 14-minute Wisdom. I really like this play if they have pre-planned it by the full minute, because when you have Shaman and Pugna, you know you're getting this. So
that's true.
This is a nice timing to do it, but at the same time, how do you cover your own one bot? You could TP, or well, Underlord already went back through the gate, so if he just stays here, he can cover his own Wisdom, and if the fight breaks out at the left one, he can gate over there.
Sumail runs right into the Pugna. That's going to be a lot of damage to Riddies. Gets sniped by Omar. Very nicely done, and here the snap. That is going to be the death of Zayats as well. So both supports from Na'Vi taken out pretty swiftly.
Oh, this could be more.
Hit. Got the Juice in a bit of peril. TP's coming to his support as Noob try to apply some pressures. Niku shows up as a tree, and that's going to force the rest of NGX on the retreat. And Niku continue with the right click. Shigu Sex almost up. PMA shows up as well. Doesn't have too much at his disposal right now as there's the Bushwhack. There's a lot of damage being applied to the Monkey King now, and the Pulverize to follow. Can't get off the balance strike. Niku drops to the deck as Sumail gets credit for that one. Noob, is he actually going to survive through this? Might be the case. Gets a big trample, but the heals coming up from the Pugna as TA continuing to take damage from Sumail. Gets off the Waning Rip, but it's not enough quite yet. GH continuing the pressure, but still the snipe does hit the Pugna instead of the TA as PMA gonna get gone on out by Sumail and GH. Riddies extremely low. The Firestorm just clips him. It looks like he's gonna heal through it. So all of that, was it only 1 kill? Okay, never mind. That's right, they died at the beginning.
GH is so good at IO, man. It's like, it's the little things. If you just watch how he constantly repositions and navigates the fight with his hero, he barely took damage in that entire exchange. Just really a masterclass in how to play this hero. Of course, he is bronze tier on IO. I guess he's Dota Plus inspired.
Can't afford it, I guess.
He is.
TI winners these days, huh?
It's always, honestly, one of my favorite things in Pro Dota is watching hero specialists play their heroes when they're not meta. Because it goes to show just how good you are if other teams are not running stuff and you can still make it look good, right?
It's true.
And there's the early mech here, 15 minutes coming out, so much more burst heal coming the way. And on the side of Na'Vi, you're not buying Vessel.
Oh, Pit of Malice. They got the Shackle to follow. That is the death of Sumail. Omar a little bit too late. Not sure he could do anything anyway. Serpent Ward in range of the tower as well with the Nether Blast to follow. So
it's another tower.
More pressure to these tier 1s as Na'Vi's lineup very well equipped to do this. Will there be a deny coming out? No. Riddies gets credit for that. When you have 2 supports that can do this, such a benefit to your team.
Absolutely. GH will take the last hit on that away from Noob. Of course, Noob, never seen him upset. He always smiles even when they're getting stomped, so he's probably happy. He says, good job, GH. You deserve that one. You got it. You got me.
A true masochist, I suppose.
A nice polar opposite of Ghost, who generally looks concerned even when they are stomping. He's always a little bit. He's very focused. Noob is. It's a good dichotomy there they've got going on.
You're really loving that word this tournament.
It's like the first time I say it.
Gets the Boundless Strike to stop the life drain. Decrepify going to try to keep him alive a little bit longer, but that just amplifies the damage of Sumail as his orb rips right through him, and now some pressure to the tier 2. Na'Vi gonna mount a defense, it seems. And that's gonna force NGX back.
Still, they are the ones setting the terms, and I think, historically speaking, for this team,
Galaxy,
for Enigma Galaxy, that is, they look on average the best when they have a lead and they have IO. So this is a good, you know, it's a good start. They're not ahead by much, but in terms of just the flow of the map, I feel like they are getting more of the aggression out there and getting the better control. You can see the game in terms of win probability pretty much dead even. Of course, a big part of that is Got the Juice being stupid farmed on the TA. 204 CS at 17 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Not too shabby, ahead by a full 50 over the Morph. But Ghost, I'm not sure if you would agree with this. I think his individual best performances for this team have been on Morph. So they really are tapping into comfort, right? Noob on one of his
Wukong's
best.
command. Uh-oh, Sumail in a lot of trouble. Shackled to death. Serpent Ward used as well to make sure they could get the mid laner of NGX. And another death to Sumail.
2 out of 3 of their kills are on Puck, all heroes.
Yeah, only 3 kills. That's true. Sumail has 5 of the 8 for NGX. Been involved in 6 out of those 8.
We did have, unfortunately for Sumail, we did have a game you and I cast yesterday. He was playing Storm against Liquid and had, arguably from my perspective, one of the worst games he's played at TI. That was just a really rough one.
Yeah.
So hopefully able to bounce back from that. See, 2 deaths in this game. By no means is this at the same level at all as that game was, but you know, you want to see these players bring their best, and you know Sumail is capable of completely taking over games. So probably a good turn player to focus. Speaking of focus,
yep, that's a lot of focus onto. Oh, Decrepify is actually going to keep the Pugna alive. Getting a full life drain as well, thanks to Zayats and the Shackle. But here comes a relocate with Sumail and GH. But can they withstand the pressure? Noob gets off the pulverize, stunning quite a few heroes, but he's going to drop for sure. First to die is him. It's NGX. If they want to retreat, they get the support in the Pugna, which is what they initially started with. Oh, the Hex. Niku. They get the Jingu stacks as well. Underla comes with a nice pit of Malice, and Ghost just evaporates. Omar will follow suit as Got the Juice with a triple kill.
aptly named. It's got it for sure. Big damage there. Actually, the biggest damage output in that fight was Pugna. Probably a lot of nether ward value there. Guess there is a lot of damage coming. The thing that's interesting here is that even if Pugna does a lot of damage, a lot of it might be inconsequential because of IO, right? You have to look at not just damage done, but you have to look at how bursty it is. IO is exceptionally good against slow damage over time, such as the nether ward. You can just out-heal it with mech, with tether. But yeah, the TA shots, no way. And the morph kill there, easily the grand prize for Na'Vi.
And now it seems they will get the Tormentor as well.
Yep, no question. And I would argue this is a really important phase of the game for Enigma Galaxy to do well in these fights. When you itemize Crimson Guard on Primal Beast, you're delaying the timing of your hero to be like a teamfight monster. It's much more of a defensive approach. And I don't blame him for buying it here. You're playing against TA and Monkey King. It is very good for your lineup, but you gotta get some payoff for it. You gotta take fights, because if you just farm, it feels like a waste. But then when you do take those fights, better make sure you get the value and win them. At this point, you know, if this Crimson Guard ends up not really netting them much, you're just delaying the BKB Shiva Refresher, which is an incredible trio of items this game. Against TA Monkey King, you really want to get 2 pulverizes off. Having armor is amazing. Having healing reduction is amazing against MK and Pugna. So, if this were to be a game where Noob got really farmed, I think he could carry this game as Primal. It does happen on occasion that this hero is the centerpiece, even from the offlane. But Crimson slows you down massively.
And Na'Vi, 20-minute game, 4K lead already.
Yep.
Not too shabby. Definitely in the driver's seat at the moment with Got the Juice at the front of that vehicle.
Yep.
14K net worth.
Looking for the 21-minute wisdom. Oh, if they find Ghost as well, that would be even better. Good read, though.
And they're actually going to TP in to try to contest this. Noob going to show up. Bushwhack to start things out with the sharpshooter as well. Hex does come out. This is eventually going to be the death of the roster. He's able to use his shackle to full duration. As this is going to turn into a full team fight as GH still attached to Ghost, trying to get to the other side. They've already lost their Primal. GH will follow suit, and Na'Vi get 2 kills and the Wisdom Shrine. They're actually going to continue here? Sumail, he gets bursted. Oh my goodness, as Ghost. All he can do is watch and discuss as Omar trying to help out as well, but he has to be careful as Na'Vi not scared to push the envelope. They're not punished at all.
Oh, talk about clutching it up. Riddy's there tapping into the force. Gets off the low HP Decrepify and Life Drain onto Zayats, which in turn gives them a full 4.2 second shackle there. If those things don't combine, if the supports don't clutch that up, they're going to lose that fight immediately and the Shrine, but you're going to see the replay here. This just looks like an immediate kill, but gets off the big heal here, and then Decrep, Life Drain, Glimmer, and this full shackle gives Amp plenty of time for Niku to get off a nice Wukong's command. And good focus firing here, taking down the IO is the best possible start to a fight here for Na'Vi.
I thought this was going too far, but
yeah,
my goodness. I think Sumail was caught off guard too.
Yeah, he was not expecting them to go for that Boundless.
Especially, I mean, the Pit of Malice misses.
Yeah.
Everything working out though for Na'Vi. 7K lead now, and has got the juice, just continuing to increase this lead. Has the Dessa with 10 stacks already. And now BKB not too far in the future.
And the concern here for Enigma Galaxy, to be sure, is damage issues for the time now. You're playing against Decrepify, you're playing against Life Drain, and you're playing against Refraction. And with the early game going the way that it did, and of course the aforementioned Crimson Guard, your damage is largely sitting on Morph. Puck isn't there yet. Puck has like a really interesting damage graph where you get Witchblade and you're one of the strongest heroes on the map for like 5 to 10 minutes. Then that falls off, and then you're looking at your next, like when you get Octarine Parasma or whatever, then it starts picking up again. Nice little footwork here from Omar. All the way along the outskirts.
Omar wasting a bit of Na'Vi's time, but they still get the Aegis, and they're still in good control of this game number 1. Only a couple hundred gold away for Got the Juice to finish off that Daedalus. Wait, is that just a... Wait, what is... Just a casual Demon Edge for now?
He bought MKB.
Oh, he went MKB for a while. Okay.
He saw the Eagle song on Morph, and...
Yeah, well...
Probably a no-brainer, I think. It also gives the True Strike... It's not that important, but it helps against Hoodwing.
Yeah, that's true.
So a little added value.
So now a tier 2 tower taken out by Na'Vi.
Yeah, they seem very comfortable. They're even going to start knocking on the front door here.
No Serpent War, so this is likely to be a poke.
Pugna is good at this.
Yeah.
So is TA. They're not giving up until more heroes come back.
Yeah, this tower is almost dead. Trap's gonna provide a little extra vision so he can right-click from afar. There's the fortification finally coming in, and well, the wave is not far away. Got the Juice, of course, with the Aegis, so nothing to really fear. Now they have a full BKB for Niku. But this looks like a full mounted defense now from NGX. Tower is taken out. Does Na'Vi continue? Looks like that is the case. Got the Juice. Will continue to poke now. Uses the Hurricane Pike in retreat, so they'll be happy with that exchange.
I'm not so sure they're backing off just yet. Got the Juice is going to push out mid, but I think he'll reconnect, and they're looking for the smoke play. So are Enigma Galaxy, though. This is a pretty crucial fight.
Oh, smoke pop. Sumail first starts out with the silence as a huge sharpshooter on the Pugna. Is he actually going to stay alive again? Gets up the life drain for a decent amount as Noob in the midst of all of this. There's the Dark Rift, though, and Noob looks like be able to take out Riddies to start things up. Another full shackle onto Noob. Zayas is just doing work as Sumail super low on HP. Illusory Orb. Got the Juice, cannot catch up. We'll have to be happy with the 1-for-1 exchange. It's still a support for a core. But Zayas has just been completely dominating on this roster.
Yeah, now that he has the Aether Lens, it's even easier. That was a really long-range shackle, so I can keep a much better positioning. He even picked the Tumbler's toy with cast range as well. So he has an extra 350 The cast range.
I mean, the fights are starting on his head, and both him and the Pugna, they survive for so much longer than it seems like it's going to be the case. As Shiva's now online for PMA. Do you ever see, how often do you see Ags on Underlord these days? I feel like the item is crazy.
It's very common after Gleipnir. So since he has the Atos, I do think we might get there. If the game goes long enough, that is.
Yep, nope. All he wants is a creep, but got the juice. Doesn't want to give anything else up.
I do think, though, that previous fight was a really good illustration of the damage problems that Enigma Galaxy have, right? They barely killed the Pugna after dropping everything on him.
Yeah.
So desperately need to get further.
Yeah. Ghost has 600 gold still for his BKB.
Oh, he didn't convert his Eagle. Wait, did his courier die, or did he just not upgrade the Eagle song? He just didn't.
Yeah, it's just a casual Eagle song. He sees the MKB, and that's a bit rough.
I do not. That is.
Oh, they're going to be spotted near their base. Boundless Strike connects onto two with Wukong's command to follow. Can they get to the other side, though? A bit of an awkward engagement as the Crimson Guard doing a lot of work to keep the Primal alive, to relocate to save him. But still not that much expended from Na'Vi. It's a Wukong's command, and they can still push. Aegis down in 18 seconds, though. Tier 3 tower down. There's the Serpent Ward. Finally, BKB up for Ghost. This has to be defense time for NGX. Looks like they'll get the Serpent Ward, so maybe Na'Vi backs away with this Aegis timing.
One more Nether Blast would do it. This is extremely disciplined if Riddies doesn't try to snipe this with a Glimmer Cape. Wow, okay. It's gonna regenerate. I feel like he could have thrown his life away to get a blast in there, but okay. Stays for now.
Yeah, very safe for all these young kids. Somebody has been disciplining them. Hey, when's the last team that... I'm trying to think of another team that had so many young players on it. It's 4 out of 5, right, on this Na'Vi squad?
I mean, I guess Spirit at TI8 had Miposhka.
TI8, okay.
Right? Or what was Spirit's first TI with Miposhka at the helm? Because I feel like it was Miposhka and I mean, basically the roster that there is now with Mira instead of Rue. Was it TI9 that was their debut? Because they did do well at their first TI, right? And then they won the next one?
I think it was TI9. Yeah.
Was it TI9? I feel like that was Miposhka and the others were like an average of 20 as well or something. I could be wrong though, but...
Well, they're sporting an 11K lead now. And likely to wait for the next Roche. We'll split the map, gain all the farm at your disposal. Got the juice. Will be going for the Daedalus next. He is so ridiculously farm. It feels like the Morph, I mean, yeah, you're down 5K net worth, but hasn't been able to find much impact in the game. The Eagle Song will be turned into a Swift Blink.
Okay. I don't mind it. I don't know if the Butterfly really holds that much value. You're dodging attacks from Monkey King still. He does not have an MKB himself. Ironically, he has let his Templar Assassin pick it up instead of his namesake.
Yeah, true. That should be part of the hero, probably.
Yeah, this hero definitely needs more buffs.
All right, this is going to be a Tormentor play. Oh, it's scanned.
This is such a good area for Monkey King.
Have an idea. This is happening. The jump in from the Primal Beast with his ult. A lot of damage being applied to Got the Juice, but he pops the BKB as Niku gets off his Wukong's command, but he actually ends up on the north side, and now he's going to get destroyed by Ghost in turn. As Noob and Sumail going to work to take out this Pugna as well. So 2 dead in favor of NGX. MPMA kind of left to his own devices now. This is a 4 versus 1. This is eventually going to be his demise as well. So a really good fight for NGX.
Damn. That's big. That's just confidence from Noob. He just BKB blinks in and immediately pulverizes Tian. I mean, sure, you don't kill her, but you force everything defensive. She did 52 damage in that fight. Immediately, BKBs pikes out and then blinks away, and the rest of her team just left behind. They did get the Tormentor, but that is not worth it.
No, certainly not.
Just look at this commitment here. getting him to half HP. A little bit of a repeat of what we saw in the previous series game 1, where Tidebound took a Tormentor and then got mega punished by
not sure
Extreme.
Niku wanted to travel with his Boundless there.
Yeah, maybe not. Just a little bit of a panic moment. But yeah, this is the... Seems to be a little bit of a trend today that teams are forcing this Tormentor and then paying the price even though they get the shard. Although in that other game it was the team that was trailing.
True.
This time around the leading team is losing some of that lead.
Oh, did end up going for Butterfly actually. He keeps changing his mind.
That one fight was enough.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. Maybe seeing the value against Monkey King. After Monkey King buys Crystallis, he knows the MKB on him is not on the way. Maybe that was the piece of information that Ghost needed to change his mind, or just that extra influx of gold from that fight he just took. He got 2 of the kills. Now, this is not out of the realm of possibility by any stretch of the imagination for Enigma Galaxy. As I mentioned, they are very comfortable playing around this Ghost morph. And I think if what they're struggling with is ending games, this is probably their highest win rate hero in late game, is Morphling.
It is a good hero
as
late
a team.
game, no doubt.
Yeah, other heroes they play are also good in late game. They just somehow don't convert a lot of those, but with Morph, I feel like that's pretty stable. Sumail, not going to find an angle.
Sumail with Lincolns and a newly picked up Nullifier.
Yeah, you need that against Pugna. Morph doesn't want to buy it, get on someone else for his sake. And as expected, Noob queuing up that refresher. He did get a little blade mail just for the...
Oh, this is going to actually show up on their doorstep. And Sumail and company going to turn this into a big old-fashioned team fight. PMA already at half health. Noob gets the onslaught, but he gets hexed instantly. The heal's coming from the Pugna. Not enough to save the one, but it's going to be a trade in all likelihood again for Noob. So 1-for-1, both offlaners dead.
He just didn't use his BKB. He got caught in a full shackle. BKB is ready. Did not expect that he wouldn't be able to get any sort of protection there. But that was the case. It's a 1-for-1 trade of the offlaners, but Navi Junior, excuse me, not Junior. Well, they were Junior, and
I
they
mean,
still are.
In some ways they are.
Yeah.
Very young.
They do get the range barracks for the side of Navi. Navi Junior and Zayats get the racks. Into the pit.
Yeah, saying that Sumail has to push out that top lane, although the rest of NGX looks like they want to try to contest this.
This is a
Roche
4v4.
already pretty low. Yeah, with no Underlord, of course. Doesn't have the Dark Rift up either at the moment, but this looks like it's going to be a little bit too late. And down goes Rose, got the juice, has the Aegis, and now NGX on the run. Got the juice, wants to get really aggressive. Will change his mind instantly, though.
He has to
two
be
boomerang
careful.
stacks on him.
He has to be careful when Morph turns into him. It's a really unfair fight for TA when you're fighting another carrier that has refraction. She's complaining about the game being imbalanced. Wants to be the only hero to have that wonderful ability. So doesn't want to play against Morph and doesn't want to play against Rubik because that's just not fun. Immediate smoke move.
Anytime this wave is pushed in, they can Dark Rift and just go for the buildings. Always something that NGX have to worry about. Oh, Courier could be killed. Ultimate Orb will make its way safely as Zayats finds the opening. As Noob has to pop the BKB and retreat.
Nice force staff. Very quick. They needed to get that distance to prevent the shackle. He does get out, but another successful move for Navi. This one could be
strike
bigger.
Yeah, Lincoln's going to help save him. Would have been a really big kill with that gem.
Yeah, very curious which direction Sumail is going to take this build now. Nothing in the quick buy. Could go Octarine, could go Ags.
Navi, again, Aegis advantage. Serpent Ward is up. And now placed. And again, the opening, this time on to Ghost. Already at half health. He's in a lot of trouble. Sumail very, very deep in this, but you can see the damage being applied to the TA. Got the juice in a lot of trouble. Pops the refraction, has that second life, of course. Fortification is now popped as Ghost turns into TA. Using that to his advantage to take out the Serpent Ward. Now got the juice. They have so much at their disposal to be able to get these buildings. The Boomerang's starting to stack. They will get the barracks, so full lane now for Na'Vi. And still with plenty of time on this Aegis, they can reset and try for the bottom lane, which does not have a tower. Feels like a slow bleed right now.
Just like in real life, one snake stronger than 5 man. Guess it depends on which men, but
It depends on the snake. If it's an anaconda, like, yeah. What are you going to do?
I don't know, if you're 5 people, you could probably find a way.
I don't know about that.
Oh. Well, I think this one is bigger than an anaconda, to be fair.
Yeah, true.
And it looks scarier, too. Na'Vi are not letting up, though. Immediately onto their next play.
Leading the way. Sumail.
Oh.
Zayats was super close. Of course, he does have to get through the Lincolns.
Yeah. Seemed like he blinked into just a little bit of fog there, but yeah, even if
that's
he's
a big
fast.
item for Ghost. This is where he's going to start to really take off. Has the Scotty. All the extra stats to work with.
Yep, and they are trying to get an angle now.
Got the juice, blinks in. He's gonna get pulverized. Remember, this has 2 lives to work with, so just gonna force Steph. And the fact that Noob used his BKB, they're gonna try to reset. But a balance strike connecting on the 2 as Ghost turns into the Monkey King, but the heals coming in from Pugna. Wukong's command finally comes out. The Underlord first to fall. Now the full shackle again onto Noob. Zayats is absolutely obsessed with him as Sumail. Phase shift. Blink out, but the Hex now onto Noob again. He's taking the brunt of the damage. GH tries to connect him, it gets disrupted now, but Niku gets destroyed by Omar, and now the damage being applied to Noob. Finally, the Primal Beast is taken out. As Congregations of the Deep are what it takes to take out Zayats. 3 for 1 in favor of NGX, and got the juice all alone. Attempted TP.
Wow,
He's fine.
He actually gets out of that situation 1v4. That is so big for him to get that escape. It's obviously a great fight for Enigma Galaxy overall, and this time around, I think they leveraged Noob so much better. They're sending him in, he's tanking up a ton of damage. Sure, he dies in the end, but the amount of space that the Primal Beast made in that fight was massive. And of course, Morphling committed his full BKB to killing off Underlord. Well worth it. Get those auras out of it, get all that damage mitigation away from the fight so that you can continue. And I have to say, Shannon, even though they've taken a lane and a half, I'm starting to feel Enigma Galaxy more and more in this. I think this Morph is reaching critical mass and becoming a serious problem for the Na'Vi side. Just one more damage item and Ghost is going to start bursting these heroes. He is, however, queuing up Satanic. I can't say I love that. I feel like when you have Io at your back and you have
overkill.
You have Io at your back and you have Primal Beast playing super space for you.
What
in
would
the
you
fight.
like to see, like a Daedalus or something?
Yeah, get a Daedalus. Get in there and make sure you overwhelm the cores, right? You have TA who you can actually kill very fast once Refraction runs out. With Daedalus, you can maybe even kill Monkey King in the Wukong's command. Satanic feels a tad too defensive. Okay, Noob seems unhappy. Guys, 3 for 1 isn't good enough. I said he was always happy. This is the...
I mean, look how big the model is of Primal Beast. It feels like he should never be dying.
Yeah. Maybe he was probably upset at the game rather than his team. Like, this is bugged.
Yeah, they have 3 Dazun blood rights on the
That
side.
is really good on Primal, by the way. Once he
Does
gets
he have
this refresher...
what's his facet? Is
Ferocity. Everyone plays with it. So he has the bigger AoE. The third pulse of Pulverize covers like 2/3 of the screen. With Dazun, for sure.
Na'Vi. Do they wait for the next Roche, or will they try to poke again?
Seems like they're in a hurry. I have a reservation at the nearby pickleball court.
It's so random. They have the Roche banner, as Ghost's going to use this time. Take... Oh, GH, careful now.
I guess
he will
the
be
shard.
rewarded with the shard, okay.
So that's the tether damage. Pretty useless, to be honest. I don't think GH is ever really being in an offensive position here.
Okay, Serpent Ward placed. They're going to be able to take this out pretty fast, though.
And as long as you do this on melee Rex, I don't think Enigma Galaxy care that much. This is going to regenerate. So the next attack onto this barracks, it heals 5 HP per second, so that's 300 a minute, right? So in 3 minutes, it's full HP again. And with the cooldown on Snake being 2 minutes, well, you're not really making much progress like that.
Yeah, he's going towards the refresher, though.
Yeah, then he'll get it.
So easy.
That is a pretty meaningful win condition here for the side of Na'Vi, to be honest.
Yeah, it does feel like there's a... I mean, that's going to come in the next 6-7 minutes.
And I feel like win or lose, Enigma Galaxy might actually ban Shaman next game. Looking at how Na'Vi win their games and Zayat's overall player profile, it was the same when, I believe it was in a Valachia, I saw him play. He was almost only playing Shaman and Lion. Just really likes these Blink Hex heroes, and if you're going to ban one of them, you're absolutely taking out Shaman in a pro game. Specifically because that large Serpent Ward has just made such a big dent in their base this game. If Shaman was Lion, I think Enigma Galaxy wouldn't have lost Barracks at all. The Serpent Ward has been the reason.
Yep, that's true.
BKB now for PMA. That's a big pickup. Should allow him to stand his ground way more against the Morphling, mitigating a lot of the other damage. And of course, giving him the repositioning tool of just putting down a pit and walking away, waddling. I would love to see him get an Ags when he has to Zune Blood right. I just want to see it, man.
I know.
I want to see
like
Gleipnir
I
Ags.
must be overrating this because I feel like I rarely see it. It's like a very, it feels like a luxury item in pro games.
Yeah.
But Gleipnir Ags, yeah, and Zune Blood right, that is insane. I mean, it's a global route. It's got to be good.
Yeah, I mean, Prophet supports by Ags for similar reasoning.
Well, NGX grouping up in the bot lane. Not going to find anybody here. And this next Roche does feel quite pivotal.
Yes.
If Na'Vi can get it, I know they have a 10k lead, but it doesn't necessarily feel like it. Feels more like the lane advantage is carrying them at the moment.
I would agree with that sentiment. I feel like this game is pretty even. So if the Aegis could somehow go on the side of Enigma Galaxy, it's going to be very difficult for Na'Vi to push at least for those 5 minutes. And if Na'Vi themselves get it, not necessarily a guaranteed lane at this point either. It would have been a couple of things that gone a little bit differently. Felt a lot safer with this third Aegis, but not gonna be enough to just win out immediately.
Yep, Roche not quite up yet. Another minute or so, potentially, to spawn. Is he actually going for Divine this early? Oh, it's going to be Nullifier. Okay. I saw the Sacred Relic Demon Edge, like,
There it is. Nullifier for Niku. So what can he get rid of? Io Ghost Scepter is pretty good to get rid of. That's probably the... Is there really anything else he's countering with this? Wait, sorry, am I misreading this? Wait, who got the Nullifier?
Yeah, that's true. They do have 5 BKBs. As there is the big item for Noob.
Oh, he did get it. Okay,
Refresher.
Okay. So what are you nullifying except Ghost Scepter on Io? Force Staff on Hoodwink, I guess? There isn't much for a nullifier this time around.
Not a ton, yeah.
Crimson Guard. Might actually make a really big difference to remove Crimson. That's probably a big consideration here for Niku.
All right, Roche is up. And this is going to be a fight and a half. But Na'Vi have the advantage of they can just wait around, wait for these lanes to push. Of course, NGX do have Io at their disposal, so they can deal with it. Yeah. And they do have global presence on both sides with the Underlord on Na'Vi.
Yeah, these refreshers are starting to be really big, though. I say these. I thought Shaman was going to go for it, but when he went for the BKB instead, he's obviously delaying it massively.
Yeah.
So the only refresher in the game, as a matter of fact, is on Noob. And if he can find 2 pulverizes back-to-back, that is a potential fight winner on any core. Of course, he's not level 25 yet for that incredible talent. A 67% increased pulverize duration. Whenever you see a number like that, you just know it was higher and got nerfed. It's like, there's no way that was the first version of this. It used to be double, which was crazy. And now it's 2/3 longer, which is crazy.
And when you refresh, how does that work with the AoE? It just stacks additively?
Hang on, how is it
Because then
exactly
it's just,
ferocity?
it literally takes up the whole screen at that
It
point.
increases your AoE for 15 seconds, so yeah.
That's, that's pretty insane.
It is crazy.
All right, they know they're going for Roche now. Bottom lane being dealt with a bit by an illusion from the Morph.
Just occurred to me that Roshan's roar kind of sounds like Primal Beast, so maybe it's a mating call. Primal Beast very quickly
Yeah, we'll see
reacted
if
to that.
Noob wants to get involved.
Yeah.
Oh, you can see Zayat's on the bot lane showing himself. Going to be pushing in slightly, waiting for the creeps to push in, and then maybe going for a Serpent Ward play on the barracks. That'll only be the second lane, so it's not like it's for Megas. It's Ghost. He wants to go for Roche instead. Traps inside the pit.
They don't get vision, though.
Got the juice at the ready.
I don't know.
Are they actually going to sneak this Roche right under their noses? Yes. NGX gets it. That is unreal.
That's really, really big for this game that they get that for free. Zayat's finally going to drop this thing.
No,
it's too late
yeah,
now.
this is too late.
Man, that was a little bit disconnected. If Na'Vi could have pulled off this play, say, 15 or 20 seconds earlier, that could have actually been difficult for Enigma Galaxy to weigh their options here with this bot lane under siege, but
wow,
like
that
this,
is a huge shift now.
That cost them nothing, and now the snake is on cooldown, so now you don't even need to worry about that if you make a move yourself now. You couldn't have asked for a better situation if you're an Enigma Galaxy fan. That was basically everything for free.
Gifted.
Yep.
Na'Vi maybe showing some of their inexperience on the big stage here on the road to TI. Now in the cover of smoke is NGX. Jumping in is Noob with the Pulverize. They want to get rid of this Pugna. The Nullifier applied to him right now as well. Trample doing a decent amount. A second Pulverize. He's still not going to die. Noob is actually taking more damage than the Pugna. Actually dies to the Pugna. And now Niku inside the Wukong's command. Boundless Strike. Not going to be able to get the kill he was looking for. His Ghost super low on HP. Turns into Monkey King. Gets the Boundless Strike to the other side. Is Zayas with the Hex. Do they have the control? Yes. The Shackle. Do they have the damage? Got the juice. Make sure of that. Life number 1. Pit of Malice to start things out. Ghost saving his BKB for this moment. Waveforms away. Omar in the vicinity. Is there going to be a buyback for Io? Can he get the Lulu's going to time? Nullifier applied to the Morphling. But the Boundless Strike is there. That is the death of Ghost. No more Morphling for 90. Does have buyback though. As they find the opening onto Omar as well. Pit of Malice holds him in place. That is a dead Hoodwink. And just like that, NGX crumbling.
Na'Vi with the 5D chest of giving them the Roche so that they can team wipe them outside their base.
Double buyback now from NGX. They still do not have Noob. Does not have his buyback. 30 seconds they have to wait. This melee barracks likely to fall. And only one more remaining on the bot side of the map. And fortification is popped. Serpent Ward placed as well. They have to deal with this. They got to pick and choose which lane to defend. It looks like it's going to be bot.
That's the extra HP now.
That is a gigantic Serpent Ward. And they're going to jump in. I got the juice. Get the Boundless Strike as well, but they're going to use the Lotus, it looks like, to heal Ghost. Or maybe that was the cheese, in fact.
Mid-racks, it's Megas.
Mid-racks down. Mega creep secured for Na'Vi.
Wow, that is... that is just symptomatic of some of these Enigma Galaxy late games. It's just... How was that the result of them getting a free Roche? That's just crazy.
That is unreal.
They had 2 full pulverizes on a Pugna, and they didn't kill it.
Yeah.
So it just seems very, very disconnected. Like, you would expect, if Noob is going to go in and commit hard on that, where's the Morphling? Like, why are you not together just tag teaming and killing someone immediately and building a fight around that? They must have been on totally different pages.
Well, I'm not sure how close he was in that fight, but he never used BKB until his second life, right? And that was after his whole team had died, so... Yeah, definitely not on the same page, for sure.
We get our wish, Shannon. He's got Ags on Underlord. Now we just need the Gleipnir to see those big rings. Draw a Venn diagram.
Yes, please. Are we going to see the refresher Rasta It's only 3k into it, so
Now he got a shard as well. Now he can cast Firestorm on allies.
yeah,
一
that's
塊冇
pretty good.
哦，
Actually quite decent.
好閪啊！
Just throw it on the Monkey King or the TA when they go
生
in.
人都會
Yep, solid shard.
Also increases the damage.
Speaking of shards, Moon Shard forgot the juice. And he's fully decked out. I don't know what you do from here. Ags, I guess.
Ags, yeah.
Which, yeah, that's more global presence for the Na'Vi side.
And why not? You gotta use your gold for something, right? I guess you could buy a Moonshard from Monkey King. It's either that or you get X. I don't know. I suppose you could also get Refresher and do some switcheroo with your BKB. Pop BKB, swap in Refresher. That's probably better. Samel finally getting an Aghanim. This puck is coming online in a big way now, level 25 and Ags, but it just feels a little bit too late. Just too little too late with that one fight outside the base.
Yeah, and
they were making it
the
exciting.
real issue is the buyback situation.
Yeah.
0 on NGX and all 5 for Na'Vi, so they can throw 10 bodies at this. And Sumail, Boundless, struck. Can take a ton of damage here. Is he just dead? He is! Just like that, no buyback at all, and now Ghost with the BKB in full retreat. GH can't do too much to help him. Is mitigating a ton of damage. Finally tethers, but this is just over. Na'Vi taking game 1, which it looked like theirs for a long time, and then NGX coming back with a vengeance in that one fight, but literally within 2 minutes, it was just given back right up to Na'Vi again.
Man, what a shame. Like, not at all about the result. That's not it. I wanted more in this late game.
Yeah.
I was like, this is getting really exciting. 7k only up on Na'Vi. You lose the Roche. This is going to be some epic late game big team fight situation. And then Nigma Galaxy just go out with a whimper. Just got run over 2 fights in a row and lost. That was leaves a lot to be desired, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Na'Vi take game number 1. NGX 1 game away now from being eliminated here at the road to TI.
Definitely not a situation Nigma Galaxy want to be in. Definitely not for their fans either. But Na'Vi coming in as, I would say, the slight underdogs for this one, had an outstanding start for this one. Fly, everything felt like it was going so well from that draft, just how they executed into the early game. A small misstep in the mid, but a lot of entertainment value brought for us.
Yeah, for sure. It kind of lived up to whatever we were talking about, to be honest.
Yeah.
I thought Na'Vi was going to do great. I think Got the Juice plays a fantastic TA. I think this team as a whole knows how to play around TA, so I expected a lot from them, and it looked great. A couple of mishaps, which kind of shows the inexperience, and that throwy kind of vibe that we got from both these teams ended up being in a banger series where we didn't know who was going to win until the very end. At some point I thought NGX is in the lead, but as we saw, everything just fell apart instantly. Our hopes, our dreams, yeah.
Kind of all of it. I do like that you're talking about how, you know, got the Juice, really good TA player, the team knows how to play around it. We see it in this game. It's the first time they're actually picking it up in the road to the international playoffs. We haven't seen them play it yet.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing more and more TA, though, as the tournament progresses.
Okay.
And sometimes it's just meta shifting, right? New heroes come out, and then new teams like, hey, I remember I play really good TA. Why don't you pick that for me? You know, Toro's playing it. I think the first person I saw play it. And a lot of other teams are picking up now as well. And I think if you talk about signature heroes as well, like Ghost, his morph is like his signature hero as well, and we don't see this hero a ton too, but this game was definitely a roller coaster, and to be expected as well. Both these teams are not in the best score line with 1 and 3, so they're not playing their best Dota, and that was part of the roller coaster. Okay, you know, Na'Vi's owning, they're gonna win, and then all of a sudden Nigma's winning, you think they're gonna win, then they get a free Roshan, and then after they get a free Rosh, they just immediately die 1 by 1 and get mega creeped, and it's just really hard to predict the outcome of these games. It really is these small decisions that are happening inside the game that are making it very crazy.
Yeah, look, tough to predict, but Raya, that's exactly what you did. You knew Na'Vi was gonna have this from the get-go.
Oh yeah, yeah. When I say go Na'Vi go,
you 100%
founded on the knowledge of every single Urukai. I'm disappointed in Nigma, because I actually thought that they were doing what I wanted them to do early on. Na'Vi show top, they bring their shaman, they bring their Pugnut, and they want to push the top lane. At the exact same time, Nigma smoke up. They run at them. They with the heroes like Primal, Puck. Like, this is what I wanted. Literally, they run them down. They kill them. They take a long extended fight. And I'm like, okay, perfect. Keep doing this, but they don't. I think Na'Vi let their cooldowns reset, and then they instantly just walked mid with the Shaman Ward again. But it felt like Nigma didn't anticipate this, even though I feel like it's really choreographed from Na'Vi. And then your puck is dying. They're taking mid tower. Then your puck is farming in your jungle and then getting ganked by the Shaman. Like, they're just... Okay, yeah, you've lost your mid tower, so they're gonna want to invade more now because you've lost TP points. And it just felt like they didn't really understand what was happening and got steamrolled by the Na'Vi lineup.
Yeah, we saw our standout player, our MVP was the Shaman. I know we heard Sind talk about it in that game, that if we had had any other support on the side of Na'Vi, they would have taken the racks. They wouldn't have been able to push as hard. Yes, Pugner helps with that, but the combination of a Pugner and a Shaman, that giant ward, it's really tough to deal with.
I think we've seen 2 games now, also in Extreme series, where Shadow Shaman, especially late game with the massive Serpent Ward, the Giga Ward, I think it's just a threat, and you're on a timer because he might get a refresher, and it's too much to deal with. When the Serpent Wards get the extra HP from his level 20 talent, it's a menace, the snake. So even though they had better heroes, they had Morphling and Puck who can kind of hit it and have high attack speed, but still not enough.
Yeah, you feel like you've dealt with it, but like we said, the Shaman being a massive issue, the Pugner paired with that too, just a lot of pushing. On the other side of Enigma Galaxy, though, a little bit of a question mark. We know this team loves IO, but what exactly did it offer to this draft? Where was it really going to be paired up with? And well, Purge wanted to take a deeper look at exactly that.
You are playing an IO, typically what you pair it with is a hero that really benefits from what it gives you, which is mostly movement speed, attack speed, and regen. You're usually pairing it with really standard right-click heroes. But almost the entire game, GH was playing next to Sumail, and Puck does have right-click components. You do get a Witchblade. You do sometimes buy damage items, buy mags, things like that. But in the early game, I really like this first move that they did at the 8-minute mark. IO comes mid, he tethers to the Puck, and he overcharges him, and then they basically tank tower and right-click the crap out of this tower. This was full before they began this move. They even zone their opponents a little bit, and they again get a bunch of right-clicks in on this tower. So that ended up working out well. After the next wave came, they ended up cleaning it up here. So a simple 2-minute rotation, boom, the tower, mid-tower dies, and this basically just allowed them to play the map a lot better. I'll basically do a little drawing here. They pretty much did a lot of time running through this area aggressively on the map, looking for opportunities and kills to get. But this also ends up allowing them to relocate and show up to fights. So if there is an engagement here, GH can grab Sumail and bring him to any engagements. This nice grab by Omar on Niku here allows them to set up. They relocate in. Even though there's a counter reaction from the Underlord, it doesn't really matter. They're able to go get kills. And here's probably the best fight that I saw that Sumail and GH did together. Look how many times Sumail's attacking in this long clip, okay? He's basically using his high mobility plus the extra mobility that IO provides him to zip around the fight. He's also got a haster in here, which also helps for him zipping around a bit. But ultimately, tons and tons of right clicks. But in the same vein, look how like low damage some of these right clicks are, right? In this moment here, he's attacking Nico. He's attacked him like 8 times. Hypothetically, this could be a hero that does more right click damage. Might be better, you know, but it does make Sumail stronger. He's getting more regen, he's got more movement speed, he has more attack speed, he is doing more damage, but it's making this good player better, but maybe it would be better if it was more synergistic, is my thought. But his impact here was good, but it was made worse by the fact that there was a counter on the enemy team. The Shaman is perfect for it. It spots his rotations. It's really hard to react in time for the Hex into Shackle, so you just kind of end up dying a couple times. And this happened at least twice at pivotal moments in the early game. They basically got Puck behind. So even though his right clicks were going to be better, he wasn't necessarily up on items that would really make this advantage even better. He won a nullifier this game. He bought other right-click damage items, but just using wards and smokes to go hunt him, they did a great job keeping his net worth low. So all of this enhanced IO stuff didn't really make that much of a difference. And I really felt that impact as the game went on, because if you're picking an IO to make this Puck better, the Puck dies a couple times, and it's only a little bit better, I just don't feel the impact as much. So one of the few teams that actually picked IO. It was interesting that they're trying this pairing, but the benefit was kind of mid-tier in my opinion.
Okay, a little bit of a negligible turn there to pick up the IO, but Paj, I appreciate all the clips, bringing it out, pointing it for us. Thank you so much. And Fia, that was your thing too when you saw it come out. You're just like, great, this is good, but it limits your carry pool, right? What exactly you want to pick up. And then on top of that, it also in a way limits what you want to be playing in other roles, because that IO needs to be running around with someone else, going into that mid lane and giving your carry a little bit of space, a little bit of freedom.
Yeah, I just feel like IO in this patch is very restrictive, as you mentioned, but it doesn't do much. You know, you have some heals, great. The save in some games could be good, but in this game, Puck, he's always jumping around everywhere. It's really hard to stay tethered to this hero in the fights, and Puck isn't a hero that does continuous damage or needs the region like a Storm or a Leshrac who could use it much better in mid lane. And there's really not much synergy between Morph and Io. Morph on his own already does what Io kind of does, slowly heals himself. He doesn't need to double dip on that. They're kind of missing like that initiation, the damage in this game. So yeah, everything about Io, I know they love Io, it just wasn't a good game for it. And I think to the credit of, you know, Na'Vi here, that last pick Underlord was pretty good. It kind of shut down a lot of the things that could have been good with it. So they saw it coming, they shut it down, and you're just kind of stuck with an Io at the end of the day. That didn't make a lot of sense.
No, it didn't. Pointed out by yourself, pointed out by Purge as well. And something that we want to look at a little bit more is one of the team fights that unfolded throughout this game, number one, between Na'Vi and NGX. And again, it was something that you wanted to point out, right, Theo?
Yes, I mean, I didn't know which way this game was going to go when I put this clip in, but I was going to point out here Nico, like, he's on the trees there, and he should be ulting first and then going in. He got a little impatient there, and this is the moment where NGX kind of, like, turned the game around. One of the many moments, at least. But it went to just, in a nutshell, showing that Na'Vi's still not super disciplined in the way I'd like him to be. Nico should have been much more patient there. I think a lot of other Monkey Kings would have just waited for things to calm down a little bit, use the arena, or the Wukong, sorry, then the stun, line it all up, and then it would have been like pretty much sealing the deal there. But those couple moments in which he was a little hasty really cost him.
Do you think it was a misclick when he used his stun and just flipped out of the
There was many mistakes there. The first one was he just instantly jumped out of the tree and pressed BKB and started hitting him without the arena. And then as soon as he used the arena, he, you know, was like, oh, I'm dying. So then he boundless out of his arena. Anyway, mistakes happen.
Mistakes happen. You can still win games, though, off of mistakes. That's what we just saw there for Na'Vi. And it was a big one for themselves. You want to feel like you're in a little bit more of a comfortable position, Fly, because this series is elimination. It's not easy for either team to come into a game number 2, even when you're 1 game up.
No, this is very stressful for both sides, for sure. You're up against the ropes pretty much as Nigma right now, and you need to find a way to regroup and talk a little bit about what happened and just move on to the next thing. You don't want to harp on it too much because, yeah, whatever happens next game, you just want to pull out your best Dota. I'm sure Kuro is probably someone who's good at that, who's going to give them a motivational speech, hype them up a little bit. It was good to see them being all relaxed and happy. I think it's definitely like a middle ground where you want to be relaxed, but also not too serious. Like, you know, there's a middle ground there where you're still very focused. Yeah. So I think they need to shape up for second game, like for sure.
And they're taking their time. You know, they want to sort of enjoy that break that they have between the games, have all those conversations that you're talking about, find that focus for themselves. And while they're doing that, we're going to take us back a couple of days where Pyrion caught up with GH just before the road to the international playoffs began.
Hello, I'm here with GH. GH, it must be great to be back at TI.
It feels wonderful to be back, finally.
How would you describe Nigma Galaxy's season up to this point? How's the year gone for you?
The year has been good and bad at the same time. We've had a lot of ups and a lot of downs. So I would say a bit inconsistent, but we're trying to fix that really quickly.
What would you say has been the biggest challenge you guys have had this year as a team?
I believe the biggest challenges would be crawling back from losses. Especially after taking a small or long break, coming back and, to remember what made us victorious in the first place, what gave us success in the first place, and try to implement that for the future, because we're very forgetful people in general, I believe. So we all forget what made us win, and then we go back to our old habits, and what was our biggest struggle is to come back to this state that we know what made us win and to come back to it.
And in terms of preparation for TI, obviously this is one of the biggest tournaments you've played in this year. How have you guys prepared for it, and did you do anything differently to what you might have done normally?
I think for preparation we did a bit of different things than we used to. For example, working on our mental health more than our in-game plays. For sure we worked on everything in-game related, but we worked on mental a lot.
I think it's interesting because a lot of teams have started to focus more on the mental side of things and the sort of mentality of a team. What was the biggest influence that shifted Dota players towards that rather than the old just focusing on drafts and things?
I truly believe at this moment, at this point, any team can beat any other team and on any day. except there's a few, very few select of teams that win consistently. So this is the only thing that I believe made the switch from focusing on what's in game, draft related, plays related strategy, and going to the mental state.
Interesting. In terms of expectations for TI, what are you guys expecting your team to do, and what are you hoping you guys can do?
Well, hoping and expecting is a bit different. So I would say we're hoping we go all the way.
Yeah.
When it comes to expectations, I think we have literally zero expectations because it relieves a lot of pressure from the individual and from the team.
Yeah.
So this is the mental state we acquired to have literally no expectations at all. So we don't have any.
Nice, okay. You hit number 3 on the MMR leaderboard. Which broken hero are you spamming to get to that level?
You want me to be completely honest?
Completely honest.
I don't really spam one specific hero to get to a specific ranking. It's more about the mental that you bring to the team. So a lot of people in the pub games especially like to quit early.
Yes.
They like to whine a lot. They like to cry about something going bad. So my mental state, my motto, if you'd like, when I approach these pub games is to treat them like they are babies.
Okay.
You just have to reassure them, it's gonna be okay, we can win this game, don't be sad. And it takes a lot from the person to always be like, yeah, it's fine, don't worry about it, yeah, it's fine. So this is my approach to the pub games, not hero related.
Oh, that's fantastic. And I mean, do you think that's just Dota players? Is it the nature of Dota that means that people need to be babysat like that? Or do you think that would be true in any game?
I wouldn't be able to comment on every other game, but I would believe that maybe the vast majority of games, if someone is treating you nicely, reassuring you, I would say even coddling you and telling you it's gonna be fine, that you might feel a bit of warmth and you would play better, maybe.
Maybe.
That's my take on the matter though.
And is that something that you think you've brought to the team as well? Is that the Enigma Galaxy philosophy is let's be nice to each other and rather than flame each other?
No. I think my teammates do not have the same approach as I do in the pub games, for example.
Oh, in pub games.
Because it takes a lot of energy, but in the team setting, of course, you have to be critical, you have to call out the mistakes in order to get better. Right? But I believe in the pub game, it's not really efficient to call each other's mistake. And my motto has always been to look at myself first before I look at a mistake of a teammate or a pub player or whatever. So I try to find all the mistakes that I make. And when I'm actually done with my mistakes, which is never the case, then I can I look at someone else. This has been the way I lead my brain, my thoughts, and everything like that.
I don't think you have many mistakes, but GH, thank you so much for talking to me and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
For GH, it's all about keeping, the positivity, giving a little bit of warmth out in his pub games, and hopefully it's there for his team as well. I feel like that's definitely not going to falter at all, Fear. It's something that he clearly loves to have every game that he like the approach of every Dota game that he participates in.
Yeah, I don't think for NGX I'm afraid of their mentality. Like, they have GH, of course, Kirill, very inspiring as well, and this isn't a situation they haven't been in before in many tournaments where things aren't going well. So this isn't a team that's just going to tilt out right away. They're still going to play their game, whether it's good enough or not, we'll have to see. But mentality-wise, I'm not really afraid of them just being, like, tilted, I guess.
Okay, that's fantastic because we want to see, a different sort of play for them in game number 2, a turnaround. And before we do get into that one, though, I want to give you guys an update at home just how our Swiss bracket is shaping up, because we're on day number 3 of the road to the international here. And so we've already had our first team eliminated yesterday in Nemesis. We had our first team qualified this morning for Extreme Gaming. And then we're going to have some more teams play off and have their qualifications when it does come to it.
That graphic is showing something scary in the bottom.
In the bottom? Yeah, okay. I was going to look at the qualified ones first, but let's look at the bottom part, okay? Let's look at the eliminated.
Enigma's gone.
They've already Navi populated it. No, it's just the teams that are losing. It's auto-populated, all right? It's in the computer back end. We've updated it. It's a best of 3. I promise you guys. Okay? It's a best of 3, but we do have our Navi up against Enigma Galaxy series here on the B stream. It's Wildcard up against Boom. But if you go on C and D, there's a lot of matches happening there too. That one's for seeding, right? Those teams are definitely going to be going all the way to round number 6 in this Swiss bracket. They're going to be playing in the elimination round. So for them, the stakes aren't as high. There's still stakes there. It's still important for them, but not the same way of this series that we are in the middle of right now, where right now, Na'Vi 1 game up. They're looking to be evading elimination, Rhea, and unfortunately, Enigma Galaxy, big turnarounds are going to need to happen for this game too.
Yeah, I hope at the very least this goes to a 3rd game, just because I think these teams are beloved, and it's like you want to see them the most you can. Like, we're losing one of them, right? You want to see the most you can of them before one of them has to step out. And I truly believe that they have, what it takes to have a nice, good, even game here. Because I think the first game was pretty much like, oh, Navi's kind of stomping-ish, and it's just like, oh, how can Enigma come back? I'd like to see a good, even game.
I disagree.
Well, I don't care what you have to say.
That's the first time Fears ever disagreed.
No.
I want to see a stomp. That way we know.
Enigma Galaxy have it in them?
Going away to the next round, that this team is definitively better. And it isn't just going to be a next round blowout for both of these teams.
Okay.
That's true, because the thing is, where they are, even if you win this one, you're going to be in the elimination rounds of matches. So you're still going to be in that tough position. So I understand what Fia's saying. You want to go in with the confidence.
There is no shame or implication of skill in having even games with people at this TI. This TI has been so good.
I also agree with that.
Yeah, like, Nemesis, our first team to leave, went even with Falcons, who were really good. It doesn't mean anything. Fear, so you're actually just mean and horrible, and I hate you.
Yeah, Fly.
I agree.
Well, anyway.
I do have to ask, like, you've been to so many TIs as a player. Now you're here as a talent. Do you feel like this is the closest it's felt like for a road to the international, with the format and the plays, the teams?
I think the format is definitely the most unique aspect here, because every game matters. You're gonna have. They're basically going to have to fight a very tough battle from here on out, even if you win the series. So I've been in many situations where I was, on the brink of elimination. Whether you get eliminated or not is a different story. And it's just a fight for survival. And you have to just focus and find that within you, that ability to actually play your best without letting the pressure get to you. And realizing that every game is a new story, pretty much. Right, if you go through the series, even if you're going to end up facing whatever it is, say like a Tundra, Falcons, Tidebound, you can't let that get to you. You just have to play your best. So let's see what happens here. I would actually like to see a clean game. That would be amazing, because like Fear said, that would give me more hope for this team moving forward. Because right now the game has been sloppy. It's not that they're playing like straight up bad or anything, but they're not playing to the same level that we've seen earlier today.
And in past days as well, right, for both of these teams. We saw how close they were able to make it with previous opponents in their previous series. So for them right now, I do think a Game 3 is definitely on the table. It's all down to Enigma Galaxy. How are they going to draft themselves in this game number 2? How are they going to come in with some new ideas to counteract just how strong that early game from Na'Vi was? And right now, looking at the bans, for them, they don't want the TA let through. It's prioritized all the way to a first phase ban.
Well, Fly was talking about how got the juice into specialty, so there's always room for specialty bans in the first phase. I don't hate it.
We were discussing the idea of Shaman being banned, or someone was. It might have been the casters. I don't really.
Yeah, what would they know?
Yeah.
There was a lot of issues that game.
But I think the structure was good for them, right? Like, of course, TA had a really good game. I think she free farmed. She did her job. She fought well. But they played really heavily around the structure of Serpent War cooldown. As soon as it was up, they were like, okay, we can go do something. We can go for
those are all conditional, right? Like, the Shaman only had purpose that game because the Puck was picked really early. I feel like the Pugna, though, was picked without really seeing much of anything.
Yeah.
And it also had an incredible game. So when some heroes are picked and they have a lot of impact, you kind of have to look at why did they have impact, because there's a good game for it, right? So I don't know if you overreact just because one hero had a good game. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't with the TA. We'll have to see. But I think this Pugna was a big problem in this game. And I think taking it away from Na'Vi is a good answer already.
I think this is a good start. I think GH plays it well. Probably Omar can play too, but it'll probably end up being on a position 5.
Yeah, and he probably won't pick Io now because he has.
I do agree that if you go for a hero like Io, it's a very much a game plan hero, and they didn't have an Io draft, in my opinion, and I think it ended up showing that as well. And Pugna is a very simple hero because he can fit in so many different ways. And as for Templar Assassin, I do think it's a good ban. Your first pick when you have extra bans. TA is clearly, it's another hero that I would say is a structured hero where you have to play a certain way where, you know, it felt very hard for NGX to play that last game. So I like it. We'll see what Navi wants to go with as a response. Silencer is, it's like a soft response to Pugna. Of course, like you stop him in the fight with your global, stop him from healing, but it's not a straight up response. You know, it's like just a, it's okay.
Then what other benefits does Silencer really bring if it's not that direct? Okay, we're targeting and countering that opening pick.
I have not been impressed with this hero so far.
So you have nothing positive to add.
I mean,
like in my eyes,
apparently has a 53% win rate, just not on the games I've been watching.
Probably 0% in the games you're watching.
Yeah, I mean, the hero, I don't have like a good read on like the laning of this hero this patch. Obviously, everyone talks about the global, but I think for this hero to be good, it must have some benefit in the laning stage to allow the carries to have a better laning stage. I don't know if you play this hero much, Fly, to chime in on what else does Silencer do other than global.
He can get a good lane if he has a position 4 where you can trade with glaives effectively. And he doesn't really see one now, so NGX has the option of just picking something that destroys Silencer. So I think now the Silencer's condition to be useful is having a lot of jump to deal with the Pugna. Because what ends up happening in some of these games is because Pugna is actually not that easy to kill some games, he can buy items that help him survive, whether it's Glimmer, even I would even consider Greaves if you have a free game against Silencer, just to dispel. You need a way to kill this hero with the silence. So something like Storm, an additional, you probably need 2 jumps realistically, but something like Storm plus a Lycan would be able to isolate the Pugna and take him out. So I think the Silencer has some conditions now.
Yeah.
With the bans coming out from Enigma Galaxy, we weren't sure just how much they were going to react to what the game 1 brought, and it feels like, yeah, a lot, right? So the Shaman now also taking out the Primal. I know that they had it, so in game number 1, so it feels like they've rated quite highly. They don't want to pick it up for themselves. They got to take it out of the pool. The Lycan ban coming out from Navi, and it does mean that Mars is back in there. That was banned out in that game number 1, but yeah, so Mars in the pool, Navi gonna snag it for themselves.
They're definitely thinking about the noob hero pool again, because I'm not sure how much Mars PMA played. I guess he played it a little bit, but again, all the offlaners are banned. Beast is banned, Lycan's banned, the Undying is banned, Primal's out, and now they take the Mars, which is a pretty decent hero against Pugna. You can usually jump, and it's such a big AoE you can catch him. And I guess one hero I forgot to mention is that Marcy was in the pool all along, and Marcy has looked pretty good in the most of the games I've seen it.
Yeah, she hasn't really jumped out as me. Like sometimes I don't notice she's not banned. She's not good enough for me to be like, wow, Marcy just destroys every game, right? It's looked good though in the games I've seen as well. But yeah, I mean, it's solid. It plays quick. I think. Could that be a noob hero?
I was gonna say, is it better on a core role or a support role, or is it very team dependent and this hero is one of the more versatile?
Flavor of this hero right now is core, because I'm going for the Home the Dominator build. I think no matter where you're playing it, either offlane, carry, it's a flex hero.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the role records right now for the Road to the International. So for carry, slightly more games played, slightly more positive win rate.
That is a disgusting combo. I played against this once before. If they lane together, Marcy and Tusk, it just, you can't move. It's just so much damage. If you use like the tag team with the bodyguard or whatever, it's just like hit after hit after hit with the tag team. You need a hero that can just get away from this.
This is if it's offlane, right? Because carries usually go the...
if this is their offlane duo, I'm just saying it's very cheesy.
Yeah.
But it could easily not be. Marcy could just be carry, Tusk could be 4.
Navi has a really low damage lineup right now. Like their laning's pretty nice, but you have no combo with your arena right now. Like Monkey's banned right now. They didn't pick something like a Snapfire. You have two supports who don't really do any damage for your smoke ganks. So I really want to see them cover that now.
I agree. I think, well, first of all, if I'm Silencer, I'm scared for my life right now. Like, you get caught out, you're just dead. But they definitely needed a hero like SF. I think SF is a good, it was a good pick here. Because like you mentioned, they have no follow-up in Arena. Now they have their Requiem, so SF in himself deals enough damage to make up for these two supports. But yeah, they're kind of, when I picture the game, you want to be able to sometimes kill heroes with just a pairing of two. But now it's almost conditional to have the Mars and the SF together until we see the last hero, as opposed to having a Mars plus a Hoodwink or some hero that just can deal enough damage.
What?
Ooh, Lone Druid. Let's go. Marcy Lone Druid.
Yeah? I mean...
That's Ghost.
I mean, I'm a big Lone Druid fan.
Really?
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, okay.
There was a little bit of sarcasm in that one.
They've played it before.
They have.
Yes.
And they won with it.
It's like one of the most memorable games of this road to TI.
I don't know. There's so many memorable games.
I know, but like everyone was talking about that.
I mean, this hero's like has been and probably always will be for the longest time the biggest Mars counter. Like, you can't spear the bear backwards, and I do not know why, but you just cannot. So
it's unfair.
Dota said so.
Dota did say so. So it's very difficult to play this matchup as a Mars if the bear does get very farmed. The downsides of Lone Druid, though, are his scale is very questionable at best. Like, the later the game goes, you have like these weird timings where once it's late enough, you can no longer man fight if you're behind because the bear can just die easily. So then you have to go into like rat mode, and the game just becomes this weird like buying, you know, Aghanims on your bear and buying Shadow Blades and just ratting. I'm pretty sure that's how they won the game. They did play this actually. This is a hero that turns into a very strong laner, but has this weird mid game where he probably can't fight anymore or gets bursted, and then just goes full rat mode, which, you know, for NGX that could be good. But it's a little off-putting for a lot of teams to want to play that playstyle. That's why we don't see a lot of this Lone Druid.
How does Lone Druid play early into Bane between like Nightmare and Enfeeble?
I mean, you get the shard and you don't really care.
You get the shard.
Yeah, the shard kind of destroys Bane. This hero also hard counters Bane.
Yeah. Good. They have two supports actually that just hate summons.
Yeah. I like this a lot because I think they have a clear idea of what they're doing. Last game I didn't feel like their draft made sense together, but now there is a plan here. They're gonna buff up this Lone Druid. They have Pugna and Lone Druid who can push towers early because they see these two supports who don't do that much by themselves. So the early game is very exploitable on the side of Na'Vi, and I think NGX is trying to take advantage of that. They just have to be able to finish the game if they do get into that position, right? Like, they're a throwy team, let's be real, and Lone Druid can be a throwy hero. So I want to see something from the mid lane that can kind of make up in case something goes wrong, like a little scaling hero. I'm trying to think though, because you are laning against Shadowfiend, it's not that easy to choose a hero. Maybe Sniper, but it's kind of bad against Mars. Okay, Invoker. So it does fit what I was saying. It's just more buffs for the bear with Alacrity. So they're going full out on the bear. A hero that can lane against the Shadowfiend. Maybe he'll go the Dominator build as well to kind of amp up the game. But overall, I think NGX has a good idea of what they're doing, and that's what I'm happy to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a perfect game for my two favorite heroes. I think Weaver carry would also be really good here. I'm just concerned for the safe lane of Na'Vi right now, because it is going to be Tusk Marcy. I think you need to play a hero that has some type of get out of trouble button, whether it's Sakuchi or Morphling Waveform or anything that can just disengage quickly, because the amount of damage they can output is more than any hero has health for. So, I mean, Faceless Void could work too. They definitely need something that, can just sit there, and if you decide to commit an Ice Shard or a Rebound, you can just get out very easily.
I'm thinking Morphling, but it's just so greedy, and I think they're going to get run over.
Not sold on that one.
Or do they go the route of just standing there and trying to out-damage them?
They will die.
Okay. I tried to defend the gyro, guys. I'm sorry. Really tried.
I mean, the way you play this lane, which could work, is you just continuously flak spam with Arcane Curse, and you have to get them. They have to stay low enough to the point where they can't commit. But if they ever push the lane out, which Gyro loves to do, by the way, and you're in a position where you get disposed and rebounded with tag team, Silencer's not going to save Gyro. He's going to die. So a little afraid for that lane.
Okay, you're afraid of the lane. What about in that mid game, right? Because you already talked about Lone Druid is that sort of funky hero that in the mid game you could potentially lose that momentum. Do you see
I think NGX is going to snowball this game.
Yeah, okay. You're like, it's not even going to get to that point. We don't have to worry about it, right?
Yeah, it looks snowbally, and on top of that, if it does go late game, I don't know how they're going to deal with this Lone Druid, Ag, split push, whatever the hell, like...
So game 3 is what we're looking at.
It looks like Na'Vi want to be together, and then you're just going to have to deal with that. Yeah, game 3.
Okay, all right.
NGX all the way. I think this is a good strategy, and I really want to see them go to game 3.
Okay. Is it also going to be in that, because you said, yeah, we want to see a game 3, but we kind of want to see Enigma Galaxy bounce back. You kind of want to see a stump of a game, and you really don't see any way that Na'Vi can come out of these lanes a little bit ahead, or at least even?
There's definitely a shot. I think Gyrocopter was a better idea than some Morphling, at least a hero that can fight back. I think he's gonna suffer a little bit, but it gives him a better shot. But yeah.
Okay, all right. So no one's really putting their faith out there for Na'Vi right now. That's not to say it's impossible for them. We're just saying it's definitely going to be a big struggle for them. On the side of Enigma Galaxy, though, this is what they've needed. They set themselves up for a very good game at number 2. So I don't want to waste your time anymore. I want to get on into it, and I want to get on to our casters, Synderen and Sunsfan.
Hi, welcome to game 2, NGX versus Na'Vi. Is this going 3? The panel seems to think so.
Yeah, I think so too. I think I would favor Enigma Galaxy in this game. Again, the issue with this just is, and we want to see Enigma Galaxy overcome their demons to make consistent wins out of good situations. Because I agree, I think this is a game that Enigma Galaxy are supposed to get ahead in, just on paper. I think they have very good lanes. I think they have very good acceleration in their lineup.
Stop looking at me.
You just need to, okay, well, we'll look at the game instead, as you wish.
Thank you.
You really need to... You need to keep your wits about you as well, because if you mess up a little bit here on Enigma Galaxy's side, there is a ton of teamfight potential in Na'Vi. You've got Arena with Shadow Fiend and Gyro doing massive AoE damage. You've got Global Silence, but all of those big cooldowns don't really matter if you never get to structure that type of fight, and that's what Enigma Galaxy could potentially avoid. Now, what I was thinking Na'Vi might do is to swap their support lanes so that they put the Bane against Tusk Marcy, because Sleepwalking is actually very, very good against Tusk, since then one of them has to stop hitting all the time. Like, either you're breaking the tag team away, or rather the Nightmare away from one, but then the other guy can't hit, and then you don't die on Gyro. If you're putting Silencer 5, or playing in the safe lane, you are susceptible to what the panelists talk about, being run over. However, the downside, if you do lane swap, Silencer is really bad against Lone Druid safe lane. So you kind of have to pick your poison here. And I'm
so
curious,
basically what you're saying is Silencer's just bad.
He's just bad in lane this game.
Gotcha.
I'm kind of leaning to sacrifice your Mars a little bit by putting Silencer there and make sure Gyro gets off to a good start, and then maybe on level 3 you can swap them around, but probably just going to stick to their guns. Well, this could be a nice
in
little...
a lot of trouble. Sunstrike hits, but Omar gets the last hit.
Sign of things to come here.
Yeah. Good start for NGX. Desperately needed, because this is now an elimination game for them, not just series. Whereas Na'Vi have a little bit of extra wiggle room.
Falk was pointing out to me in the green room, we were talking about this Marcy pick, and he said that Noob is the only core Marcy who picks Pick Me Up instead of Fleeting Fury. And guess what? He did it again. So
yeah, I like it.
Everybody runs Fleeting Fury basically, because when you get your ulti unlocked, every time you rebound, you get 3 additional attacks on Unleash, and you get 3 more seconds. And of course, if you use Rebound without having Unleash activated, you just get those 3 quick attacks in a row, which...
I assume this works on the bear.
Rebound?
Yeah.
Oh, that is a good question, actually. That would be kind of cool.
It's a creep hero, so
if you could rebound the bear in, that's kind of sick, actually.
We'll see.
I mean,
that would be the main reason for getting it this game, it feels like.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Let's speak about the bear.
Yep.
It was played earlier in this tournament. Too much fanfare. It was a crazy game.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on the Lone Druid?
Like Fear pointed out, this lane matchup's very good. So he should be doing well against the Mars, and Pugna against Bane is also fine. So should be okay. Overall, he should be off to a good start. Generally, what I'm looking at with Lone Droid is three things. First of all, do you have a lineup that can take advantage of pushing towers? This game, absolutely. You have Alacrity and you have Pugna, so you're going to push fast. Second thing is, do you have good lane? Third thing is, do you have the juice?
No juice this time.
No juice.
I think all the juice is on the NGX side. 2 kills already.
And finally, to round out my trifecta of Lone Droid things to look out for, if you do go late, do you have enemy heroes that deal well with killing the bear? Gyro is not very good at it because he's a spread damage carry. He doesn't have heavy single target focus.
When it was pick ban, I mean, I figured that this would be a Shadow Fiend mid and he'd go for the caster build, but old school Shadow Fiend right click is actually good against the bear, at least historically.
Yep.
But I doubt they go for that. Do you think they pivot maybe?
No, definitely.
Again, got the juice stuck inside the shards, gets sun-stricken, and Noob takes him out.
Oh boy.
It is early, but this is potential for snowballing, no pun intended, out of control in NGX's favor.
I mean, that's dying twice in lane before minute 3 is just not a thing at this level of care. But the problem is the lane is just borderline impossible, right? That's why I wanted to see the Bane bot instead of the Silencer, because at least you get counterplay. Yeah. Here, if you get hit by rebound, you're just dead. Like, what is Silencer supposed to do? He can look at you and like cheer for you a little bit.
I mean, he does have a fearsome face. Another Ice Shards play. And the tag team, another kill for NGX, dominating in this bot lane. Zayat's now getting chased by the bear. Blood grenade applied. Sunstrike not going to hit this time. Pops the fairy fire, but I do believe he's dead. Root activates just to add insult to injury.
I'll say this. If you're also getting stumped top with Bane there, well, you're not getting stumped. Mars has decent CS, so you are getting that out of it, but it's hard to make a case for this being the correct laning if Bane is also struggling, right? Like, at the very least, you have to... I think a lot of Navi's best games have been off of Got the Juice getting a really, really strong start, but look what he has to do now. Level 2 jungling.
Ugh.
When is the last time you've seen this?
Good God. Well, depends on if you include pubs.
Level 2 in Turbo is basically 4 slots, so then you can already jungle, of course.
Man, that is as rough of a start as we've seen in our cast so far.
And you can't set anyone down here either. The support can't lane. He's just going to get... Riddy's just going to try, but he can just get to open the tower. Zayat's close call, yeah.
Mid lane is the one shining spot for Na'Vi.
Yep.
As Nico has had to say it. Sunstrike's not going to hit, but they have more than enough damage as Omar. I mean, this is the thing. When you dominate a lane, you can just roam around and equalize the other lanes. So now the mid lane, Sumail's going to be super happy despite having pretty big disadvantage in the CS. Well, back to base to get mana, to be able to farm.
Not to get ahead of ourselves, but this is a game that is hypothetically just a checkmate in 15 minutes. It is possible that it gets to that stage because, as you said, bottom is unplayable. If Tusk starts running mid and killing for Invoker like this and Sumail also gets ahead, you win there. Lone Droid is going to free farm now, so he's winning too. And your playmaking potential on Na'Vi comes from levels that you don't have. So when we reach level minute 7 and it's time for Wisdoms, honestly, I think Enigma Galaxy could get both Wisdoms too. And if they do that, you're just really stuck with these two supports. Bane and Silencer without levels, they're not making moves.
Yeah.
Your mid SF, he's not making moves because he's SF. So I have to say, the current state of affairs, Na'Vi are in major, major trouble minute 5. Maybe the most one-sided early game of the tournament.
This is really hard to watch. Got the Juice just trying to stay in XP range as the safe lane carry. And that means Noob can just have free reign. All the denies, all the last hits. Huge level advantage now.
He's watching Riddies try to last hit. That's Gyro carry.
There's the dispose as GH coming in as well.
Oh my God.
They're going to be able to clean up Riddies very easily, and the Ice Shards reserved with the tag team still up as Got the Juice dies again. How dare he enter the lane? Zayat looks to be next on the list. And the nightmare you're talking about does delay things a bit. Rebound into another death for Na'Vi. And a very long TP for Riddies.
You know what, Shannon? We've cast a decent amount of games this TI already now. Or this road to TI, I should say.
Yep.
We've not had a total stomp. We're due for one. This is the one. There hasn't been like an absolute beatdown in any of our games, but this is the makings of stat farming here. If you have Enigma Galaxy in your fantasy roster, you want this game to go on forever.
Well, I don't
printing
think that's,
points.
I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
This
Well,
one,
if there is a team that could make this go on for longer than it needed to, it could be them, just
That's
based on
true.
the track record so far. But yeah, this one. Let's put it this way: if this game also ends up being a ball dropped for Nigma, then it was just not meant to be. Like, you cannot ask for a better start. This is just so dominant, absolutely crushing.
let's see if
the
they get
whole
that
map.
Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah.
GH shows up, and yeah, we have the TP, so this is going to be a fight for the right to get their own Wisdom Shrine. Omar's going to show up as well, get speared. Zayats will be able to secure it. Question is, what will it cost them? PMA? Okay, they're not going to go any further, so successful maneuver for Na'Vi. The first thing that has gone their way the entire game. Of course, it's going to cost them a tier 1 in all likelihood.
Courtesy of the advantage of bringing your mid, and the enemy team can't bring theirs. It's really hard for Invoker to get over there. So SF will TP and protect it.
Nice raises from Niku. GH, extremely low, will pop this stick. Good shards. And actually a dodge, unintended for the raise there. But Omar, I was going to say he's left alone, but he's able to snowball the safety.
Yeah, you
and
can't
now
pick up the bear.
Indeed, that is a good combo.
That is cool. That's the kind of secret sauce you want to bring out in your elimination game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them that they might have already won the game before they showed it. Because Got the Juice can barely get through this Centaur.
All right, mid tower's gone as well, Sumail.
Wait, is he going to get it? It's going to be close. Can the Centaur do it?
Ooh.
It's going to be really close, but Got the Juice just lives with 20 HP. Back to base you go. The Juice has been squeezed.
Yeah, not too bad. He is staying ahead of the enemy position 4 by 300 gold here at minute 8. If you're new to watching Dota, that is very sarcastic and not good.
/S.
Yep.
Just say that.
/S indeed. Yep, that's... Do you know anyone in... do you have any friends in real life that say /S?
No.
Do you have anyone who spouts Twitch memes instead of saying full words?
Yeah, you.
That's incorrect.
Noob.
That's Kezu.
Yeah, that's true. He's got a lot of brain rot.
Yeah,
as do
don't
most
have
of
to
us.
tell me that. That's true. He is. I'm not sure he's a lost cause, but maybe we can still bring him back. But he is on his way to the abyss, not the SVG abyss, of course.
Yes, of course, a different one entirely. As Zayats has found out. Meatball surprise for you. PMA shows up, first arena of the game, gets the spear onto Sumail. Niku with the Requiem from the side. Can they get their first kill of the game? No. Niku is going to get chased down by Omar instead with a solo tag team, and the Sunstrike not going to hit.
Move speed in the river.
Yeah, Niku is fine.
Wait, was that actually? Yeah, it was.
Well,
oh, he had Cobalt Cup too. Sumail not accounting for the way the river flows.
All right, well, Got the Juice finally given a little bit of space to farm. And this Diffusal Blade, when it's picked up on the bear, gonna be pretty dirty to just chase down anybody.
Yep. Hey, he's level 6.
Oh, that's another moment. I already said that. 2 to 1. We're still counting. Keep it up.
I think you're 2 to 1 on the score.
That's right. PMA /S. Meatball on top of him. Still inside the shards. An inevitable death for him. Nope. Okay. They don't have the damage. Based on how this game was going, that's the most surprising thing to happen. Uh-oh. Niku gonna get some help from Zayats with a nice nightmare. And now Noob in a very precarious spot, and that is a big kill for Na'Vi. Kill number 1.
Sunstrike!
Boom! Not enough.
Close call. Nice clean hit, though, from Sumail, but needed one more point in the Exort for that one.
Look at Sumail's Helmadom creep. Literally a lane creep. Really strong. Is that a flag bearer? Looks like it.
Yep.
And now the tier 2 pressure already at 11 minutes. And Ghost with that bear at his disposal. Nobody wants a piece of this, it seems. Well, Got the Juice is hovering nearby. Doesn't have homing missile, so the chase potential is going to be hard, especially without a blink on PMA yet. And there is the diffusal for the bear. Looks like Sumail has upgraded the lane creep to a tomato.
This already kind of feels like a desperation smoke, but they have nothing to make plays with. Bane is level 5, and Mars doesn't have Blink, so it's really difficult to even find an angle. But they will try to walk in for an arena, it looks like, and might just...
Cold snap, he does get the arena onto 2. Global silence to follow with the Requiem as well. 2 big kills for Na'Vi.
Okay. That worked.
Well executed.
Didn't get in the snowball in time.
Showing some signs of life,
Omar,
perhaps.
and that's big, so...
Ghost, though, still left alone. Call down. Gonna dissuade him from pushing any further.
I'm really surprised they pulled it off. That was with brown boots and against Snowball, but they timed it perfectly just before Snowball comes off. The global silence prevents the counterplay, and Enigma Galaxy back up nowhere to be found there. The remaining heroes. Now, that was their big play, though. Those are the big ults, so now it's going to come at a cost.
Got the juice. No more mana with that defusal being shown from Ghost. Gets the root, but not enough to actually finish the job, but they will be able to finish the tier 2 instead. And that is very early timing.
I think he could just ball over to mid and take it too, to be honest, if he wanted to. But I'm not sure it's the most efficient play on the map. This is kind of one of those games where you know it's a given that you're getting these towers soon. So you want to do it the most efficient way possible.
Yeah.
Your latest Syeds. Easy kill for Sumail Sunstrike.
And Niku's still hovering around. Gets a stack, so it's an easy raise, but it's going to cost him. Greed will be his downfall as we see the Centaur stump come out. Dispose kill for Noob. He's got the juice, finds a lowly support GH that may have more farm than him. No, that was an exaggeration. Still can't do much about True. Damn, that was a perfect opportunity, actually.
Ghost with a little pause. Seems like he's moving his headset around a little bit.
So while we have this moment, I would like you to explain, and I know you can just read it, but it's just more fun for you to do something for once.
Okay.
The shards and ags for Lone Druid, because we were talking about this yesterday, and some of them we had forgotten, actually.
Yeah. Well, okay, let's see if I can do them all by heart, because you barely see this hero played, no pun intended, and then they've been changed a bunch. So Lone Druid's Bear's Shard is the one where he can play semi-Bat Rider with a lasso. It's called Fetch.
Yeah.
So he can grab a target and pull them toward his team, and it does damage. And it's like it's a root, right? Then his Bear Scepter is that the bear can play independently from the hero. So that's the good old Scepter where the bear is no longer leashed to you. His own Scepter is where he can give Spirit Link to an ally.
Okay.
But then his bear becomes inactive, so it runs back to base, and then your ally is your bear. And his own shard is the Savage Roar upgrade, but what does it do? I actually don't remember this. Basic Dispel? Okay, I'm cheating now. I'm reading this.
Now he's reading. He was not cheating until this point.
Basic Dispel, and then move and attack speed bonus to allies and around the bear. And yourself. It was close. I got 3 out of 4.
Such a cool design, though. I have to say, this is one. Even though I'm not a Lone Druid player, the idea that your summon gets Ags and Shard is awesome.
I think the Bear Shard is actually pretty good.
Readies. Get decrepified as this could be a big one onto the Lone Druid. Look at that damage. Got the juice. Has got the juice this time.
Well, he fixed his headset, but this time the keyboard not getting off the true form might have made a difference there, but got caught off guard. Maybe he was microing the bear at the time. I was just gonna say, I think in this game, the Lone Druid Shard, first of all, the Bear Shard, where you get the pull, I think is a pretty interesting concept. It's even better with Pick Me Up on Marcy. You could jump into the enemy and then you can pull them back. You're effectively giving the bear a blink.
Yeah, that's true.
Or a Force Staff, at least. So then Marcy can jump onto SF with the bear can lasso him back. Just hope we see it. I don't think Ghost will spend the 1400 on the shard, though.
What do you think the percent right now is? I mean, they've been getting a couple of nice kills on the Na'Vi side. If you had to guess right now.
What the graph says?
Yeah.
25-75, maybe?
Okay.
Would be my guess.
Let's take a look.
The only one surprised.
Wow!
Okay, that was pretty close.
Wow!
Pretty close. By that I mean flawless.
Yeah.
As we've all come to expect. Of course, all my predictions are true. If you check my predictions for the tournament, I probably was 0 out of 16 right.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Happy to get one.
It's a broken clock, right? Twice a day.
That's right. I have a trivia
Zayat
question
steals
for
the
you.
shrine. Go ahead.
If all heroes in a team have their shard and you kill the Tormentor, does the bear get its shard?
You know what? I would actually guess no, but
I think it. I also think it doesn't, but I don't know.
because I don't think the bear has a net worth, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't count as an actual hero.
I would
Plus,
think
it
so,
could
too.
steal it from supports, which would be really bad, right?
Well, it depends. The bear shard is better than a lot of hero shards.
Well, yeah,
in
I'm
my
just saying, but they would be sad about it.
opinion. Oh yeah, we can't have that.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
It's a freaking bear.
Anything Valve have done in the last 5 years of this game is coddle up to supports and make them rich and happy.
That's why they get MVP literally every game if they place a single ward.
If you play Witch Doctor, you get MVP every game.
Yeah, that's true. So, do you agree with the 75-25?
Yeah.
You don't think it's more than that? This is quite the lead, but it has not increased. Like, Na'Vi has done a good job of kind of crawling back a bit.
The thing is...
Nope.
Okay.
Gonna get gripped. Another big kill potentially for Na'Vi. Looks to be the case.
Yeah, it's nothing to jump on.
And Riddies gets credit for that one.
Wait, where is his Dom creep actually? Did he not have one? Oh, it's in the lane farming, so he didn't have anything to rebound on. I'm not saying that's a mistake, but it's just an unfortunate circumstance. If he had it, he might have got out.
Grumpy boy.
Yeah. It's very
really,
sad.
He walks like me, actually.
Yeah.
Just waddles.
This is effectively a one-to-one with you playing racket pickleball with the racket as well there.
Yeah. Oh, gets the Congregations of the Deep right before the death. Big play from the Croaker.
So the reason I kind of agree with the 75-25 is you can see a path for Na'Vi into this game by winning one team fight, right? And if that one moment comes to be, let's say that perfect team fight happens pretty rarely, but at least the decent ones happen somewhat frequently. Later in this game, I'm still concerned with their ability to deal with the super late game bear, but if this is the gold status in 10-15 minutes, I don't think it's that bad. And if you keep finding a little bit of random picks around the map...
NGX leaving a door open. We talked about their potential to give up these leads. GH now dies to got the juice.
Even if this is support kills, they're actually decently valuable.
Of course it matters.
Pugna had a killing spree, so there's bonus on that one. Got the juice, got like 500 gold for this kill. Oh. The recap is not updated, I think. It's still showing the Shadow Fiend one. Try again. Okay, Shadow Fiend, one more time. There it is. Oh, only 400 flat. Okay.
Got the juice pretty close to finishing his BKB.
I mean, considering how his game started, this is honestly playable.
Absolutely. Right? Typically, you see the Ags beforehand, but obviously, with this much of a deficit, needs to switch it up a bit.
They're getting some decent items. Mars got Yules, SF got Kayasha. Silencer is somewhat close to a Force Staff, which is actually a very good item this game. You're playing against Ice Shards, you're playing against Tornado, playing against the Bear, even against the Pick Me Up, like we talked about Rebound. Just being able to reposition and kite. It's the name of the game here. If you can avoid the first volley of spells from Enigma Galaxy, they don't really have that much afterwards, and then maybe you get an arena. Suddenly, your big spells could just hit.
All right, well, NGX will be going for the Roche play.
Lest we forget, they were up 10-0, right?
Yes.
So the mid game has gone 2-7.
This will
with
be a
massive
freebie.
lead.
As to be expected, Na'Vi definitely cannot contest this yet. But they are definitely crawling their way back. There was a 6K lead at a very early stage of the game. Now it's 5K lead at 18 minutes. We've seen this lead evaporate before. He's got the juice, able to evade that. Oh, I say that, he's going to get defused now. Ghost with the bear, can't attack. And now the BKB online forgot the juice, so Ags will be next.
Zayat's protecting the Shadow Fiend. Enigma Galaxy with these double TPs down here. Surely if you make this TP move, you are connecting your heroes through the Radiant jungle and trying to put some pressure, but what can you really claim? There's going to be a Tormentor top in 30 seconds. That's what you should really be looking at. Of course, hoping to get the shard on the bear in case it doesn't work like you think it does. Navi are not going to let them, though. This will be a big moment. If Navi can somehow turn this into a good fight for themselves, they could equalize the game. It's a tall order, though. This time, Lone has the Aegis.
Yeah, they should know that they're heading towards the top side.
Yeah. Oh, this could actually be even worse. If you come through the gate after Enigma Galaxy are set up, this could be real bad. BKB on Noob is going to be impossible to run into. And yeah,
they are going to be kind of low, though, but yeah.
Just a big old waste of time for the Navi side.
Yeah, so Omar going to be the recipient of the shards, so his ice shards are upgraded. Well, got the juice at the very least, can farm the enemy triangle a bit as Zayat's setting up for the 21-minute shrine. Might be able to get this, actually, especially if there's only one of the best heroes to secure the Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, sleepwalking. Anything that displaces heroes or removes them temporarily from the game is pretty powerful, like Astral Imprisonment, Disruption, Sleepwalking.
Why not the most powerful displacement in the game, Cinderin? Meat Hook.
Toss. Oh. Well, Meat Hook is difficult because then you are also outside the ring.
Yes, but you hook and then you break. Zayat ends up being spotted, unfortunately for him.
Okay, they...
So Ghost and GH both get the shrines, so NGX able to amplify their XP lead a little bit more. So got the juice, only has one component of the Aghanim Scepter. We're going to talk about the SF in a bit, but has the Blink and Yasha Kaya, so Ags will be next for him as well.
Yeah. It's an interesting game for Shadow Fiend itemization because usually you really want to get BKB after this, and you probably have to because of Invoker. But beyond that,
gets spotted, but a nice tornado from Zumail into a global silence, though, as PMA tried to TP. It is not to be, though. Drops to the deck as Zumail gets credit for it.
This is kind of costly, burning your global to try to save Mars there and Arena. I would like to see Enigma Galaxy force high ground bottom here. Like, this is a lot of advantage, but this would be even better, perhaps.
Absolutely. Niku gets the Requiem, attempted TP maybe, goes for the raises instead, knowing that he's likely to be falling to the ground as Zumail, another kill to his name.
Yeah, now you should definitely
And that one
force the issue.
Felt like Navi were trickling back in ever so slowly, but this one really hurts.
The unfortunate circumstance of this is this Shadow Fiend kill is really good, but it means you've split your heroes 2 and 3, so you can't really force bottom, and the top wave was pushed in far enough that Ghost can't really go and hit there either. But there's still going to be global and arena cooldown for a little bit if you wanted to poke. Considering you have that Aegis, why not? Just need everybody there. Need Electria on the bear, need the Pugna there. Not exactly executing it too fast though, so I guess the moment is gone.
Yeah, only 40 seconds left on the Aegis, so NGX gonna play it a bit safe, it seems. And in terms of the bear, what items does he have right now? The actual bear has the Mjolnir and the Diffusal Blade, and now we'll be going for the Aghanim Scepter, so no leash.
Yep.
Tornado from Sumail with the meatball to follow. Ice Shards not going to fully connect, but Zayat's walking into the Sunstrike. It's not quite enough to get the kill as Nuke comes in with the Unleash, and now the punch from Omar. Global Science a little bit too late, though. PMA drops to the deck. The bear, though, taking considerable damage. That's going to be the bear down and out.
Okay, not too bad of a defense, really. You lose Mars, you kill a bear, you force BKB from Marcy. You do have to spend global, though. But yeah, Enigma Galaxy can just choose to not commit and still retain solid map control. Would love to see them pick up a gem here. I feel like when you're in this dominant of a position, just keep locking down the map as much as possible. Triple Essence Ring, that's true. Pretty good against Gyro to have Essence Rings.
All right, well, Got the Juice can get his Ags. The question is, can he get to the secret shop, which might be a tall order considering NGX are in that area at the moment.
Radiant are scanning.
And they scan their triangle. Sumail's going to show a little bit north of it, but this looks like an opening for Got the Juice to be able to snag that bad boy.
It looks like Noob is queuing up a Linken's for his Marcy against Bane in particular. I suppose when you do jump in with your ult, Bane has a little bit of cast time on a secondary spell. But a lot of the time we see Marcy's in this slot just get a Basher and just kill a core. So I don't know if this is a bit too defensive, because even if you get gripped, you can still get saved by supports, unless we're talking the Nightmare scenario where you get caught and globaled and therefore cannot be protected and you are the target. Don't know if that's what you really should be building for rather than all the positive ones.
Well, Zayats has his sights set on Aghanim Scepter on the Bane as his second item.
Yeah?
Very ambitious.
Good luck with that. At the very least, he does have, well, hang on, Lone Druid has his shard, right? Yeah. So
this was probably an instance where Got the Juice regrets going for the BKB first. Hasn't needed it.
Yeah.
The Ags would have helped him farm quite a bit. PMA spotted out and taken out. All enemy team is going to take a call down with the Rocket Barrage to follow. So at the very least for Navi, they get a trade, but again, core for support.
Kill this illusion. Got on
It sure did. 11K lead now for NGX, and we'll find out shortly how long Roche is going to take to spawn. Got the Juice, going to see some creeps here. Takes out one of Sumail's. I feel like that theoretically is decent against Helms, later in the game at least, having a gyro.
Yeah, especially if there's more than one. Flak Cannon is nice to kill multiple targets that aren't too high HP. Yeah, it's all right.
So, do you think this was more of a draft issue, or I mean, I know you were harping on the lanes a lot. Then they could have switched things up. I mean, in the end, though, do you think that made all the difference?
I think it made a huge part of it, and I think, yes, it is a draft issue, and if they swapped the supports around, I think it would have been better, but they would have still lost. But I think they would have lost by less, and that's what you have to strive for in games where your lane picks just aren't the best. It's about stemming the bleeding and not getting run over.
Right.
Everything that has happened in this game is a consequence of the first 5 minutes. And you could say that every time, because yes, obviously the early game comes first, but the extent to which Enigma Galaxy are leading was built in the first 5.
And GX, they want Got the Juice, gets punched in the air and destroyed.
No buy.
No buy at all.
Only bye-bye.
As Riddies will
nice
dodge the tornado, but just a matter of time before he's found. Now a lightning bear is after him, gets rebounded in his face. Requiem will be used, help take out GH. But now the rest of Na'Vi have to get the hell out.
Enigma Galaxy with that smoke, they find a connection on Gyro, but they don't have the waves to hit high ground once more, so probably just going to turn into a pick-off and then farm.
Roche is up too.
Yeah. Well, as I say that, maybe this mid-wave makes them tempted to go and do some damage, but the bear needs another 10 seconds to even get there. Yep, they're just going to zone control instead. No push. PMA in the meantime takes their wisdom.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Zayat's
stacking the enemy ancients.
Yeah.
For his gyro, I'm assuming.
And now the Roche attempt for NGX. Should be a freebie. As the bear, I believe, has the Ags now. Indeed. Autonomous bear.
Yep. Omar did switch away from the Linken's into Basher, so I agree with that choice. I think now the Linken's gets more appealing, or the Blink that he has queued up. Also not mad at that. So you can Blink, initiate, and then if you get in trouble, you can rebound out, or you can rebound the bear in still as you're fighting. different options.
Sumail sees the Bane. Cataclysm greets Zayats. Little Nightmare himself, but delays the inevitable as Niku also spotted out and will be brought down easily. A big kill for NGX. 12k lead continuing to grow now as damage rune spawns on the top. Feels like all the stars are aligning for NGX to try to push for the high ground.
Yeah, this 50-second death timer on SF is a pretty big deal. And now Lone Druid has the Axe, so he's going to ramp up his farm massively. He can now farm jungle and lane at the same time. He can split push whenever he wants to, hit high ground, and yeah, Sumail is connecting with the bear here. So it looks like a plan now. Alacrity on bear, Invoker with the amp damage. This is going to be a tough hold.
Got the juice. Oh boy, Walrus punch in the air. The global silence comes. He's gonna pop the BKB. Not quite dead yet. Gets Force Staff away. So does survive the onslaught from NGX, but again, their buildings are gonna melt in the midst of the bear attack. Fortification comes out.
So what I was looking for earlier when I was talking about Lone Druid Shard is he needs a way to remove Enfeeble. And since he has Shard, he can Roar the bear as a dispel. So that historically was a pretty good way for Bane to counter Lone. It was actually just enfeebling the bear, but pay your way out of it for 1,400 gold.
And Ghost Bear has come back after getting a nice healing session. And Nightmare to delay a bit. Sumail, another Alacrity though. This should be the end of the melee racks.
It's enfeebled though. He has cooldown on Roar. He's gonna roar now, surely.
Very softly.
He's not roaring. Now
there we go. So full lane for NGX. Very methodical approach, and still 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, which, by the way, they gave to Marcy in this case.
I like putting it on the Marcy here. I think Noob's job is to just cause chaos. He just needs to jump in and start killing someone and force out spells. Not pop his BKB on his first life. Maybe not even pop Unleash. You just blink in and dispose someone. And then as the fight develops, he can go full ham if he wants. Otherwise, just the chaos he's creating. The pressure between that, the bear, and Pugna hitting towers, it's going to be really difficult for Na'Vi to make the right decisions.
I'm sure for NGX, their plan is to go for another set of racks in this 2-minute window. Maybe even try to end the game. Tornado into the meatball. Got the juice, has to pop the BKB. Unleashed from Noob, doing quite a bit of damage to the gyro. Will turn his sights onto him again. He's just continuing on. The bash does hit. Gets speared finally to a tree. Cataclysm to follow, though, as Zayats is going to be taken out by Sumail. And most of Na'Vi have to back away.
They used so much. They used Global, they lost their Bane, they used Gyro BKB.
And now the Alacrity Bear going to town on these buildings. PMA gets off the arena only onto one, though, and there's not going to be any follow-up because Gyro has his hands full with 2 bears just running straight at him. Niku not able to do too much here as Ghost, is he actually going to get this kill? Gets Yules at the last moment. Now the Requiem to force him back. That's actually a lot of damage on the Requiem. Spear does hit Ghost, and that is the death of the lone Druid. Big kill for Na'Vi. As Omar going to get healed up. And Sumail actually jumps in with a tornado as well. Likely to be no follow-up. Do they continue this push?
Remember, the bear is still
the bear is still alive. Because of that Aghanim Scepter, and they're going to find the Shadow Fiend inside the Ice Shards. Has to buy back. As now the fortification comes out again. This is likely the last one. As the grip actually does find the mark, but a nice snowball save. Niku inside the shard. This is going to be a dieback on the Shadow Fiend. And Ghost Bear can just finish the job. Gets the melee racks. That's the important one. And NGX gets out with most of the bodies. I mean, in that whole engagement, was it just the 1 kill on Ghost?
I think so. Oh, wait, they got the Marcy Aegis.
The Aegis, sure.
So, yeah. And you could even make the case that Ghost overdove that, didn't need to play that aggressive. He could have taken the barracks probably, but wanted to go for the killing blow. Not quite enough, but fortunately for Enigma Galaxy in this game, they're in such a commanding position that mistakes are pretty reparable. seems like it should just be a matter of that they're all. There's 50 seconds in this SF because of the dieback. You have so much time. You take Tormentor, you can push out all the lanes. You're going to get a shard now for GH, which is relatively inconsequential, but...
Tier 1s, all 3 up. Crazy. The fact that this has lasted 35 minutes is more surprising than anything.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, this might be the first game of the tournament that a team hasn't lost a tower.
Was that in the fantasy?
I don't think so, but... Yeah, it's a rarity nowadays that a team loses control of the game that hard, that fast. You're usually able to get some sort of a trade where you get the enemy safe lane tower and trade some space or whatever. See you later, Riddies.
Yep, Cataclysm's coming for you. Goodbye.
Oh, they found Zayats.
Yeah, both supports dead just like that. One does have buyback, though.
That is one way to end the game, is to not even have to take the team fight for it.
Yep, no global silence likely for the rest of the game. Got the juice. Goodbye as well. And he does not have buyback either. So 70 seconds, this should do it. GG's called. Okay. That was technically a game of Dota. NGX start out the game 9-0, and they've just dominated all the way through this, forcing a game 3.
Yeah, that was, I gotta agree with the panel on this one, just strategically superior in this game. Fly in particular really liked the way Nigma went around about the punishing the enemy supports and playing around their own Pugna Lone Druid, and boy, did it work.
What do you think of that bottom lane, Nat?
I thought it was good if I'm an Enigma Galaxy fan, and I thought it was atrocious if I'm ever going up against it in a pub game, which apparently Fear has done multiple times. You knew exactly how that one was going to play out, and yeah, it really did not differ at all. They just ran them down. Too much damage. No escape at all.
Wow, she just covered the entire game.
The bottom lane. Wait, whoa, Sunsman started it, all right? Don't blame the messenger.
Yeah, I mean, I've played against that once in a pub, and I was like, I also went 0-5, and I didn't know really what to do there. Clearly, Juice has not played against us yet, but now he has. It's a very memorable moment that he will probably not fall for again. And my conclusion was, as I was kind of alluding to during the pregame, is I wanted him to play something that can disengage quickly if he plays against that, because there is no surviving it. His idea of like, oh, I'm just going to pick another high damage hero, we saw that did not work. He just died over and over and over again. But this is how we like to see NGX play. Always, this is very aggressive. Sure, it might look like they throw a lot of games, and yeah, they do, but that's because of their aggressive playstyle. They like to end games very early, or at least play very aggressive. And this game wasn't completely clean by them by any means either. There was a lot of mistakes, but it was good enough, and I want to see this type of playstyle going into Game 3 as well.
Yeah, it definitely fell into that category, like you're saying, with some of those moves. They like to play aggressive. If they work out, you're sitting here, you're praising it, right? Not all of them did work out, but it was definitely more than enough. Everyone doing what they were meant to do there. The Lone Druid being a big one, rare as well, not just that combination of the Tusk Marcy, but just Lone Druid all around. They didn't have to rat this time either to get the Lone Druid win.
Yeah, well, it was a whole combination. I mean, Nigma had a very strong draft identity. You had a Helm on Invoker, you had a Helm on Marcy, you're winning, you're playing strong lanes, you're playing a team that is able to group up and push. I think that's where the sloppiness came in early game. Like, we do have to talk about how Nigma has the potential to throw. I think they split up too much and kind of overestimated how strong they were. Noob, for example, tried to solo kill someone bot lane under their tier 2 alone and just died to like a single TP in. You had Sumail and Omar getting arena'd in the mid lane and dying to the combo of that plus Shadow Fiend ult. You had Ghosts farming alone in their triangle, getting picked off there. That kind of sequence, if that had continued, they could have actually lost this game. And that's where I'm like worried for them as a team. But obviously they did get their stuff together after that, started playing a little bit more tightly, and we had a good game. Brought themselves back to what they wanted to do, which was push towers together.
Yeah, I do like, for both sides, right? The Nigma Galaxy were willing to be a bit more aggressive. They noticed that, hey guys, this might be turning into one of those games where we throw the lead, and they pulled it back, something that we haven't really been able to see consistently in their other series. But there is also something to be said there, then Fly, for the side of Na'Vi. They were able to get those pickups. They were able to read that part of the map, see that that's what Nigma Galaxy were doing and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, the game is kind of in shambles. So what you're probably saying to each other is, let's just place super defensive wards on high grounds and hope they run in. And they did run in a couple of times, you know. So I think it was a very hard position when your carry is jungling for like minute 3. If that happens in a pub, you know, you're probably like, GG, go next.
Sure.
So they tried their best. They were able to capitalize on a couple of mistakes from NGX, but it was still, overall, it never felt like it was going on Navi's side at all.
No, but there were those moments for them. And for us, you know, we get to game number 3 here in an elimination series between Navi and Enigma Galaxy. But Fear, I feel like you should intro your specific request that you had about this bottom lane that you wanted to highlight a little bit more.
Oh yeah, sure. I think we have some clips on that.
We do,
We
yeah.
do, yeah. Let's relive these glorious moments. So basically, when you get level 2, this is going to happen over and over again. They're just going to press tag team, and they're going to press bodyguard, which when you attack, your partner attacks. That adds on top of tag team, and you just can't move. You're taking bonus damage, and there's only one answer to this, and it's getting the hell out of there. And you can't just do that unless you're a hero that has an ability to do that, and Gyro is not it. And you'll see this kind of like completely ruined the game for them. Bot lane was unlaneable. Top lane never really had a chance. Mars can't really lane versus Lone Druid. One of the strengths Lone Druid does have, he's very strong in lane against certain matchups. So they just kind of got dumped on their side lanes this game, and there was really no recovery from it.
Yeah, a hard one. It's kind of difficult to really break down anymore when you realize these side lanes, they run away with it. Sumail and his Evoker kind of doing exactly what he needed to do when they started banding together a little bit more of a team. But then how do you stop something like this happening, right? It goes back to that draft, I feel, Fly.
Yeah, I think they have to rethink pretty much the entire structure of their drafting.
Yeah.
I think first picking a silencer is not working out. I think it's just too random and it doesn't have any impact. In fact, it just gives the enemy too many openings. I would say they're going to ban Marcy next game because I would not want to run into the same situation where NGX has even the possibility of picking this Lone Druid strategy again. So that's what I would revisit and just consider better openers.
Yeah. Do you guys feel that you have any other takes on that one, or Fly's pretty much hit the nail on the head?
No, I definitely agree with Silencer. I haven't seen it win yet, so I'm not sure
Do
what
we
the strength is.
do we have the stats for Silence?
Yeah, he was like 53%, but 0% of games that I've seen.
Okay. And how many have you seen? 3, 2? I feel like we're going to
3
give
or
a bit more
4
context.
at this point, yeah.
Okay.
But they're all were similar theme. They were picked very early in the draft, and then the lane went poorly, and then I feel like if just playing from behind a Silencer isn't good. So, yeah, it's not really working out. Maybe they still could have won. I think the biggest issue was that last pick, Gyro. You were supposed to have impact as a carry. You were supposed to have an answer to this lane that you saw, and it just fell really flat. So there's a lot of areas where they could have improved for sure.
I would agree with that. I also feel like it doesn't seem to be a good hero into the style that Enigma can play.
Okay.
You know, like this, especially when Lone Druid's on the board, like Silencer doesn't do anything. It's literally, the bear doesn't even need spells. It really doesn't do anything at all. You either need to ban that if you're going to pick Silencer, or just don't. I just don't think it's very good for this matchup.
Okay, well, look, guys, we've given our ideas. The players themselves, they're going to have theirs. But we're going to go back a couple of days before the road to the international playoffs kicked off, when Nomad got to sit down with Zayats.
I'm here with Zayats from Navi. Zayats, the last time you were here in 2022, how does it feel to be back at the international?
Yeah, it's amazing because, you know, international for me it's like coolest drug because I can't live without that feeling to play top tier tournaments, and yeah.
And how different is it this time around? You know, back then with Secret, this time you're the captain, you're the drafter of this young squad. What's that like?
Yeah, it feels different because, you know, I was in TIS at 19, I was young with Navi, and 2022 I was with Secret, and I was like just a player. But now I become a captain, so I'm leader of the team, and my team is kind of young, so I guess it's maybe youngest team.
What do you think the advantages are to having such a young team?
Yeah, I guess it's flexible and just feeling that we want to win.
Quite an easy team to captain.
Not that easy, but yeah, it's kind of cool to work with them because they're, you know, listen a lot and they're ready to learn. Sometimes it's easy, but sometimes it's hard.
So what was it like when you very first joined the team? Did you take a bit of time to listen, to learn, to figure out how they played? or were you immediately coming in and, trying to make changes?
First, I was feeling a lot of chaos, especially in our communication. They're young, everyone talking and spamming, and yeah, it was about chaos. And the second one, it was about how they really want to win and how they learning fast.
Well, we hear a lot from Niku. He's very, very vocal, and I've talked to Riddies as well. Can you tell me a bit about PMA and Got the Juice? What's their biggest qualities as teammates? Firstly, starting with PMA.
PMA, it's like strong guy. It's hard to break him. He's like, it's hard to break his mentality. Yeah, he's you can trust him because post 3, position 3, it's you need to be like strong guy who going first. Sometimes initiation, sometimes just a tank. So yeah.
What do you think would be a good result for you here at this international? What are you aiming for?
For me, it's to play in main stage. It's gonna be like good enough.
Okay. And what do you think that would be like for the players who haven't played in front of a huge crowd before?
Yeah, that's why I like that, to give our boys that experience. And also I love to play in arena with fans. A long time ago I played it, and I want to feel it again.
Excellent, Zayat. Thank you so much for coming to talk to me. Good luck at this international. I'm looking forward to seeing you play.
Thank you.
What a great smile there. Definitely a lot of, positive energy around the result and coming into this tournament with new players. We always talk about at Fly a roster where it's like, yeah, you got a couple of people with that experience and maybe 1 or 2 newbies, but for him, it's 4 fresh faces, 4 rookies when it comes to the international.
It must be a lot of fun to be on a team like that where everybody's experiencing it for the first time and you have one experienced person who can kind of help them maybe in an emotional level or just to keep things in check. So I'm sure I remember the first time I ever got to TI and it was a very exciting moment and it still lives on till this day in my memory. So it's fun for sure.
Yeah, oh, that's really nice. I don't know why. What about for you, Fia, the reliving your TI days?
The first time?
Sure.
I guess that was TI1. I just got invited.
Didn't hold the same, back then.
I mean, it was definitely a good experience because it was so long ago and such a different vibe from now. For me, it's more of I'm appreciating how far TI has come from the inception. But every TI has its own unique story on how you feel. Some, are the best days of your life, and some are the worst. And that's just kind of how it goes as a player. You have a lot of mixed emotions when it comes to the event, and every single one is just a different feeling.
Yeah, I think for both of these teams as well, that's where it's sitting in. They're not having the results that they want. One of them.
What about my TI experience?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just feel like you asked both of them.
Well, that's because they played. When
I played
at it. That's right, you did do a show match at TI10. I remember.
Yes, TI10. It was COVID era. There was no crowd.
And they went wild for you, didn't they?
I was quite disappointed to not hear the screams and cheers of the fans, but I still went out with all the poise and elegance I can as a player. Team Gollum, that was my team. Mm-hmm. We won.
I know.
Well, so I have a 100% win rate at TI, unlike you guys. Sorry to say. But I just
not wrong.
Can't compete with that.
Stats don't lie.
Yep.
Am I like Schrodinger's cat because I've never played at a TI? I both have an undefeated streak, but also at the same time the worst win rate at a TI.
Uncalibrated.
Yeah.
Uncalibrated. Well, look, okay, I apologize for not asking, but I appreciate you sharing your experience, Rhea. For these two teams, I'm sure, all those emotions are around the place, especially for Na'Vi. You come in, you have a great game 1. Unfortunately, game 2 not going that way, and whoever does lose this upcoming game number 3 is going to be eliminated. So far in this series, this is what we've seen from our game number 1 and our game number 2. And yeah, game 2, massive confidence builder for Nigma Galaxy. The silencer pick, though, on that Na'Vi is what we were questioning. For you are like, I'm not seeing success with silencer. I ran the numbers for you. 18 picks this hero has right now with an exactly bang on 50% win rate.
Well, it went down 3% after this game. It was 53%.
No, I think it's factoring in this game.
Well, that's what I mean. It was 53 before this game.
Right.
It's 50%. So I mean, I don't have any more opinions on this hero. I haven't seen it win yet, but clearly it's winning on some of the other streams.
It's probably being picked later in the draft is I think a key aspect to that too.
No, not really.
Okay, great, awesome. I thought maybe a little bit of speculation. Nah, all right.
Not really. I'm waiting to see like the impact of the hero. It might just be hard to notice, and there's a lot of issues outside of just the silencer as well, clearly. And I think if you really want to play the silencer more, I don't mind it, but most of these drafts go wrong later on in the draft. You're not getting very inspiring last picks from some of these teams, and that can really make the game very difficult.
Okay. The flip side is not even just specifically the silencer being an opener, but a support being an opener. It feels like most of the series, most of the teams we're seeing on this A stream, they're opening up with a Dawn or a Beast, a Nature's Prophet, right? It's some amount of a flexible core that offers a lot. And a silencer or support, really, if you want to go more vaguely, doesn't feel as impactful when you have first opening pick.
I think you should look at drafts as sort of building blocks. And when you start with a certain hero, it's kind of your foundation. And some heroes are a lot easier to complete the building blocks with. So let's just say you pick a Beastmaster. Okay, now I'm running a Beastmaster game, right? It's kind of obvious what you're going to need to fill in the gaps. It's also a flexible hero. You pick a silencer. All right, I guess I need jump, but I have a silencer. It's not really a strong foundation, right? You build a house, you want a strong foundation.
Yep.
This is not a strong foundation. The support has to be completely overpowered. Auto wins his lane and has a big impact for it to be first pick worthy, which is why we see some Pugna, because he is kind of imbalanced in the lane. I still don't know if it's really the best first pick. I think building around cores is a lot easier because the game plan is easier to make. But at least Pugna has a little more merit. So if there's a support, I would choose Pugna. Otherwise, I would like to see a core or a flex hero. Marcy, Beastmaster, Nature's Prophet, you can play it in different roles. Would make it for a much easier time in the second phase.
I like that, the idea to look around it more rather than just looking at numbers, being like, oh, well, silencer kind of like dissuades people from wanting to pick that. It's like, great, but how are you going to build off of that? And we're going to see exactly how some adjustments are going to be made between our two teams. Na'Vi, Enigma Galaxy. We got our game number 3 here, draft on the screen. Some questions around exactly what's going to be playing out. And yeah, I mean, the bans, nothing too crazy out of it here. We got a TA, an Undying, a Naga Siren, a Beastmaster, and a Nature's Prophet. So Enigma Galaxy still holding true that the TA was a really big issue in a game number 1 and really solved it for themselves in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing that gyro pick, I agree. I think if you ban the TA and their next best choice is gyro there, they're onto something. Like, Got the Juice has some specialty heroes, and we'll see if they can make some adjustments here or not. And the bans look, I want to say exactly the same, at least from NGX they are.
Yeah, Na'Vi as well.
So
between game 2 and 3, that is.
Yeah, and I think the Pugna as well, we talked about from game 1 and Na'Vi and how much success they had with it. NGX also plays a good Pugna, so they got first pick again, they stole the Pugna again. Now it's time for Na'Vi to adapt. And there's the adaptation right there. They're going to take away the Marcy, not going for the silencer. They realized that that did not have the impact as desired, and they definitely felt the pain of this Marcy as well. So I do like how this is evolving into like this game 3 meta, where it's like a series meta update.
Is this then for Na'Vi? I mean, obviously that part where it's like, well, we can't let them have it again. You could have used this one ban they have between first and second phase of pick for it, but is there also something about having the Marcy for yourself that's one, that good building block Fly was talking about, and 2 is good against the Pugna?
I don't think it's good versus Pugna, right?
Yeah, I think Pugna is considered a good hero against Marcy.
That's crazy.
Decrepify.
Right.
Until later, where you are a nullifier buyer, at least as a core. So I'm not sure how many games Na'Vi has played Marcy.
I think it's none.
I know Zayat does play this hero. I don't know about Got the Juice. I think it's okay to take the hero. I mean, it's like you said, they're spraying themselves a ban essentially. So I don't know if this is more of a, let's just take this away from you and then we'll figure it out, or they actually have some kind of strategy of this. Because it looks, this looks a bit better. Now they have some response to Pugna, in my opinion. They have the little shredder for the Pugna ward, and I've just been loving Snapfire this tournament. I feel like the hero's been having a lot of impact, and I'm happy to see more of it.
Let's be real. You just really like the hero pick screen.
I do. It gives you
It's
the
so
lick.
cute.
It's very cute.
It's very, very adorable.
Yeah, I couldn't find, or at least in, I think, this tournament and the last tournament, I don't think anyone's played Marcy.
On the side of Na'Vi?
Yeah, on the side of Na'Vi. I don't think it's a complicated hero to play, so I
No.
believe, and I'm sure maybe they've scribbed it or at least pubbed it. So I don't think it's impossible. But yeah, I don't know what role they're gonna put it into because I cannot find any match history.
Sure, I guess that's the more important thing. We know someone on that team will be comfortable in playing it, but where exactly does that go?
My only issue with it is it's straight up just a block pick.
Yes.
In the last game, Marcy destroys Silencer. Like, Silencer has zero tools to deal with that. Whereas, I'm pretty sure Pugna's the best support in the game versus Marcy in the laning stage. Because, yeah, Decrepify, you go on anyone. He's just going to Decrepify and walk it off. So...
We're seeing this trend now. This is
What's the trend?
Bane into Snapfire. People like
Yes.
this. They really like that
Why?
matchup. Honestly, the reasons that I could tell you that I was told by an expert opinion, that's not my own opinion, I'm just going by the experts.
One expert or multiple experts?
You're on the
One
couch, you're the expert.
I'm taking that expert opinion to my own expert opinion. Apparently, like a lot of it is the trading of like when you leave the lane, when you're outside of the lane, like let's say you want to contest a triangle, let's say you want to be fighting in the river, so on and so on. Like Bane just wins. Like Snapfire, I think we saw a clip in one of the games we covered earlier where Snapfire was forced to abandon his own triangle whilst Bane was like using sentries on it and stuff because you don't win.
Down Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, it's like Snapfire has to back off, and Snapfire is like generally a pretty strong force. So the fact that Bane can just win that and cloud check him is pretty nice matchup.
Sazlik and Dono walled there.
I think Bane is good against Marcy, especially core Marcy, because he wants some sort of BKB disable. So it's been sort of like a pseudo counter for a while now. But it does trade well into Snapfire, and yeah, if you fight in the ruins like in a purely 1v1, you know, Bane is probably gonna win. So I can see that for sure, and we'll see how Na'Vi likes to respond. I don't know if they play Lycan themselves, but Lycan can be good against the two supports. Maybe not so much against the Mars Arena, but I'm curious to see what they do with this Marcy now, because it doesn't look like that easy of a Marcy core game.
They're also thinking really hard. I'm worried about how much reserve time Na'Vi have here.
Wait, can I get angry about something when this downtime we have before they pick a hero?
Sure.
Really annoys me that you can be ethereal and BKB'd at the same time now. Like, I know this change was made some while ago, but this tournament, I have seen so many instances of people being ethereal and be in Magic Community at the exact same time, and it's annoying. It makes me angry.
Sorry.
This is
sorry for your
relevant.
loss.
But this is, okay, but the reason why I bring it up as relevant is because, like, I would have thought this would impact heroes like Marcy, you know, who do only physical damage. Now it's like you can just BKB and be ethereal by, like, Pugna, for example, and it doesn't matter. You can just get away with it. You can just be immune to what she does and also not die to spells.
Yeah, but Nullifier exists, and I need help. You know.
Good comms, good comms. A nullifier and good comms.
Okay.
Wait, Nullifier doesn't work through BKB though, so.
Exactly. No, that's what I mean.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Ghost Scepter doesn't save you anymore. You need that BKB. But yes, there is an anti-mage.
There is an anti-mage, and there's also a troll.
Okay, that's cool.
Are you just pointing that out, or is there something to it?
He's just there.
Okay, so let's just look at it. So AM has been doing pretty well, I would say, but usually picked a bit later. They saw Mars, so he knows what lane matchup he's into, and they pick Warlock, which kind of secures his lane. Like, he's just going to get healed, and he's going to free farm. And the Troll comes out sort of as a response to Anti-Mage as a carry matchup, and also if it's a Marcy offlane, which we don't know yet, because this team does play Snapfire as a core.
They
The
do,
troll
yeah,
makes
snap mid,
sense.
right?
Yes. So the Troll is kind of a response to two potential cores. I think it looks better for NGX. This Na'Vi lineup looks a bit all over the place for me.
Because the first building block was the Marcy block pick, right?
It was the block pick. It didn't really, like, I don't think they knew exactly what they wanted to do with it. And the aim is sort of like, yeah, man, let's, you know, anti-mage time. Yeah.
Kind of comfort, at least the Warlock. That's like a Na'Vi staple. And they really like playing safe lanes with save support type stuff. So I think at the very least it's making them happy. It's what they know how to play.
I feel like when you're riding that line of elimination, it's one thing you want. You want to be on comfort. And you want to be going out in a game that you feel like you're doing your absolute best on a hero with. But everything from here on out is going to have to be quick for Na'Vi with such little reserve time.
I think that's a very fine line, you know?
Yeah,
Sometimes-
of course. You can't just pick because it's comfort.
Yeah, I mean, it happens a lot, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're in a position where it's very tense, and somebody will throw out a suggestion, and you don't think about it too much, and you just go with it, just because it is comfort. Which I'm hoping this anti-mage doesn't fall victim to that. Because, yeah, it's... Normally, every anti-mage pick we have seen this tournament was last pick. It has not been these blind pick kind of heroes. You see your lane and supports, that's great, but you don't see the mid, you don't see the carry. It's already a bad carry matchup. Still playable to some degree, but it's definitely not good for him. And I think as well this anti-mage versus Mars might be fine in the laning stage, but counter spell doesn't really work versus him either. So if the Mars is good, he can always do a spear initiation, and then they have a good lot of follow-up with that as well. Doesn't look easy, and yeah, I'm really afraid as well. Like you have this Marcy hero. I'm not sure what they're gonna do with it, but if it is offlane Marcy, and you're playing into Pugna Troll, I don't feel like you're gonna be very successful. What's your other pivot? Pugna, sorry, you do Snapfire Core with Marcy? That sounds like a better lane. Don't get me wrong, but do you really want to Marcy support in a Snap offlane? Is that good? Not sure. Probably not.
I'm curious to see what Sumel's going to finish up with, because I think he has plenty of options. He has Mars for the setup, he has Bane for the setup. He doesn't necessarily to be another lockdown. He probably is considering whether Snap is mid or not if he can play a melee hero. But even something like Shadow Fiend could work, could combo well with the Mars, gives you a stable lane. If they want to go more disable, I'm trying to think what's left that can do well. Maybe a Void Spirit, but
Yeah.
could be okay. I think he has options. Depends what he's confident in. I can see them going the more disable route or just more follow-up damage. I think both can work.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but because like anti-mage has some counters. I mean, Puck would have been great. Obviously, that got banned. I think Ember was decent too. But you kind of want to be a hero that can lock down anti-mage if possible. But your options are very limited. Like Void Spirit can do it, and they're gonna go for Magnus. All right, so it really dissuaded them from going for like this mage type mid, right? Because you are playing versus anti-mage. This is a hero, yet again, like RP, very simple to use against an anti-mage. You don't have to worry about the counter spell, which is like the most annoying part about anti-mage. That's why I like Puck. You just drop the ground targeted stuff and he dies very easy with more physical damage.
So it is a Snap mid.
Yeah, already been played once this tournament. They're going to do it again here for the second time. And in their potential elimination game here, they're putting a lot of faith into the mid Snap. But Fly, you're not really feeling it? You're not really liking where these heroes ended up in the Dawn last pick?
I'm really not liking it. I think
Okay.
nobody's playing for anti-mage. I think Dawn has nothing to ultimate, because usually you want some kind of mid hero that jumps to combo with Dawnbreaker. Snapfire mid usually plays on TPing to a side lane and ulting, but Dawnbreaker wants to be in a side lane and ulti in. It looks very clunky to me, while NGX just looks very clear what the idea is. Let's buff up this troll. Let's make sure he takes objectives. He's gonna 1v5 this game, a bit more like Extreme Gaming's lineups. So NGX, yeah, much better.
Okay. For yourself, Rare, because I know there's been a couple of times today where you've liked the look of Mag, but now we're actually seeing a Mag come out, and you're like, yeah, this is a good Mag pick. It's going in the mid. It's coming up against Snapfire.
I don't care at all. I love Snapfire. It's one of my favorite heroes. I'm so thrilled.
She
about
in the
mid
tiering.
Snapfire. Yeah, she's all the way up here.
It's bias.
Yeah, it is biased, and I'm so here for it. I can't wait to see how Niku performs. I think he's got it on lock. He's going to make all the space for my anti-mage to get bodied by troll late game.
Yeah.
How do you play the mid Snap then? Very quickly, like, what is... since you're such a fan of her.
Oh, I play it completely different to the pro. I play with the axe.
Okay, all right.
No, the nice idea is that you can at least scale into the late game, right? You can get this Daedalus to be like another core on top, so it's not like you're relying on anti-mage to be the only one to kill a troll warlord here.
And Fear, last opinion to give in this elimination. Best.
I feel like Na'Vi tripped up on this like Marcy pick really hard. Like they didn't know really what to do with it, and it ended up as a pos 5, and their whole draft just looks kind of weird because of it.
It's not only that, you just feel there isn't anything to a Marcy position 5.
It's a Marcy anti-mage lane. I've never seen this before in my life.
Okay, well, you're about to see it for the very first time. Everyone else at home as well is going to get to enjoy what is the Na'Vi up against Nigma Galaxy elimination game 3 with Sunspan and Synderen.
It all comes down to this, Cinderman. Who is going to be out of TI and who's going to be, well, 2 and 3 is still pretty close to being out of TI, so you're not out of the woods yet. But this game 3 is going to be deciding for one of them.
Yeah, and I feel like whoever goes through this victorious actually has a pretty good shot. That's the thing, right? Sometimes you have teams that barely scrape by and then they get the elimination game and you're like, okay, they're like a massive underdog. I feel like either of these teams, when they play their best, can hold a candle to the possible opponent they end up facing tomorrow. So there is a lot on the line here, of course. That goes without saying. Yeah, I echo a lot of what the panel said here. I feel like this Na'Vi draft, I'm a big aficionado of Dawnbreaker.
Aficionado.
As an aficionado myself, I do not like this lineup as Dawn. That's my biggest concern. This was your overall last pick. You have no setup for ulti. Effectively, it seems like they picked PMA's Dawnbreaker as a counter to RP. But the problem is, Dawnbreaker actually isn't the best counter to Mag, because yes, if your teammates get RP'd, you can ult, then you can just skewer them away.
Right.
And if he does the full combo RP skewer, you're probably arriving in some really obscure position where you're just landing inside an arena as well. Like, this is going to be really tough. I think the one upside that I see here for Na'Vi is some good potential in their laning, because Marcy Dawn is a really strong lane, and Fear unfortunately will not get what he was talking about, the 5 Marcy. It will be position 4 played by Zayats. Unless, are they lane swapping? No, they're just starting as 3 bot. So it will be, that is my biggest upside here. If Marcy Dawn can pop off, it's a very, very strong lane. It's one of the lanes that can kill Troll because the blind of Whirling Axis does not work against Starbreaker.
Right.
So Dawn has 3 guaranteed connecting hits. She has magic damage from her Celestial Hammer, and Marcy does spell damage when landing. So this lane is playable.
Oh boy, Sumail has Skewer. They're setting up a first blood potential onto Niku. That is a big kill as Sumail will grab it. So Omar sticking around. That is not a good start for Na'Vi, but brilliant from NGX.
Omar tipping Sumail. I guess it was his idea. Or he said, good job, you skewered on Nightmare. Probably the former.
Starbreaker, this is the combo you were talking about. Pretty powerful, but Zayats is the one taking the death instead.
I would not advise going for it on level 1. I think this is a lane where you chill, you get level 2, and then your damage is twice as high. Perhaps the concern is if you do it before or at level 2, then Decrepify is coming into the equation. We didn't even talk about that. That's a bigger problem, honestly, because, like, yeah, you can get the Starbreaker hits, but you're only getting them if GH is accounted for. Otherwise, you just decrep the troll and it's whatever. But at the very least, this top lane for Na'Vi should just be able to farm. Like, you can just play it safe, you can get your stuff on Dawn. You're one of the heroes that doesn't get fully bullied by Troll. But yeah, not off to the hottest start here. However, Warlock Anti-Mage should be doing well. I don't see Mars plus Bane doing all that much against Got the Juice with the Warlock healing him up. So that lane is stable.
Gonna continue the pressure here. Got the Juice. Not able to do too much now as Nightmare takes Riddies out of the equation. Talk to me about the Snapfire mid. It's been a while since I've seen this.
Yeah, it's not exactly the most
What do you build
popular
on this hero as a mid laner? Any different than...
Well, it's good for Helm of the Dominator because you can cookie the creep, so that's what he's going to go. Okay. And then the next item he has queued up is Blink, and then I'm guessing this is an Ags to toss in Marcy or Anti-Mage? I mean, it's an early quick buy, right? So it could be anything. I would say Snapfire has 2 build paths. One is focusing on kisses and one is focusing on attacks. And I think even if you play it mid, you can focus on the kisses if you don't think it's a good attacking game. Which for me, this one is... It's honestly hard to build right-click snap here. You're playing against Mars, who can block your attacks with Arena. You're playing against Mag, who's going to skewer you in, and Troll as a carry matchup. I would rather see Niku just focus on the spellcasting. Maybe go something like Kaya Sanj, focus on the globs, and
I mean,
do a ton of artillery.
If you want to go the dataless route, that would be like much later in the game anyway, right? We've seen the utility mid Snapfires from the past go almost like a supporty type of utility build to start, and then they end up with a dataless plus another item, and they're doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was a different time, though. I feel like at this point in the game, when you choose your facet on Snapfire, I feel like you're actually largely committing to a path, right? You've chosen full bore, so now your innate is buckshot, which gives you a chance of having glancing shots, and that kind of sucks later in the game because the I don't know, you have 30% chance to do, or excuse me, 25% chance of getting a glancing shot doing less damage, but then you do 30% more with auto attacks in general. But the alternative to full bore, I actually forgot what it's called because I never take it. I always play snap support. The ricochet, right? Just gives way more damage with the bouncing attacks.
That Valve game.
Yep. But yeah, if you're not going ricochet, it's definitely not your primary plan to attack, right?
PMA. Thought he might be in some trouble there, but they're trying to get as much CS as he can. Only 7 so far in this lane, which is kind of a disaster. That's the lane that you were talking about that had the most upside for Na'Vi. Not the case so far.
I fully take it back, honestly. The most upside is bottom, because that one is free. But I will definitely stand on this lane should not be 7-0 CS. This is just not a good start. Marcy can pull waves here against Pugna, because Pugna has no stun. And he will be pulling the wave here on Zayats,
Might
but
die for it though.
Yeah, he should probably have pulled the second wave of the lane.
PMA gonna try to block GH a bit, and the Nether Blast is still in range though, so he gets the pull successfully, but at the cost of his life.
It's just at this level of play, the play they made at level 1 is just costing so much. Like the cascading effect of messing that up is not to be understated. You know, they get level 2 faster on Enigma Galaxy. That means they have Decrepify, so then Dawn's combo doesn't really work as well anymore. You died on Marcy, therefore you couldn't pull the second wave, so you couldn't get PMA some nice, fast, and safe CS. And here you are. This is the one lane that's doing well, though. Nice reflect
got the
there.
Juice, very nicely done. The Nightmare on self for Omar. Gets the kill onto Noob. Unfortunately, forgot the Juice. It was Riddies that actually snagged that one.
Yeah.
But take what they can get right now. A bit of a rough start. GH finds his way in between Niku and Zayats. Rebound should secure it. And Niku getting something on the board for himself. 25-0 right now in that mid lane versus Sumail's 35-7.
Yeah, that level 1 play helps Mag out a ton. Yeah. You get such a big advantage from the first blood gold, and I think Snap might have even died during a couple of the creeps, so then he also loses a lot of experience. Yeah, Sumail should be very comfortable here. This has been one of his, I want to say, mixed heroes for Enigma Galaxy. He's had some games where he's really strong and other games where it just falls a bit flat, but to be honest, I feel like that's kind of just Magnus in a nutshell. There's just some games that just the stars align for you, and in other games the enemy team is just playing well or you're mistiming slightly. It's a very mechanically difficult hero to play perfectly.
Oh, he's got a damage rune. See if Na'Vi are aware at all of this. Coming in from the south.
Oh, PMA in the corner.
Has the RP as well.
If this move is successful, they might get both wisdoms.
Oh, they get scanned out, so PMA definitely aware.
They still have to do something about it, though. You can't just give away both wisdoms, right? Here comes the TP from Snap.
He's coming. There's the skewer. And RP not going to be used, actually. And then Mortimer's instead onto Ghost. Does have the level 6 using it. Fatal Bonds is still applied, though. Attempting to TP. And he's fine. If anybody was nearby, he would have been forced to attack them.
Yeah.
As RP actually does not hit at all here.
Okay.
So NGX opening the window for Na'Vi off of a, well, not the best start.
It's a guaranteed kill on Dawn if he RPs right away. He thought they had her without it, probably. And then instead ends up RPing and missing. And they also don't get the wisdom, and their carry has to TP base. That was almost as bad as that could have gone for Enigma Galaxy, honestly. But, you know, also credit to Na'Vi for bringing over the snap in time. It's very important that she TP'd when she did. Otherwise, this whole situation could have been very different.
Yep, Ghost has returned. Oh, they're going to find Zayats. Has the rebound. Still, both members in this top lane very low indeed.
Helm of Dominator completed for Got the Juice. He will be running the double. So Helm of the Dom and Battle Fury, 2 farming items. Gonna be a while before they can count on him.
Omar really wants this kill. Gets the Nightmare. 8-minute rune is bought. But this is going to set up Skewer nonetheless. Attempted TP though, and should be fine. Heads up play, but the regen rune should go to the likes of NGX.
Something else to keep in mind about Dawnbreaker is...
Reddy's denied it.
A really big part of Dawnbreaker's identity as a hero is winning your lane. It's one of the things it does better than almost any other hero in Dota is crushing off lanes with good partners, but it's just really counterpicked this game, which is ironic because you last picked it.
Yeah.
You picked it into Troll, which is one of the tougher carry matchups, but it's still fine. But the Pugna really makes your life miserable. So I'm worried about PMA's place in this game as we go down the stretch. Like, how does he find... He doesn't have allies to ulti on. He didn't win his lane. And it's not... I guess it's an obvious game as far as itemization goes. You probably just have to buy Ags here, right? So at least that's something he doesn't have to worry too much about getting counter-itemized. But yeah, this is a really, really bad start for this hero.
Well, at least Got the Juice. Has something going for himself.
They're gonna need him this game to pop
absolutely.
off. An average anti-mage performance doesn't cut it here. You cannot get enough out of Dawn from this position for AM to not have to play like a stellar game.
Yeah, he went for the Helm, by the way. We saw the non-Helm build.
Yeah,
Like,
I pointed out the Helm earlier. That's 2 and 2.
2 to 2. All right. Explain it again then.
Yeah.
Well, why choose it here versus the last game we saw?
I'm not sure why he chose it over Battle Fury, except that it could be something, it could be personal preference, first of all. When Ame skipped Helm, I can't believe I'm saying that, skipped Helm of the Dominator and Anti-Mage, when Ame did the normal build, it ramps you up faster, right? This is a little bit slower because you're getting an additional build-up item, but it gives you more early sustain in lane and more early fighting capability.
Right.
Perhaps his worry was if he goes Battle Fury that they're just too weak and exploitable.
Zayats,
I guess.
Omar actually just simply walks away, but at the very least for Na'Vi, they get the tier 1.
It's a very early blink.
Yes, indeed. Let's see if they try to do a smoke reveal.
Sumail playing the standard mid-style Magnus as of modern times, which is the extra point in Shockwave with diminishing return facet, and then maxing out Skewer as well. So no points in Empower just yet for his Troll, but doesn't really matter. Troll's also playing Battle Fury, by the way, so there's going to be plenty of cleave where that came from.
Yep. Good heads-up play from Na'Vi again. Scans have been pretty on point this series. Zayat's looking to maybe tank the gank. Not going to be the case.
Oh, you say that. Okay, never mind. He was on his way to the stairs, but didn't step down. He stacked the cam.
Times to stack. Spots GH as well.
They're chilling.
And now they've seen that Sumail has been missing for quite some time.
That's really awkward. I just TP Bane mid and take XP. He's very low level on Omar. Considering this was an early game that
this could be
Galaxy
big
won.
if they have the damage. They don't have a follow-up Fiend's Grip though. Sumail is going to go for the Skewer play. Nightmare to follow. Got the Juice, should be fine though. In fact, just going to turn this around to Omar. Actually blocks the way completely, so ends up being a free kill for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Blink reveal completely ruined.
They couldn't RP because they know there's Dawn ulti. So the issue there is not their spell casting, it's that they tried to do it to begin with. They actually cast their spells fine. Skewering into Nightmare there is not a bad play, but you can't go for the kill because of Dawn and because you don't have enough damage, so why even bother to begin with? Maybe they were just hoping to force TPs and disengage, but effectively serving up a kill for Got the Juice is not what they came for.
Absolutely not. And now he starts his Battle Fury. Speaking of which, Ghost will finish his Battle Fury. So going to be ramping up a little bit faster than the AM.
CPMA is exactly doing the standard Soul Ring into Ags. Sometimes you see an optional build-up item in between, but this is the normal build for this patch.
Seen the Golem yet either. This is going to be, I mean, there's lots of pressure on all these players in this game. Elimination game.
Yeah, that's the one thing
Does this benefit young players or not?
I don't think this is an age thing so much. I think some players are just better at playing under pressure regardless of age. Experience is on average going to help because you've been there before and you know what it's like. But at the same time, there's also some younger players that are just seemingly completely unfazed by stage fright.
Yeah.
Like I think a great example would be, for example, the Spirit players or Sumail when he, you know, made his splash. His first land he won.
Or
right?
Donk.
Donk in CS, yeah, absolutely a great example. Of course, he's seen him at many TIs popping off. Yeah, I love that that was your example.
I mean, he's the prodigy, man.
Yeah.
What is he, like 16 or something? It's insane.
Oh, not anymore, is he?
No, probably not. He's an old man, 17 or so.
It's crazy to be 16 every year.
Sumail. Looking for this. Oh, he goes for the RP. He wants to take out the Warlock before the Chaotic Offering comes out, but doesn't get there in time. Solar Guardian is there with the Mortimer's Kisses to follow. PMA shows up. The Mortimers are enough to destroy Sumail, so it's a 1-for-1 support for mid. Definite favor going to Na'Vi, although obviously some long cooldowns from both sides being expended.
You gotta appreciate the comedic timing of me saying Sumail is unfazed by pressure situations, and that's the first thing that happens.
I mean,
there.
I don't think that's the pressure, though.
It didn't feel like pressure. It was a bit of a misplay, honestly, just misjudging how far he was gonna get pulled in on the shockwave.
But the Zayats take out GH with the help of Niku.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Na'Vi, definitely, I mean, the draft was precarious based on yours and the analyst's opinion, but do you think the later this game goes, the easier it gets for them? Because, I mean, Troll Magnus late game is kind of scary.
Yeah, I don't think it's like a linear thing, but I think there's timings along the way where you have a good shot. I think AM, when he gets his third item, so let's say he goes Battle Fury Manta and then one more, I think there's a window there where he's going to be very strong against specific things except Troll. But then when we go very late, I think he's going to have serious trouble against Troll. Mag, when Mag gets Refresher, the only BKB piercing ability you have on Na'Vi is Golem, and that only gets you that far. Against 2 RPs and a BKB Troll with...
Well, maybe he has 2 golems at that point.
Yeah, possible. We've seen supports get Refresher this tournament.
Or
Warlock,
maybe he can die with the talent and summon a Warlock golem.
Oh, it would be sick if he summoned a Warlock. That would actually... That would be pretty broke. I think Warlock would be first pick if every time you died you summoned Warlock.
Yeah, that's true.
Like that's the real recursive facet.
Just what he needs.
Placing a ward here that was immediately spotted by GH. He had the vision in advance, so...
I mean, if you think about it, Undying's innate is basically that, right?
Yeah, just it works once.
Yeah, unless you have Refresher.
You can't refresh that.
That's what Fear said, so it's his fault for tricking me. Are you sure?
You can't refresh the innate, can you?
I mean,
No way, right?
It's a skill.
No way you
Omar
can refresh
with the Nightmare. Looks like he's going to go down, though. Unleashed from Zayats.
Ceaseless Dirge.
Okay, and?
When Undying dies, he will instantly respawn the fountain. Begins the game on cooldown, cannot be refreshed.
Okay, there you go. Thanks, Fear.
Yeah.
And Purge, randomly.
I owe you one.
Shout out to Purge.
Fake news out there.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful who you listen to.
Of course, a big shout out to Pyrian Flax for no reason. Purge just walked over to the door and shook his head in disapproval and left.
Alright, well, the Yule's up and running for Noob. As NGX, I mean, the couple times they've tried to get aggressive, kind of flopped in this game. I mean, they have the 1K lead now, but
yeah,
haven't really found their footing, it feels like.
They haven't found their footing. I feel like their plays have been a little bit or uncoordinated, as you said, but I also, overall, in terms of the game flow, fortunately for them, they're not under pressure to really nail this time of the game, I think. It's okay to, you know, stabilize and farm. Ideally, you want to be further ahead than this with the lanes you had, without question, but it's not cause for concern yet. Of course, if you literally just let AM farm for another 20 minutes, you might end up on the receiving end. The biggest story in this game for me is that PMA has recovered. He had 7 CS minutes, what was it, like 5, 6? And now he's 4th on net worth.
Yeah,
he's
that's
ahead
true.
of Magnus. 2 levels ahead.
Yeah, Sumail's moves. I mean, that's
okay. There is cause for concern.
There were
this was worse than I
two
thought.
instances where Sumail trying to use this blink dagger just
hello Riddies.
Flubbing it up. As Sumail walks right by Riddies. Does he have PTSD from the last time? Maybe.
I think he wasn't looking at
Ghost
zero.
finds him. Extremely easy
This is
kill.
the bigger one, though.
Indeed. Got the juice.
He might have had him.
It was
but
close.
I
Got
think
the
he'll
juice.
have him anyway.
Blink in 1 second, and the RP finds.
There it
and
is.
The juice is down. Omar.
That is the big one. Gonna probably cost them a tower against Rally.
Oh, they have TP still, though. Spear connects. Nice rebound. In the exit plan, Niku gets Yules. And now the skewer back. Okay. The cookie overpowers it. Actually, don't know what was that. The Rebuke, maybe?
It might have been Rebuke.
Yeah, it must have been Rebuke. So another big kill for NGX and the tier 1.
All right.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Shannon, do we have this much power? Is it the moment we criticize literally anything in the world, it just levels up?
Yeah, Dawnbreaker top 3 net worth now.
Shannon, I think your casting is awful today.
Okay. Oh, that's not going to help.
Well, just wait. I'm gonna say something really funny any second now. Yeah.
What a stack.
You're right, I get. Yeah, never mind, it didn't work. Some people are just immune to help. You just you just can't be saved.
Sorry about that.
Unfortunate. What can you do?
4K lead for NGX. Looking
Yeah.
pretty good now.
That helped a lot.
And they have pretty good Roche potential as well.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure how early they'd want to go for it. Oh,
Ghost
thinking
is
about it now,
thinking,
maybe.
but yeah, maybe the risk reward here. You don't have RP.
Yeah, it's
Not
no
necessary.
BKB
It's
now,
not
though.
necessary. It's just one of those moments where, do I have to take this risk? Like, sure, you can possibly get it, but alternatively, wait for RP, find any sort of good pickoff or team fight, win that by at least a bit, and then you can probably just get it. Also, the
Navi.
timer was concerned. Roche is about to move, and it's Torment time, so we'd rather be ready for that.
It is Torment time. Got the juice. Almost has his Yasha. Has the Battle Fury with the Helm, so a little bit behind. Maybe trying to bait himself in the midst of the rest of his team being smoked. Of course, Chaotic offering one of the best responses to any sort of initiation that they have.
The Troll can solo this, by the way. He
If
doesn't even
done
need,
correctly, yeah.
He doesn't even need help. He just needs people to scout ahead for him.
Well, it looks to be a freebie for NGX.
Waited patiently until Heroes showed mid, and this bit of information is enough for them to go off of now. Zayats will trade for a tower,
His middle tower has fallen.
but that was a tower they were going to get anyway. Unfortunately for Enigma Galaxy, not the best shard carriers in their team. I would probably rather have seen it on Bane to let Omar farm a bit more.
Oh, is that a finished Ags for Snapfire? We got the Gobble Up on the way. Okay. So now you truly have set up for Solar Guardian, Cinderin.
Who are you throwing in?
I'm not sure.
I feel like
You
I
could
just-
throw in the Creep, the Helm.
I guess, but you can't. Can you Dawn ulti on a?
Kills the Creep, though, right?
I guess it doesn't kill a Dominator creep.
Oh, Omar, wow, that's some range right there. Meanwhile, Ghost focusing on the Warlock. Easy kill. Tempted TP, but the Spear will find Zayat, so both supports dead for Na'Vi. And NGX continuing to grow this lead now.
Yeah, they can Roche. It's moved to bottom since it's post 20 minutes, and this is just straightforward. 20-second respawn on the enemy supports. This Roche should be close to dead beforehand. Mars tanking it for the troll.
Oh.
Yep, it does stay alive indeed.
All right.
But I don't think you can you Solar Guardian on this because it's a creep hero?
Not
I
sure.
actually don't know if you can Solar Guardian on this.
Well, they scouted out, and Niku looking for maybe a cheeky deny, or maybe even the Roche kill, but not to be. So Ghost secures the Aegis. Meanwhile, Sumail finds his way on top of Niku. And the arena with the grip. That's a lot of ultimate. Solar Guardian to try to save it. PMA with a big Starbreaker onto 3 heroes of the Chaotic offering to follow. Ghost has to use his ult and the BKB. And now the Dawnbreaker will likely fall as a result. Ghost a little bit left alone at the moment. Of course, has that second life to work with as Noob comes in and destroys Zayats. So in the end of all that,
it's a good enough result for
more
Enigma Galaxy.
loss of life for Na'Vi. Yeah, absolutely.
2 for 1, you force Golem and Dawnbreaker ulti, and you expend Arena and RP and Troll ulti, but your cooldowns should be ready again for when it matters. You're obviously, Dawnbreaker, something to keep in mind is the solar charged facet, which makes your ultimate come off cooldown faster, and the 15 talent. But the overlap now, whenever Dawn dies, she's obviously not progressing her ulti at a faster rate than normal. So it is going to be ready basically at the same time as RP, which means there's no real moment of opportunity for Na'Vi to try to overwhelm you. Should be good enough here for the side of Nigma Galaxy. Now here's item number 2 for AM that's worth talking about, is that Manta. He's queuing up Butterfly next. It's tough though, right? Like you're not going to be fighting Troll, I think. You have to kill the supports.
Yeah.
So, oh, Nightmare, Omar.
Yeah. It was reflected. Nice timing from Got the Juice. And there is the gobble up on top of Omar. Spear, though, hits AM. Solar Guardian to try to heal him up. Does a decent job of that as the Mars Arena does find 2, but it's the 2 supports, neither of which have their ults anyway. And with that, Na'Vi have to exit the premises. So another trade of supports overall. PMA is going to be able to get back to base in all likelihood, but the Shockwave bringing him back. Starbreaker with the Shard. It's enough.
Had 5-second cooldown on RP there. Otherwise, that's a dead Dawn as well. So timing of that fight is barely early enough for Na'Vi. They do save Got the Juice, as you mentioned. They got to keep him going. As we talked about, doesn't really overpower Troll at any point, really. As long as they keep neck and neck in net worth, which they aren't. Troll is even ahead, so he should be just fine. It's a matter of when does AM get strong enough and confident enough that he can just jump and kill Pugna, jump and kill Bane. And, of course, ideally pull off a masterful Manta dodge on some big spell such as RP or perhaps, I don't know if you can Manta dodge Spear. I guess you can just have an illusion get speared instead. Oh, see you later, by the way.
Yep, that is a dead Riddies. So NGX expanding their lead now.
Ghost is big. 8-0 on 1.
Well, he's getting close to Satanic now as well.
They might just threaten this. I don't mind it. Yeah, 2-minute Aegis.
Yeah, exactly.
You know that without Warlock, it's hard for Na'Vi to find enough damage, but the Snapfire will put an end to the wave and perhaps no ability to hit high just yet.
It does feel like a bit of an awkward lineup, though, for Na'Vi. Gobbling up creeps. Nobody to really throw in. Like, you're not going to want to throw in... I mean, you could throw in the Dawnbreaker, I guess, but it kind of defeats the purpose of having that global ult.
And it begs the question, when they chose to upgrade this Snapfire to mid, what did they see in this? Like, what was the... Did they just think the Dawn ulti was that essential in this game, that that was worth it? Because to me, putting Snapfire mid instead of 4 is actually almost a downgrade in this game. Because the purpose of the hero could have been performed by 4, and then you could have got another mid.
Now, Sumail looking for an opening. And they go for the easy skewer play on Zayats. Gets a big rebound, though, with the Glimmer to follow. They have the vision, but still able to get back into his base. This is all in an effort for Zayats. Or, sorry, forgot the Juice to get some farm. He'll be cutting the wave. But not going to save.
Can he get this tower Ghost? Yes, he can.
I think so. Through the backdoor protection.
Yes.
And yes.
He got it. Took a while, but he got through it.
Only 20 seconds left on the Aegis.
He has a wave mid, so he can start this.
He will do exactly that.
Solar.
Might go for the tower and then at least poke at the melee.
Here. Na'Vi, hello?
They might just be giving this up.
Someone at the door.
That is a melee racks down. Ghost will be very happy with that. Aegis now gone.
Okay.
Do they just continue even without the Aegis? I mean, what can Na'Vi do exactly?
They have no displacement, so they should be able to just save their troll with a Decrepify.
Oh, there's the play onto Omar. Bane is out.
It cost them a mid-tier 3.
Yes, that was quite the cost. And he's going to be back in 30 seconds anyway.
Yep. Now, what Nigma Galaxy should do is just protect this ward they have. Keep playing this area, stick tight together. You can win a 4v5 here if Na'Vi approach blind. With any sort of good fish from Magnus, you just get a Blink Skewer on, say, Marcy or Warlock and kill them instantly, or Snapfire. And you retain this hill control. They're also going to try to get themselves the Wisdom for Ghost. Maybe getting his 20 talent. No,
I feel
they
like
get it too, so no.
Na'Vi have just put so much pressure on Got the Juice because he hasn't really joined any of these fights really, which means the time he does join, it just has to go perfectly, like literally picture perfect.
This is that stereotypical pub game where you're fighting or protecting for your AM to farm 4 items, and then he shows up and gets 1 chance.
Yeah.
And if he fails that fight, the game's just over. And if he wins, you have a chance. So, yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. Ghost. Sumail gets the skewer onto PMA, put in a pretty bad spot. Now the arena with the spear. Chaotic Offering's not going to do too much to save PMA as he will be down and out for 70 seconds.
Ghost didn't have to ult. They used nothing except arena. They have RP and troll ults.
Butterfly now online for Got the Juice, but now it's a 4 versus 5, so we might not even see an actual 5v5 fight the entire game for Na'Vi as Ghost playing this Troll Warlord, one of the best pushing heroes in the game. And this is going to be Megas pretty shortly. One last fortification for the road.
You have to jump Mag, I think, and try to catch it. I don't know. How do you burst him, though?
There's the gobble up right on top of Ghost. RP to follow, though, right on top of the AM. Do they have the damage? Do they have enough? They do. Got the Juice down and out for 70 now as Zayats will follow suit. And this looks like the beginning of the end of the run for Na'Vi here on the road to the International as Ghost and company will be able to secure Mega Creeps and almost certainly the game. Ghost will continue on to the tier 4s as Riddies, I mean, he doesn't even have Chaotic Offering for another 90 seconds. It feels like they just never could get started in this game for Na'Vi. Last tier 4 drops to the deck as well, and Ghost, I mean, at some point, Na'Vi gotta throw bodies at this hero. They're gonna throw a hammer, the gobble up, hits the Pugna in the back to try to stop the healing, and there's a Solar Guardian to follow, but PMA just gonna get kited as the arena finds the mid lane. Niku will get dropped to the deck as well as GG's come out, and Na'Vi eliminated from the road to the International, and NGX will stay alive for another day.
I have to say, this was a rather odd series. You know, the first game, Na'Vi with a rather extensive victory, and then in games 2 and 3, just feels like something happened in the Nigma Galaxy strategy camp here. Just found ways of significantly outdrafting Na'Vi, but I feel like it took 2 to tango here. Both Na'Vi maybe with a little bit too cute approaches to some drafts, and at the same time, Nigma Galaxy with some very good ideas made for 2 extremely one-sided games. And that's all it takes in an elimination series. You just can't drop the ball like that. But Nigma Galaxy, they got it together when it mattered most, and now they get a chance.
Yep, and back to you, Nat. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Sunspan and Cinder. And yeah, Nigma Galaxy, look, it's a great one for them to win because it means they survive another day here for the road to the international playoffs. But you know, it's only one extra life, right? They're going into that elimination round that will be played for them either later today or tomorrow. That's yet to be decided, but they do evade it for now. On the other side, though, Na'Vi, unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to them. And it was a tough one. Coming in fly like that for game number 1, you look fantastic. And then you feel like you're dismantled by this Master Tusk. You try and take it for yourself in game 3, and it's just not much really to work with for it.
Yeah, I think it showed some inexperience because they were not able to figure out what's happening fast enough, and their adaptations were not good, realistically. It is heartbreaking nonetheless, doesn't matter, it's your first time, your second time. Losing, you know, here, it's the absolute worst feeling, and I think a lot of these guys are promising young players, so they have, you know, a bright future ahead of them in Dota. But today was not it, and they're going to look back at this and wish they had done things differently, and that's only fair.
I think that's hard not to do when it comes to competition. You're always kind of going to have that little bit when you look at it, but you're right. The young, promising talent, I'm sure there's going to be many more TIs and road to TIs ahead for themselves there. And something that is so remarkable about them, especially for this game number 3, is that the fact that they're willing to try new things, even when it is that potential elimination rare. The fact that they're running a Snapfire mid, yes, it's happened before in this tournament, but they're willing to do it again here, and it's interesting the way that they want to play it and build around it.
I know we're meant to be like somber because they just got knocked out, but like genuinely, I was so excited watching this Snapfire.
Yeah.
I just want to talk about it really, really quick.
You can talk about it for as long as you want.
Okay, because I've seen like in the past, these Snapfires go like the Travels build and they go like damage items because they want to be able to scale later with their talent. But Niku is buying Ags. And whilst that alone is already pretty fun and cool, he combines it with a Helm of the Dominator. Now, if you do not know at home, if you eat a creep as Snapfire and then throw it, it will deny the creep on impact. It just kills it. But because the Helm of the Dominator creep is considered a hero creep, it doesn't die. We didn't get to see any really sick combos with it this game, but that means that if you want to throw a Centaur or you want to throw the fish that has like a Ravage, like that could potentially be an insane like team fight combo, which I'm very sad we didn't get to see, but I thought it was super cool. And I want to thank you, Niku, for showing me that, and I appreciated watching you play. I'm sorry it didn't work out, man.
Yeah, look, he's still going to be leaving an impact for you, figuring out a little bit of tech there that he can pass on to anyone else who's a massive Snapfire lover or someone else who wants to play Snapfire mid. On the other side, Nigma Galaxy, their journey will continue on, and for them in this game 3, was it that stomp that you wanted, Fear, where you're like, the team, it's going to be a good win for them because you want them to show that they have momentum when it comes to that next round they'll be participating in.
Yeah, no, this is great. Like, game 2 and 3 was very decisive. Whether we didn't like the Na'Vi drafts so much, doesn't really matter at the end of the day. If you're going to be a good team, you have to have your own good drafts, and the other team isn't up to par. You just have to have good play and to really just kind of make sure that your lineup is doing what it needs to do. And that's exactly what happened here. And Ghost in both game 2 and 3 really stepped up. The troll pick, the lone druid pick, really impressive here. And I think across the whole team, their ideas were really good. Like, to be able to just start mid with Bane, end up getting a kill on this matchup that probably should have been very difficult for him. These small things that they're doing is exactly what I want to see. I don't want to see these very sloppy back and forth games where there's too many mistakes, because this is the road to international. If you want to win this tournament, you can't be sloppy. And I'm glad that Nigma has looked much better in this series.
What about you, for you, Fly? Because you had that similar sentiment as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree that I think they've showed a lot of promise. I think something switched between game 1 and game 2 where they really got their stuff together. Their drafts made sense. There was a game plan. I could see the vision that they're going for. Maybe it was on the back of the Pugna. Maybe it was something else. This is good Dota, and I hope they keep doing this for the next years.
Yeah. Something else that I think also really changed heavily for Nigma Galaxy between the game 1 and 2 and 3, and hopefully going into future series as well, is Fanoob. I felt like he was a little bit more comfortable. They were able to draft a little bit better for him, and he had great displays in that second and third game.
Yeah, definitely. He was not stuck on some primal that, even though it's a hero he plays, it didn't have as much of a place in this meta compared to what he's playing now. So they figured out a way to incorporate his heroes a little bit better, and the performance showed.
Yeah. I want to go back to the play down at mid. You talked about it a little bit, Fear, but we actually have a clip from it if you would like to highlight it in more detail.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup, they picked the Snapfire to be oppressive in the laning stage. That's exactly what it's supposed to do. But these small little things like this, where you just start a support mid, and this Snap, who's supposed to win this lane and snowball the game for you, dies at level 1 to this Magnus. The Mag gets the first blood. Now this matchup doesn't matter anymore. Now Magnus is going to have a free game. And yeah, I love these small little macro plays on the map where you just make something happen out of nothing, essentially. And it entirely changes like how the draft was meant to be played. And it really hurt Na'Vi.
Yeah. Most of the lanes were kind of really struggling, but the Dawn found a little bit of footing in this one. And that's also something that I want to give props for here, Rayer, is the fact that they're still able to recover lanes that went poorly for them, even if it's just a little bit. Even if you don't get the win, there is still that potential and that momentum.
Wait, do we watch the same lane for Dawn?
I know, that's what I'm saying. Her lane was bad.
Oh, yeah.
But after
it. I think that was a lot of really nice small plays from Na'Vi back to back after the lanes because yeah, she was like 2,000 net worth behind troll or something bad like that. But I actually think that came more off the back of Got the Juice starting to get involved with the team because if you look at like 10 minutes, there's 2 losing lanes and Anti-Mage is the only one that had a good game. But he rotated mid, they helped get a little bit of skirmishes going. After that, they picked it up. Dawnbreaker had some good fights. And yeah, they managed to get back
into it just a little bit, but unfortunately just not it. This best of 3, or at least this road to the international playoffs for Na'Vi ends here. They are eliminated out of the tournament. And before we say goodbye to them, we're going to catch up with one of their players. Pyrian, I believe, has Niku with him.
Yes, indeed, Nat. Thank you. I am here with Niku from Na'Vi. Niku, first of all, I just want to say you were 2 years old when Na'Vi first won the international. How does it feel to be part of such a historic and sort of legendary organization?
Interesting, funny. Like, Na'Vi was legendary attack, like first TIs, Na'Vi was on finals. Now maybe a bit worse, but maybe gonna be better.
I mean, you must be incredibly proud of yourself, though. This is the first TI. You just got promoted from Na'Vi Junior this year. Although you've been knocked out, and we're very sorry to see you guys go, you must be proud of how you've done to get this far.
At least not 0-4. Yeah, maybe we're gonna go next. Maybe the next TI will be better.
And what do you think it was that was the difference here? What was it that cost you this series in particular? What went wrong?
They tempt us on second map. They just run on us and killing us. We have Shadow Fiend, which need space and farm. But they just run like monkeys on us, and we can't do anything. On third map, we have not the best draft, I guess, but I don't know, they like their course have just free game, maybe because of draft.
Fair enough. And let's looking forward to next season. What are you guys hoping to do next year after this TI, maybe going for next TI?
Of course, yeah, next TI, maybe like other tournaments, like top 4 maybe, somehow, maybe.
Fantastic. And what about some words for your fans who've been supporting Na'Vi? As Na'Vi fans are very, very loyal fans, do you have any words for them?
You need to wait, guys, a bit more. Be patient. We'll see what we're gonna do. I guess we'll be in the same roster and playing together till next year.
Well, let's hope we do see you soon, and let's see more improvement next year. We can't wait to see it. Anyway, Nat, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Pyrian and Niku. I like it. He said, be patient to all of the Na'Vi fans out there. And I think that's some, very wise words to give because we've said it before. They're a very young roster. It was only a couple of months ago that they were still the Na'Vi Junior roster. And only recently have they been put under the banner of the official Na'Vi roster. So for them, this is a big improvement. It's unfortunate to see them eliminated there. But yeah, I liked it. He talked about it. Rough drafts. They had tempo they weren't ready for.
I mean, very luckily for him, Na'Vi fans have been very patient for a long time, so they're used to this.
They're used to it. They're ready for the rise of glory again, Rayo.
Man, I thought they were awesome. Like, I genuinely really love their style of play. I think they're super fun. I do like that they come out with weird picks sometimes. Like we saw the Snapfire mid in the past. We've seen Undying mid. Like, they're clearly willing to try stuff, which I think is very fun and cool. And they did have an incredible run through the Europe West qualifiers to get here in the first place, which I think made a lot of people fans of them coming into this. And we saw the predictions for people that they thought would go 4-0, and Na'Vi was up there. Like, Na'Vi, we love you. Thank you for playing. It was good. I enjoyed my time here.
Yeah, it was definitely a pleasure to watch them throughout all of these series the last 3 days. We say goodbye to them, but we get to say hello to our next series. It's going to be a qualification series. It's Falcons up against Tidebound, and before we get to it, we're going to roll it back a little bit and see how Buck felt coming into the road to the international playoffs with Nomad.
Buck is back and he's playing for Team Tidebound here at the International. Buck, firstly, congratulations. You got your first LAN win as Team Tidebound recently. How was that experience for you in China?
非常好。在中国比赛就很难得，然后在中国赢，是一个很好的体验。然后粉丝都非常热情，然后对我们队伍来说，在 TI 之前能赢得这个冠军也非常有意义。
Excellent stuff. And yeah, you mentioned the fans there. Did you get to meet a lot of them? And have they given you a bit more energy coming into this international?
对，在中国那个场馆，因为每次入场都会有一个和粉丝的出场仪式，所以说在路上可以碰到很多粉丝，然后每个人都给我们很大的鼓励。
So what did you figure out in going into that event which allowed you to win it?
当时我们对那个比赛版本的英雄理解更好一点，然后我们找到了一些我们特别擅长的英雄，然后在一些和对手的英雄应对上做得比较好。
All right. After that LAN, you played a smaller online event, and it didn't go as well. Do you think that was overconfidence, or was there another issue?
这个线上比赛我们确实发挥不是很好，也是因为我们在赢了那次比赛之后，想要调整一些英雄，然后想找一些新的风格，然后再加上确实就是每个人状态也都不是很好，所以输了。对。
When you're playing the offlane, do you always feel like you can have a big impact on how the game's going, or not always?
对我来说，我觉得取决于当时我们阵容的风格。有一些队伍，比如说像汤爪，他们3号位3-3，然后他们的打法就是一直以他为核心，然后那他就是每把游戏都会有一个，对游戏进程有很大的影响。然后像雪碧，有时候他可能更多的是就是帮助大哥去创造输出环境，然后那这种相比之下就影响就会小一些。然后我们就是对我来说的话，就是两种都会有吧。对。
Excellent. And we've recently brought in Niu as a coach as well. I'm interested in what that's been like and how he's fitting into the team.
对，牛哥队伍加入之后，首先我们的队伍氛围得到改善吧，大家都很喜欢牛哥，然后大家聊天也就是很欢乐，然后牛哥会给我们看一些线上的细节或者是一些团战的细节吧，然后对我，因为他是打3号位的，所以说对我3号位也是很有帮助。
Excellent. Yeah, I can imagine you two have pretty long, complex conversations about the offlane, right? So, of course, you first won the international with Wings, a first-time team back then. When you're looking at the other underdogs at this event, do you see any of like your former team in them? Specifically mentioning like Nemesis or Wildcard or even maybe Na'Vi?
因为我们要填那个预测嘛，然后我会看到那个所有的队伍列表，确实感觉比较难填谁是那个淘汰的队伍，因为我感觉大家都蛮有实力的，像你提到的 Wildcard、Nemesis， 我们跟他们训练，感觉他们也是打得挺不错的。我觉得这次 TI 还是大家都没有弱队吧，就是在这个平台上面大家都是比较平等的。
So would you say this could be the closest TI ever?
Yeah.
All right. So finally, I mean, you know, you've won.
最近的状态，然后还有运气吧。
All right. And any word for your Chinese fans out there?
非常感谢粉丝们对我们的支持，然后希望大家看这个 TI 看得开心。
Excellent stuff, Buck. Thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at the international.
Thank you.
And we're back. that misery. That was a young team still, so there's always that chance.
Yeah, I'm a big Navi fan, I would say. I think this team is looking very promising, very interesting team. A little bit sad about their departure from this event already. I would love to see a little bit more, but yeah, that's the way it goes. There's a lot of teams that are struggling at the moment, so Navi is not alone.
They're not alone, and I mean, I know that there's a lot of Navi fans out there, but Stormstormer, there's a lot of Enigma Galaxy fans out there as well that are very happy right now.
Oh yeah, I think so. I think these have been two teams, I mean two orgs also, that many fans out there are cheering for. And we honestly have quite a brutal tournament system, right? I mean, 8 teams are going to get eliminated in this first playoff stage, so honestly, Navi in the end might be now in the same boat like potentially Liquid or other teams that are currently struggling. So I think this also brings excitement, but also more tears for some of those teams.
For sure. And in case you're curious what's going on and how things are going down and what potential madness we have on the horizon. That means that Team Liquid and Tundra are in a pretty tricky spot, Lizard.
Yeah, they definitely.
And maybe Spirit as well.
And maybe Spirit as well. And honestly, looking at how Spirit played in that game 1, I wouldn't be surprised if they're in a very similar, if not the same spot afterwards. And I'm really not sure. I know that a lot of these teams that are kind of considered the favorites for TI to maybe take it all together, they had some issues coming into the tournament, and perhaps that has played a part. But overall, I expected them perhaps to do a bit better. Is it the meta adjustment that they're not really up to, or what's happening? I'm not really sure.
No, and we saw Liquid there winning at the end against Yaku 2 Brothers, and that is something to keep an eye on, because we have this Swiss stage where at the end, every team that is 2-3 and 3-2 will have one best of 3 for advancement or elimination on the other side. And that means a lot of those team favorites, a lot of those tournament favorites that you were talking about will be in that same pool. And we already will have one elimination series on your screens later today. There's 5 in total. There's 1 today, 4 tomorrow. So that will be quite something. But we're not there just yet. Let's focus our attention on our upcoming series, because a lot of the teams, they get a little bit of a break, and we get a fantastic series between 2 teams that are not getting a break. We are going to get Falcons and Tidebound head-to-head, a best of 3 with advancement on the line. So that is good things all around. We want to know how they're going to do it, and we want to know how other teams have done it, Lizard, because we wanted to take a look at what's been good and what's been bad.
And I love that we talked about these teams that are considered favorites but aren't doing that well, because now we're going to see a graphic of heroes that are doing well and not so well, right? And the heroes that aren't doing that great are these 3. These 3, a couple of weeks ago, if you asked me, I'd say like they're the top echelon of the picks coming into Road to TI and TI itself. When you look at the amount of games and the win rate, this was from this morning. I think Marcy is now on 50%ish, so maybe she's an outlier out of these 3. But Dawn, definitely surprising, and Dazzle, of course, not a lot of games played, but the hero isn't contested as well. So that also surprises me. Meanwhile, on the other side, we've got some heroes that are winning. And these heroes, perhaps some of you expected, some didn't, but 71% win rate on something like a Shadow Fiend. After receiving a couple of nerfs, I know the hero is strong, but looks pretty amazing. And Shaker on the other side as well is, I would say, hero of the meta right now. Like, he's looking strong.
I'm a bit surprised to see the Shadow Fiend up there, because every time I see Spirit play, it's Yatoro playing Shadow Fiend in his own base. base getting very serious, right? The P-Vision 2.0 is not something that I think people would expect. So I think I'm not sure who I would call favorite. I think I would still favor Falcons just a little bit. I think they have their experience and they're good in this type of situation, I think.
Yeah, I think Team Falcons, if you consider all teams here in Hamburg, Team Falcons is the one with the most successful comebacks. They have these long drawn-out games, and even if they are not doing well too much at the start of a game, they'll find a way to, even if they don't win the game at the end, to have a chance of a comeback. And that might be something, Lizard, that will be working in their favor, especially with these longer games.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is the patch where you need to have some late game idea about how your draft will work. I think in most patches you need that, but this one in particular, because the games are lasting so long. And Falcons, I mean, this team has done it like since they were created. This is their bread and butter. Protect your own area, farm efficiently. You don't have to create too many plays. Just give the ball to the enemy team and wait for them to make mistakes. I'm not really sure that works versus Chinese teams, however, because they kind of play in a similar fashion. However, Tidebound might be a bit different for me. What do you guys think? Do they play a bit faster?
I think Falcons has also adapted a little bit and changed a little bit to their drafts, right? We saw them play Bounty Hunter earlier today. We've also seen Amar play Monkey King. We've seen Marine play Ember Spirit. So they're playing a little bit more Weaver as well, right? Like a little bit different heroes for this event. So like more mobile heroes, skirmishy, that can both scale and potentially fight early on. So I think they are adapting. It's not just that tri-core with the melee heroes and two range supports. I think they are adapting to the meta and to the opponent.
I would say I like what you said, Lizard, about the game duration, because Falcons has always been the team that excels at that, like playing long games. You can see them come back because they have really good like fundamentals on how to take fights, how to basically play for their own win condition. I'm personally very curious because yesterday we saw something very similar from Tidebound, as you mentioned, against P-Vision when they won against Satanic Tinker, when they had their own like backs against the wall maybe at some point. I think both these teams have like similar strengths in that regard, and that's why I think if these games go the distance again, to me at least, like I think it's quite a like neck-to-neck battle, or how do you say it, head-to-head battle? I'm not sure, like on even level.
I agree with that, yeah.
A balanced playground here with a lot on the line, because I think we just mentioned if you lose here, obviously you're not eliminated, but you are going to be put in the same pool of teams with a bunch of teams that are 3-2 and 2-3, including potentially Spirit, Tundra, Liquid, who are all three already favorite. And I mean, that's I didn't even mention half of those teams.
What I really like about Falcons, as we're watching Skitter right now, as the draft has started, is the first hero that's banned out, by the way, by Tidebound. Is I feel like Falcons are bringing a little bit extra of their own identity to the tournament. A lot of other teams are playing meta and maybe +1 hero of their own. Meanwhile, Falcons are generally known as the team that has their signature, right? And now on top of all the Amar heroes, Marine heroes, Skitter heroes, you have to think about this Chen, right? Like you have to ban the Chen. Maybe Sand King as well is a necessary
They
ban.
even played Earthspirit on the first day.
Yeah.
A hero that is
they did.
completely forgotten, and Malrain just 24 picked on the first day of the Road to TI.
That's what I mean. They are kind of bringing out some new stuff, right? We saw Crit play Grimstroke as well. He played Bounty Hunter as well, and you know, we saw Falcons bring back the Ench as well on snaking. So I think they are really creating some new stuff for their own games here.
Pugna as well, something that they have played quite a lot, right? But versus Tidebound, teams in general ban out Beastmaster. Like he is, even XG that played against them, I believe they banned out Beastmaster in the first phase in both of their games. So Bach Beast, right?
Earthshaker is also in the pool right now.
Yes, I was about to mention. I feel like, especially with Falcons now in mind, I think 3 heroes are, for me, especially outstanding the first stage. One of them is Sand King. We see that one being banned out. The other one is Beastmaster. We see the one being picked. And the third one you just mentioned is the Earthshaker. I think all these heroes has really risen up in stonks. We saw it in the graphic before the series. Earthshaker sitting uncomfortable, almost 70% in rate. So
As you see the bees, though, do you guys think that Ench is a worthy first phase pick, or?
I was just thinking that Falcons would maybe pick they go for the Earthshaker. So I guess it's whatever to talk more about what they else could have picked. But I was thinking that maybe they could have picked the support and taken it a bit more conservative route, take it a bit more slower in the draft. But I like securing this really important core when you already see the Beastmaster. I think it's a good choice here.
It's also a decision that they took a little bit to get to, so probably that consideration of going for a support or for a core was on their minds. We don't normally see a lot of teams going into bonus time that heavily for their opening picks, as that generally is pretty theory crafted out.
The Enchantress is still a good suggestion you made, though. It's still left in the pool, and Snaking has been really successful with that hero also on this these playoffs so far. And Chen is out. Usually enters like the other counter you think about, because he can obviously take over the boards for Beastmaster in the laning stage in case the Beastmaster would go to the offlane.
Another one that I had in mind was Pugna. I don't know how much you guys like it. I don't mind it into Beast. Like, you have decrep for a target that gets going on. You also just blast the boards down in the lane. It's not terrible. It's not the best hero into Zoo, but
we actually see that the hero's win rate is below 50%. To me personally, quite surprising, because his laning stage and like his game impact felt always quite good. But yeah, let's see if Typebound, because they banned the Bristle back out here, if they will now commit the second ban into another core as well, or if they will ban out one of those subs, for example, Encho Pugna. And
Yeah, they'll remove that Enchantress.
makes a lot of sense.
just don't allow Falcons to play their own bread and butter, right? Like the Sench is completely their style, activates all sorts of problems that they can bring to you.
So I have a question about the Earthshaker for Falcons, because now that I think about it, I guess Marine is the most obvious candidate for that, but I don't recall Amar having played Earthshaker.
That's actually a very good point,
and I
but they
also
have
think,
crits.
maybe this could be one of those reasons they are taking some time to talk about, should we pick Earthshaker or go with Ench, right? And if they pick the Shaker, is Crit willing to play it if it comes down to it? I think he would be, but I don't know if it's some conversation like that, like if we need to switch it up, are we okay doing this?
下子啊，快点！
对，我叫琪琪啊，你拉他的。
哦，琪琪不是讲他的那个什么要打？
他开2个号吗？
让他控制叶青就好了啦。
我叫叶青来啊 ，OK。这里是挂机的，都不用什么了。
啊，挂机的。
啊，挂机过吗？
真的没有哦，挂机过。
昨天我3个号一起过。老板，昨天我3个号，你问琪琪是？
赚了800里，我跟他挂机过，他不相信我的。
哦，原来不相信我们啊，算了。
我已经跟他讲了，百里昨天3开，全挂机过的名气带。他讲百里的号很劲，所以可以挂机。妈的，他不相信我，百里。
是吧？百里的号
很衰啊！你问琪琪，他帮我换东西。
我跟他讲无双挂机都过了咯，剩下叶晴罢了。他跟我讲叶晴啊，我带他去打15啊。他讲妈的，这个人还可以要没有？
对。好了，来，我要水上服。我有好耐啊，花咗你又名啦喎。先把我的榴莲呢，榴莲尾啊咯。啊？啊？等下在补锅的时候我去买包给你啊。你吃粥啊？你不要吃吧？是吧？吃粥啊？應該餓咗。餓咗。ăn lên lên。哎，和尚，来那些黄虾。行吧。
发短线了，哈哈哈。
回清吧，拿王呢？你们？
发短线你不会听，你看。 他断线
算了
了，
算了，
看他那个干家王都没有在。
Lucas 肥佬都好似呢只。
有個天使。
因為唔係天使咯，我唔知喎，我唔知係唔知天使。
我孤立2个人这样断线，打屁啊！
他一个人控2个，当然死了。你刚拿他断线了。
他跑去哪里？他
山东啊，应该是哪里知道？快点微信他，快点。
喂 P 啊，他这边发火了。神都死。
全軍覆沒了。
回去等他上来才打。
出啊？
出啊！哎，打得到。
出啊出啊！我出来了，我出来了。哎，怎么变队长了？
神童不做队长了。
哦，这个。按着按着。等一下，按着。
图里也很乱的，这个账号同一个手机里面那么多账号，哪一个打哪一个的我都不知道。
看，我都跟你讲了，学会买马票，注意后面4个字。
我和你讲，我都买马票，我不赌的。
每次没有赌啊，每次听人家讲，哎呦，就快投票咯。对，打完修炼，等一下带叶青这个号去打什么169哈。
169啊，这个张家浩也是还没打。
对啊，这个还没有打。
你看看死去哪里？
现在等我有空再开他的武学新法典。神童，神童，妈的，神童不会应人的。
你这不是 send 给你啊咩？
神童，你個心法大，你個滿咗未喎？點到咩情況？我知道點到咩情況，係咪最高170幾啊？哦 ，send 你嘅心法點俾我，影相 WhatsApp 唔係影相微信，面次 send 俾我冇用，佢未滿。我要畢業嘅，係面次未畢業嘅。我同你講，你喂 Dali 係咪？係注重邊一 part 喎？喂，左邊定右邊啊？左邊同中間啊？哦，邊一隻大師最重要？中間啊？中間滿晒嘅左邊右邊。但係公招自己點左邊高嘅喎？公招點左邊？你中間晒公招個公招1幾咧，不過我未點佢大師啊。公招，喲，正包可以打唔可以打嘅？啊，你 screenshot 百里清爸没有 send 号给我啦。
send 什么号给你？
他的号还没有 send 给我啦。神童收到咗。
没有，明气不是有 send 给你咩？他点的那个点数在 group 那边。
明期还没有毕业的，大师还没有满，神童的满到完了的。
哦，
我就是要看他满完了之后，香蕉有哪几个还没有抽到的，我就不要专注他，跟着神童先。等香蕉满了，我就才来去按它。
现在注重啥？你知道没有？心诀耶，不是心法了诶。
我管他心法不心法先，让我抽到大师先。心诀在哪里看了？妈，
我在那边啦。
哎，你不要笑我哦，我才上来3天罢了哦。
我在武学那边啦，心法下面那个是不是心诀啦？
哦，心诀啊，香蕉那边我开到了吗？你跟我看一下。我开到一个了的，他还，你看香蕉那个最低右边那个专属还没有放是啊？你跟我，他那边有3颗吗？跟我丢进去。
不可以丢，那个是专属了，你有那里有专属。
前面，你按那个专属香蕉的号有2颗还是3颗
？2颗而已。
2颗，就是不啱了，因为我抽到1个嘛。
那个职业的。
招哥點左邊啊？先招哥。左邊，百里跟我看一下香蕉心法中间有2个大师还是1个大师还没有完？
一个大师还没开。
左边呢？
左边开完。
左边开完，中间还差1个。
啊，右边又是差1个。
中间是不是差那个云酒那个，还是差那个哪一个？
四毒。
哦，四毒没有。然后右边呢？
右边是情力同心。
OK。
情力同心。
没有点的神童，专注中间。妈的，中间我还没有满哦，左边满了。我搞打理嘅咩？阿招哥點左邊啊？招哥係啊，快你跟我看香蕉點，佢點左邊好高？你跟我看一下香蕉左邊的心法多少級
？51。
啊，你看51，中間
42。
右邊
01而已。
心法等级1级罢了啊。
啊，右边的1级而已。
就是他没有要右边那，他只是要中间跟左边吧。可是香蕉，但係公蕉佢注重左邊喎。我就係唔知啊，左邊換，右中間爭一撇，冇相干。等我 screenshot 一張相，等我陣間有時間先 put 佢，睇下爭幾多先。佢個武學我尋日先抽到2本大師，我都未點，佢不如有1.5幾、1.1幾㗎啦。因為佢個武學沒有，唔係你睇。佢個武學心法啦，即是講係咪？你睇人物嗰度武學係咪？你1.5幾嘛？公豬個武學總數總評分係112-106啫嚟。係啦，因為公豬其實嚟講係咪係爭4本？ 爭4本大師先悶啊，大佬。尋日合開2本出嚟，就咁啱合到，就係合到，就係合，我就係合到左邊一本右邊一本咯。你 send 俾我啦，我自己。只要入邊有草咧，我洗10擺都冇問題。重置先法啦，佢入邊有草啊，可以洗好多擺嘅。等陣。第最尾。中間好少啊，25，但係你講注重中間同左邊啊，右邊公招都冇理佢嘅，可以唔理。而家係我左邊同中間，你點晒中間，你個輸出高過公招冇？因為你唔可以怪我尋日修練我正睇到嗰隻蠔啫，我而家同你修練我先知道，我就頭都未睇到正確啊，冚唪唥跌晒線，嗰隻死人清霸佢又叫佢 send 蠔嚟，又好似睇唔到咁，唔知係咪集體斷線啊嗰度。你冇學幾多？你啊，而家你啊，你知道冇學150幾，就係你點心法點翻嚟噶嘛？啊，香公招11幾啫，唔係未悶，即使悶開都冇 effect 嗰個冇學嘅，冇學 effect 係冇學 effect 係你必定要點到大師。同埋適當嘅分配先正係最高級嘅，最高冇學17幾。公招點都高唔過你嘅，因為公招仲爭2本，因為係咪爭2本係咪？佢就係咁啱爭到中間嘅有1本。所以即使係咪跟你呢個點啊，點出嚟都係同你老俾固登嘅啫。低應該係低你少少啊，應該係會去到13幾14幾啊，因為你中間嗰個雲龍九賢你有大師嘛，公招都冇。你重點係有點到中間大師，你着晒燈嘛。你右邊大師冇着燈啊，所以咯，如果公招跟住你嚟點都唔可能高過你嘅，因為佢仲爭1本中間。如果右邊1本，中間1本，公招冇嗰個中間嗰隻係咩？師徒更優啊！同埋右邊個最高嗰隻唔知咩睇唔到啊，咩裂筒線啊！係咪公招就係抽到嗰隻咩咯？捆索絕龍，冇辦法，高唔過你嘅，應該係13幾14幾嘅啫。除非公招啲新法師全部俾我一鑊熟啊！因為公招其實公招仲爭1本啫。唉，我回一回面子先，不是打不過斷線。你上去嗌起清吧，清吧我嗌佢去等我。
叫了，应该是没有线了他。
早点去叫了，累了，今天走了整天。
我
叫他薅哪来，还要顾呀，还要 讲等一下，等一下，等一下，等他的第一咩？就是打不过，这请把团线啊！
电没有电，你买了充电宝吗？
他干家们可以不要的，我可以跟他开。
多少钱了？买那边买充电器。
范总，我讲我驚係咪？
我们开什么先呢？
啊？
开打了宝石跟那个169先呢？
还可以打咩？宝石不知道11.爆咩？
啊，11.8来没？
没有11.59，快点打，快点打，快点打，快点打。
12点。这样你踢那2个出去啊，清霸跟车上，再组多2个进来，我大叔上线了。
跟大师自己上了。
我上了。
还有谁？
还欠一个。
亚旗进来啊！亚旗进来。
啊，是啊。
会自己跟自己讲话啊！把声音。等。等等打69啊！
宝箱先啊！
寶箱啊！
啊！
我俾你啊，隊長。我唔識路啊。
OK。
給你了，給你了。等等，得篤去咗邊度啊？尋日係咪去嘅？
打督翻嚟咗。我打督翻嚟咗，打督。姐姐，啱你。
嗰個錢嘢係邊個嚟喎？情緣係你嚟嘅咩？天下情緣我唔知喎。名次講係名次講藍智子嚟嘅，藍智子係邊個？荷蘭咗應該。叫佢好聲嚟，佢又唔聲，叫得咁辛苦，落場3分鐘。我頭先我啱啱講我未講晒啊，其實公主係爭一本啫，大師，佢仲有一本自選大師喺個 bank 嗰度，我未俾佢開，因為我驚我開咗嗰隻電筋係咪大師就中嗰隻死咗。如果俾我再合，我再揾到大師自選嘅，個可蛇咯，得意啊！跟住先着，刀子冇搞到刀子，我刀子唔見咗。達督而家上咗線未？捉佢嚟傾下偈。食屎啊！咁早瞓。叫佢食屎，咁早瞓覺。做咩？老人家早啲瞓？冇啊，冇WhatsApp啊。微信，叫佢微信啊！嗰隻我嗰個 WhatsApp 我好少睇嘅，因為成日講我過期啊。唔係啊，另外唔知喎，因為呢個死人華為嗰個電話成日搞到我隻 WhatsApp 我過期嘅喎。等我而家整過先。係啦，佢寫我過期要什麼又過期WhatsApp 什麼什麼已失效了，媽的！ 等我整固佢先。佢有尾先噶嘛，佢又唔尾先嘅。另外一個電話，啲又廢啊！我差唔多覺得嗰個尾先都講失效咯，成日要我去整，要我去整喎，我懶整佢啊。真係瞓得覺喎，尾先都唔識吹嘅。死人清班唔識上班啊！喺呢度睇唔到嘅輸出。佢嘅戰力都冇起過，佢戰力都冇起過。阿叔，你三本大师啊？你还没有满？你可以冇咁樣冇，你可以冇咁樣冇。阿叔，重点那几本你有了没有？你买了没？有了就 OK 了。哼，因为啊那边你福安十方、大海滔滔满了没有？满了就不用管它了哦。还有那个第二重要那个什么，可以连续打2次，那个什么名啊？分海微波。加写得满了就 OK 哦。係佢唔開聲，我係點知啫？佢又同你哋開個麥講嘢冇？ 神秘人。我唔知喎，我尾先咗嗰個死人錢包，佢都冇睬我。問得到，佢唔 send 嚟，我開唔到嘅喎。千巴，睇下咩電話號碼先。又擺15嘅嘞噃。仲未擺完咩？哼，你冇錯啊！即打電話俾你先。死人錢包。Hello， 把你的號先來，我給你開。你聽見 OK， 無所謂，我有紙筆嘛，你講我寫，媽的，全場人等耶。你不能開無所謂，我給你開，沒聽。我跟你開啊。拜拜。但好嘢冇線冇電啊嘛，個電話仲喐噶嘛。我都唔知道呢個係咪鄉下佬嚟㗎？嗰個屋企冇電冇 WiFi 啫嘛，大佬你嘅電話有隻打㗎係咪啊？
哎呀，打不了169。
169不要了，打1場外
OK。
一下子啊，我看一下還有沒有裝框線啊？真的，我頭先真係想同你講㗎啦，豈有此理！你冇電冇 WiFi 啫嘛，大佬你好似有隻打。我唔知啊。我買得到啊。阿奇出去先，沒有需要我了，我就滾。我換一換手機先啊，嗰個手機冇電啊。你而家我開個答督咩 WhatsApp 嚟睇，要我更新，要我消費，咩先好嘅？呢啲按錯。10分㗎，知咯。吹，做咩咁樣講嘢啊？我而家唔瞓得唔多啊，好冇？ 不朋友。